Well, hello everybody. My name is Sean Kakar alongside Vincent Maskell for a brand new live stream, a makeup stream of Friday, as the Toronto Blue Jays take on the New York Yankees in the first game of a single admission doubleheader. We will be on for both of them. But first and foremost, Vinny, how you doing today?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. I'm good. A day off from work is always a good day. Let's put it that way. Anyway, Yankees take on the Blue Jays in the first of a single admission doubleheader. Yesterday's game rained out. Vinny, you live in the area. Was the rain up there as that bad that it got rained out? Because like I said,
Um,
I went to the Scranton Wilkes-Barre Railroaders game yesterday, and after 3 o'clock, it was bright and sunny the whole rest of the day up
l-
here.
Later in the day, like later at night, it got bad. During the day, it wasn't. It didn't seem like it was. It was just cloudy and dreary.
Yeah,
But again, I was kind of indoors a lot of the time, and I was in New Jersey, so that doesn't like. I don't know if that.
yeah. Dirty Jersey
Oh,
don't
maybe.
count. You know that.
Yeah. So I wasn't really in. I wasn't really in New York per se, but yeah.
Gotcha. Well, either way, we get two today. Vinny will be here for game one. Luca will be taking over for him game two. If you're interested in any Knicks coverage, Luca is covering the Knicks game. We'll be updating you periodically on that throughout the day. Last I checked, they were up. But we got an interesting matchup today. Yankees will need to sweep this doubleheader if they want to clinch the series win. Vinny, let's talk about Friday night. Yankees up 2-1. Devin Williams blows yet another save, taking him out of the closer's role for the time being. Vinny, first thoughts on that?
Um, I think it's going to get worked out again. Like I said, he's had bad starts before, so I'm I still think he'll be okay. Um, but obviously, the team doesn't think so. He needs a break, so that's what he gets. I mean, I don't know. I there's some, it's only what 20 something
March,
games in right
April.
now.
Yeah, we're April
Where
27th. We're 26 games in.
yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Well, you're one of a
I,
few. I know that. I mean, you could hear it in the crowd, Yankee Stadium, even before he even threw a pitch. Yankee fans chanting, "We want Weaver," and it was very evident as to why. In 10 innings, he has over an 11 ERA. So I think this is the right move. I think it's just he needs to get his confidence back, and if you keep throwing him into the fire, he's not going to get it back. And I don't put all of this on him. I have made it obvious before that I think part of this falls on the Yankees because they did not give him enough reps in spring training, and I think that is playing a key factor into this right now. I mean, you saw what happened in the wild card series last year, and why that's not an easy thing to come back from mentally. So I think the Yankees not playing him a lot in the spring definitely has a big part in it. What's up, Alex? How you doing? Um, so I think, like I said, I think this is the right move. I think try to build his confidence back up and hope for the best. And as for today's matchup, pitching wise, we will be seeing Kevin Gausman on the mound versus Max Fried. So a very solid pitching matchup to say the least. Vinny, what can you tell us about Kevin Gausman?
uh, Gosman, you caught me off guard. Sorry. Let me bring up some stats here.
Gotcha. Well, I will tell you this: he does come into this game with a 3.16 ERA. He is a former Baltimore Oriole, so definitely not somebody who's new to us. We've faced him a while. Vinny, I got this for you. You're
Okay.
this year in 5 games, he's 2-2 with a 3.16 ERA, through 31 and a third, 26 strikeouts, and a WHIP of 0.86. So he comes in with some solid numbers. Toronto coming in kind of at a middling start so far, 13-13. Yankees coming in at 15-11. Vinny, I'll ask you this then. How do you feel about Max Fried going into this one?
Well, Freed's been pitching really well. He's got a lot of the he's if you look at a lot of his advanced stats, he's in the red a lot. So his walk percentage is like 5.3, which is like top 10%. Exit velocity against is like 87 miles an hour, which is great. His record is 4-0, 1.42 ERA in 31 and two-thirds innings, and has 30 strikeouts and a 1.01 whip. So he's actually striking guys out, which is great. And as far as like again, some of the weighted statistics, he's in the top 10%, and a lot of them, and of course, ground ball percentage is 74 out of the 50, which is you know, the average.
Yes.
So
So, with the ace taking the mound, Vinny, why don't you tell us a little bit about our Blue Jays starting lineup for today?
okay, well, let me go to the. All right, so the Blue Jays start out with Bo Bichette at short, leading off. Vlad Guerrero Jr. will hit second, playing first. Anthony Santander will designated hit and bat third. Hitting fourth, George Springer playing right field. Not used to saying that. I'm used to saying center
Yeah.
field, but I think he's got a little bit of a demotion there in right, since he's not as fast as he used to be. And then Alejandro Kirk will catch and bat fifth. Um, Andres Jimenez will play second and bat sixth. Ernie Clement will play third. Hold on, I lost my.
Oh, you're
Ernie
good.
Clement. Ernie Clement will play third and
Batting
hit
seventh.
seventh. And hitting eighth will be Jonathan Clase playing left field. And rounding out the Blue Jay order will be Miles Straw in center field, and we know Miles
Yeah, we
Straw.
know him a little too
We know
well.
him a little too well, so he's probably going to want a little bit of revenge on us Yankees. So we'll see what happens with that.
So, in your opinion, Vinny, today, obviously, as I mentioned earlier, the Yankees need to sweep in order to win this series. What do they got to do to clinch this series win today? Or first, let's start with game one. What do they need to do to win game one?
Well,
What's the
just Fried needs to do what he's been doing and pitch well, obviously. And we need to get we need to get better hitting from from a bunch of the hitters that we have in the lineup right now. Like Volpe, like I was telling you off stream, Volpe needs to start hitting. I've kind of jumped off the Volpe bandwagon, and I know it's early this season, but from what I've seen the last season and some of this season, it's not like he has like this thing where he starts out slow. He's been slow, inconsistent for a year and a half now, 2 years probably. I don't even like
Yeah.
it hasn't been all good. It's been mostly bad for him. So I'm
Mm-hmm.
kind of off of the bandwagon. But the other guys need to hit too. Like Chisholm has to stop, swinging at bad pitches. Um, Austin Wells needs to start hitting, and Dominguez needs to strike out less. So
Yes.
we just need a good all around hitting game against Gosman today. So
Well,
and then
Gosman is very
that's
inconsistent with the facing the Yankees. If you're wondering, he has a 10-9 record versus us.
so we just, I mean, again, Goldschmidt's been good, Judge has been good, Rice has been good, but slumping lately. Um, I don't know. And Oswaldo, man, he needs to barrel up some balls. His barrel percentage is 0, so he hasn't been getting the barrel on the ball. So
Mm-hmm.
we need to see more from Oswaldo today. So
Yes. So with Max Fried taking the mound, here is the defensive alignment for the Yankees today. From left to right, it is Jason Dominguez, Cody Bellinger, and Aaron Judge. From third to first, it is Oswaldo Cabrera, Anthony Volpe, Jazz Chisholm, Paul Goldschmidt. Behind the plate is Austin Wells, and on the mound, throwing the first pitch is Max Fried. That's inside ball one, and we are officially underway in game one of this single admission doubleheader before the Yankees head out to Baltimore, which we will be streaming tomorrow at 6:30. The 1-0 pitch fouled off of Wells. Count
I
one.
like the single admission double headers. I kind of that was something that they had kind of gotten away from. I thought, but
Yeah, well, I know during COVID that was the norm. There was going to be no day-night doubleheaders. For the players, single admission is always the best way to go. But I always feel like if you get a Friday game rained out, Saturday's perfect because for a day-night doubleheader because you let the Friday crowd still go to game one, let the Saturday crowd have game two. But either way, it's a long day for all these guys, even us. Vinny, if you remember, our last Ferry Hawk stream, or our Fairy Hawk broadcast, as that's grounded to third. Cabrera, nice play, fires all the way to first, and it's a wild throw again into the dugout. This just happened the other night too.
Yeah,
Cabrera's rushing.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on with him, but if you're not going to hit and you're not going to field, I think you should
stay
be.
on the field.
I think you need to be on the bench, and I
The
think
official ruling is a single and an E5.
So they're saying he would have made it to first without.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe you eat it there. I don't know. Maybe
I
you
think
don't.
so.
You know,
Here
I
comes
think
Vladimir Guerrero.
He was going so far to his right that his momentum was taking him towards the dugout.
Right.
Think,
the
or
third
towards
base
the
dugout.
base side. Yeah. So
pitches inside, count 1-0 on Vlad Jr., who hit yet another home run against us the other night.
Yeah,
That's how I feel about him. He's just a Yankee killer.
He's a good player. I mean, he's not. Everybody's
not
saying,
the money he's making, but
no. I mean, $500 million over what 14 seasons is going to get.
Which is in the third. This one's going to get away from Wells, and Bichette, just like that, jogs in the third base. Vinny, if this goes anything like our last Yankee stream, we're going to be in for a long day. I mean, you're here for game one, but game two, oh boy.
Yeah,
if it goes anything like our last stream, that awful Giants Friday night rain game, oh boy.
Yeah, definitely not away. And Bo with the flow, he doesn't have the flow anymore. I think.
Too well.
The hair's a little shorter on Bo right now.
Yeah,
looks like.
Is the first series of the year between the Yankees and Blue Jays. First of 4 series against them. First in the stadium. Second division series for the Yankees this year.
So this puts a lot of early pressure on Fried now that he doesn't think that he can get a good ground ball to third base.
This will score a run. Cabrera fires to first for out number 1. Blue Jays take a 1-0 lead.
And there's your ground ball to third base. And he had enough time to set fire.
Why not go home there? Just take the surefire out, or just?
I mean, I'm guessing just take the sure out. It's only 1 run, and you're only in the first inning.
So at the bat now is Anthony Santander, another name we're rather familiar with from his time with the Orioles. Just hitting 182 to start, as that's inside count 1.
Because if you do go home and you get him in a rundown, there's too much of a chance to, like, let's say, overthrow the ball or make a mistake, or
right.
Then everybody's safe, and then you have no outs. So get the easy out.
1-0 pitch inside, count 2-0. Fried's command seems a little off so far. This umpire is known to be more pitcher friendly. Game time temperature in New York, 58 degrees. Mostly cloudy. No chance of rain, so as of now.
I like Santander. I think he's a good hitter. I think everybody kind of really just brush this move aside. I know he's only hitting 182, but I like Santander as a hitter. Not as a fielder, but as a hitter. Which is why he's DHing today. So
runner on first with 1 out on the 4-pitch walk. Fried
too much.
A little shaken up so far.
Yeah, it was that. I think it was that throw from third base, and just if you're a ground ball pitcher, Sean,
this is not.
What's the thing that you don't want to happen?
Errors.
Exactly. And what just happened?
Errors.
So
here comes George Springer, another Yankee killer, hitting 329 on the year. Well-known cheater, I might add. 329, 2 home runs, 12 ribbies. 932 OPS.
I don't know about that call, but I'll take it.
0-1. Low and in count. 1-1. Blue Jays currently lead this series 1-0. They lead game 2 1-0. You're wondering, our upcoming stream schedule has been announced for next month. It is on the bottom ticker. The 1-1 pitch. Foul ball. I think that caught a piece of Springer as he goes down to a knee. Count 1-2.
Oh, yeah.
I think Paul O'Neill just made a trash can joke. All I heard was trash can. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure that's what I just heard.
Yeah, definitely. Probably. I mean, he's Everybody's
We
going
will
to
not let that go. The 1-2 in the dirt 2-2. Our big streams, if you are wondering, upcoming for May. Obviously, we got 2 PLEs for WWE. We'll be covering one of them live. The other one we'll do a little post show. We are also doing the first game. Juan Soto comes back to the Bronx to take on the Mets Subway Series. We're looking forward to that one. We will be on for that. The 2-2 pitch is popped up into shallow right field. Aaron Judge is underneath. Makes the catch for out number 2. Vinny, we got to make sure we keep our emotions in check for that one.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
According to Yes Network,
I'm going to be okay with the Soto thing. I'm not going to be all crazy.
According to the Yes Network, the chance of rain is teensy.
Teensy.
That's
teensy.
Teensy.
A teensy, that means a little bit of rain.
Play through that.
Teensy
Off the bat now, midget Kirk. Alejandro Kirk.
Alejandro.
Hitting 227 this year.
Don't be making those Alejandro Kirk jokes, man. You may put one in the.
He's another Yankee killer. This Blue Jays team always plays us tough. As underwhelming as they have been, they always play us tough.
Yeah, the Blue Jays, you can't just say
swing and a miss count.
Just because their record doesn't show it.
Well, actually, their record's better than what they've been.
Right, but they play us. Years. They play us really well.
0-2 count on Fried with 2 outs. Runner on first. Fried's starting to find it. Kirk steps back into the box. The 0-2 pitch. Max Fried sets and deals the 0-2. Inside 1-2. Tried to get him to chase on the low and in fastball.
Nope. Man. Making Fried work this first thing.
It'll be a 1-2. Max Fried sets and deals. Line drive, right field. That's a base hit. Runner on first and second now with 2 outs. Tough start for the Yankees.
Just right off the end of the bat there for Kirk.
It was a good pitch. I definitely can't put that on Fried.
Well, yeah, he just took the pitch and just went the other way with it off the end of the bat. So
it
wasn't anything, he just did what he could do with the pitch. So
what up, Brad?
What up, Brad?
No, the shirt is not coming off today. I am sorry.
Yeah. I don't know if the Yankees go down like 10-0 here. I think we might see it.
I don't know because I got to conserve my energy. We're doing 2 games today.
Yeah,
I need to keep my voice in check.
There you go.
Thank you for the comment, Brad, though. 1-0 pitch is upstairs, 2-0 on. Is it Jimenez or Jimenez? I think it's Jimenez.
Jimenez. That's what I say. I say Jimenez, but
Jimenez. I will too. Somebody could correct me in the comments if I am wrong.
Yeah.
Hitting 189 this year. 2-0 count. Fried working hard this inning. 2-0 pitch. Outside 3-0. Oh boy.
Yeah, this isn't.
It's not an ideal start.
Jimenez is a good hitter too. So.
And this is, when you're running a marathon like this of 2 games within a 6-hour stretch, you do not want to set the tone like this.
Yeah, you would think that with Fried going, you wouldn't want to tax out your bullpen, which in a doubleheader you can do very quickly.
That's the worst thing you can do.
So.
Well, can't put all of this on Fried, but he needs to figure out how to get out of this. 3-1 pitch upstairs, ball 4, and the bases are now loaded.
This is not
Out
the
comes that
way
play.
I think that Fried wanted to start this out. And I think it all goes back to that error on Cabrera.
Exactly what I think it is.
Not having the, he's being too fine, and he's like, he doesn't want. I think the trust factor is not there right now.
No, it's not.
So
and like you said, when you're a ground ball pitcher, errors is the worst thing.
He's one of the top 10% ground ball pitchers in the league, so he's not gonna.
So coming up to bat now for the Blue Jays will be Ernie Clement, hitting 263. I'm sorry, 217. That was last year. 217. No home runs, 5 RBIs, and a stolen base in 60 at bats.
Fried just settling himself down, looking out, taking a deep breath, and you know,
Already thrown 25 pitches this inning. Here's the pitch to Clement. Right down the plate for a strike. Count 0-1.
he doesn't have a lot of hard hit balls either, which is good. Which is what Michael K said on the.
True.
So
It'll be an 0-1 on
soft
Clement.
contact, but still having to work to 26, going on 27 pitches right now.
That's a high fly ball in the shallow right. Judge calls off Chisholm to make the catch and limit the damage to 1. We're through half an inning. Toronto Blue Jays 1. Yankees coming to bat.
Okay.
All right.
Now we got to get
not
that
ideal,
run back.
but he gets out of trouble.
Yeah, we got to get that run back.
That's all.
And he has to pitch, and it's got to be a little more economical the next couple innings too.
Yes. Rice will be leading off. Vinny, why don't you tell us about the Yankee lineup?
Yankee lineup. Ben Rice will lead it off and hit first and be the designated hitter. Hitting second, playing right field, your American League MVP, Aaron Judge. Hitting third and playing center, the struggling Cody Bellinger. Hitting fourth, former 2022 NL MVP Paul Goldschmidt at first. Jazz Chisholm hitting fifth and playing second base. Anthony Volpe hitting sixth, playing shortstop, whom I think should be hitting ninth right now. Hitting seventh, Austin Wells and catching. Hitting eighth, why am I saying anything? Jason Dominguez hit playing left, and playing third, who committed that error in the first inning, Oswaldo Cabrera.
That is the Yankee lineup for game 1. Obviously, I can't imagine this will be the exact same lineup game 2. I would assume Ascara will probably catch game 2.
I would probably sit Oswaldo in the second game too.
Yeah. Unless he has a big performance, then which he's obviously not off to that start right now.
Yeah.
They have the Van Nest Little League out of the Bronx announcing the lineup today.
Do you try to send a message to Volpe and sit him?
You could. I mean, who's your alternative?
If he's not, especially if he doesn't. Well, I mean, Peraza.
I mean, it would have to be, but Peraza himself has not exactly proven that he.
Yeah. Well, no, I know you go from one bad to the other, but I mean, I think you got to kind of shake him up a little bit. You can't just keep going with how you're going.
Well, the problem is the Yankees will not do that. They've always been stubborn about that, where they will not take Volpe out of the lineup no matter what. Yeah, we were just talking about
that. That's just. I mean, and he's not hitting either. So I mean, if he was hitting and committing a few errors, I would be okay with it. But he's not hitting. His barrel percentage is 0 right now, so he's not even getting the barrel on the ball. So I'm not convinced Oswaldo is the answer at third base. You know who the answer was at third base? Arenado was the answer at third base.
Yeah, first pitch to Rice is in there.
Not that he's like, I don't even know what he's hitting right now, but
yeah, Brad is right. Volpe has only had 5 off days in his career. So that kind of just backs up what I've been saying.
And also, maybe that's what he needs, though. Maybe he does need.
He might, but you know how Boone is. God forbid you tell Boone to do something the computer doesn't.
Yeah, well.
0-2 count on Ben Rice.
I don't know. I don't. Maybe Volpe comes around and starts
cut on him at strike 3.
Goes on fire, but I don't know.
1 down in the inning as Ben Rice strikes out swinging. By the way, a quick update in the Knicks game I just checked before was 33-21 New York as Aaron Judge comes up to hit.
Got to get if we get the game in Detroit and we come back to the Garden up 3-1, I'm pretty sure I have to say it. I'm not going to say that we got it in the bag.
Well, that's what we thought last
We're
year.
in a good. We're in a
Philly.
very good position. We're in a very good position. Put it
I was
that
gonna
way.
say we were in the exact same spot last year against Philly, and we had to go to Philly and win it. So
Yeah. So I'm not gonna. I won't say that. I won't say that exactly.
1-0 pitch to Judge outside 2-0.
Judge's career versus Gosman, 333, 6 home runs. I think Gosman knows that and staying away from him.
I think so too. Well, and he's probably also pitching low, knowing that he could probably get a couple of calls from the umpire.
Yeah, if he throws it
2-0.
low.
Low 3-0. No, he's not even
He's-
near the zone. I think they're gonna walk him here.
Yeah, pretty sure. I don't think they're coming. They're not coming into him. Although they may on this next pitch, they may come into him just to.
Mm-hmm. So it'll be a
'Cause they know
3-0.
He's probably taken here.
Here's the pitch. In there for a strike, 3-1. Fastball at 92.
Yeah, he's
On deck will be Cody Bellinger. The 3-1. In there for a strike, 3-2. Gosman not completely pitching away from him. He's just not really giving him anything to hit.
Right now it was low. So
it'll be a 3-2. Time called by, looks like, Judge. He didn't motion towards Judge, so I don't know if that was an umpire's timeout. Nonetheless, Judge will step back in the box. It'll be a 3-2. Kevin Gosman sets and deals a 3-2. In there, call looking, strike 3. Got to give credit to Gosman. He painted that perfectly.
nice. Got to swing the bat if you're Judge, though. Can't just
Yeah.
like have your, don't go down swinging up. I mean, he's up 3-0. He's got to come to you.
Yeah.
The first two, I thought he should have swung at one of the first two pitches.
So up comes Cody Bellinger.
The way he's hitting. So.
Brad would like to know what we thought about our team's drafts. Vinny, I'll let you go first.
I give it a B plus probably. I liked picking the safety in what was it, the fourth round.
Mm-hmm.
I do like Taylor. And I don't know. A lot of people had a problem with the receiver. Let's see what he is actually.
Yeah.
Before we kind of go crazy about it.
Bellinger swings and misses, count 0-2.
Because we don't know until he gets on the field. I don't think you could make any assessments until at least and the roster, as far as the roster goes, I think we can't make any assessments on rosters until August because there's a lot of moves that can be made, and ground
ball back to the pitcher. Gosman fires the first to end the inning. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Kevin Gosman at the end of 1. Still 1-0 Blue Jays. Yeah, I guess you could kind of safely say how I felt about our first round pick. But I do want to say this. I feel bad for the kid because I don't know if you heard, Vinny, but after he got drafted by the Steelers, his mother actually
Yes, I did hear that. I did hear that.
I will say that I am rooting for the kid.
Yeah.
I wasn't.
I rooted for Shazier.
Yeah.
When he went down, I wanted him to try to come back, but there was no way with that.
No, he's just lucky to be able to walk.
Shazier, good player. He,
like I said,
but
I didn't agree with the pick, as obviously you guys saw. I thought we should have got Shador, but at that point, with the way Shador fell, there was definitely reason.
Well, there's a lot of theories out there about Shador, man. I wouldn't be. And you know what? I don't think that whole Shador thing was fair. I honestly will say, if you want to send him a message, let him go to round 2, and then pick him. Don't let him hang out till round 5.
Well, now that
and look at and what's Cleveland doing with all those quarterbacks? They're not keeping them all. That's what I'm
wondering.
They're not keeping them all.
Yeah.
The Niners
that
look
made no
good.
sense.
The Niners look good, Brad.
Yes, they did. Very good. But I will say overall, we didn't have the draft. The first couple picks were questionable, but I will say getting Will Howard, they at least did what we needed, was get a quarterback, and I like Will Howard. So We will see. Obviously, now we just got to wait until August to see how.
And did you? And by the way, did you see the quarterbacks that were picked before Shador?
Oh, I'm sorry. How did the kid
Wow.
from Louisville go before him?
I have no idea. No idea.
That was crazy.
and
Gabriel,
again,
somewhat I can understand, but
I hate to bring up the word collusion, but if there was any kind of collusion going on, yeah, I would believe it a little more now. Because
first pitch
again,
grounded back to Freed, out number 1. Yeah, the Browns. The Browns. I don't know what they're trying to do, Brad.
the Browns aren't. But
What's
Browns
even more funny is if the most Browns thing ever, as Miles Straw comes up, you can just imagine how this reaction is going to go.
They're going to boo him.
Knowing the Browns, they will mess up both these two quarterbacks.
Yeah, I mean, you still have Watson on. You still have Watson on the team.
You still have Watson. I mean, obviously now I don't see how Kenny Pickett can keep a roster spot.
Not Watson. I don't think Watson's going back to them either.
What point is there in keeping Joe Flacco now? I mean, yeah, I guess you could have him as that veteran piece to
exactly.
coach
So
these guys
Watson,
up, but
so maybe they know something that we don't know. Obviously they do, but
well, we know Watson's out for the year. That we do know.
Watson's out. Flacco, you gotta have. Don't you have to have a veteran quarterback on your team at least with all those rookies?
Strike. Count 2-0. I thought that was a strike. Yeah, I mean, I guess you have to have Flacco for that case, but then obviously Kenny Pickett's the odd man out.
Yeah, but Ewers and Sanders, I think, were different situations altogether, though.
Yeah, right. I was surprised to see Ewers go to Miami, but I'm wondering if maybe they did that for the sake of Tua always being hurt.
Yeah,
but I'm wondering if that's why they made
Sanders did a lot of things also to kind of mess him up too.
Fouled off by Straw, count 2-2.
A lot of those tweets that he said and a lot of that stuff.
By the way, did you see that tweet from Dion back in 2018? About
there was
getting drafted by the Browns. If you ever get drafted by the Browns, you should pull an Eli and go back to
college. Yeah. That was a long time.
I wonder imagine if he made him do that here. That's a base hit for Straw out in the left field, just out of the outstretched hands of Anthony Volpe. I know what you're thinking, Vinny. I wouldn't put that on Volpe. That was
a hard hit ball.
That was a hard hit ball, and
obviously, but
looked like he stumbled a little bit too.
I don't even know if Omar Vizquel comes up with that one.
Just
he was
outside.
He was one of the best to do it. So
now remember, chat. Also, May 14th on Vinny's channel and on the Big Blue in the Bronx channel, we'll be live streaming a reaction to the NFL schedule when that comes out.
Oh, that should be
that fun. One gets away from Wells. Runner advances to second.
And no, I'm not going to Pittsburgh Jets, by the way, just so you know.
I mean, Luca's going to go, so it's okay.
Yeah,
Luca don't want to go. We're dragging him anyway.
Luca will be the Gangrene Chronicles rep. I'll be watching that one.
When Luca hops in later, we're gonna make sure he knows that. So
I'm gonna watch that on TV.
Well, we also got to see when that is because I can't confirm that I can.
It'll be Christmas. I guarantee.
If that's the case, then I can't go. And that's swung on a miss. Count 1.
It's gonna be it'll be like
2019. Remember they scheduled 3 days before Christmas.
Yeah, but it's not gonna be a prime because the Jets aren't gonna get many prime time.
Well, you never know. They could make that a Monday nighter because it is just.
Maybe it's our Thursday nighter. Who knows? Because everybody gets one of those.
I hate. Oh God! Don't put that thought into my head.
Well, everybody gets a Thursday night game. Everybody in the league gets a Thursday night game.
I know.
So. Oh, did you hear they're making everybody wear those?
They're going year by year
uniforms. I guess.
Every year, 2 divisions going to introduce rivalry uniforms.
Rivalry,
a City Connect.
Right.
Honestly, I don't know why they ditched the color rush. I like the color rush, and that's a fly ball center field, and it's off the glove of off of Bellinger.
What is going on?
Holds it third.
What is going on?
Excuse me.
I mean, he did have to slide for that ball, but
just off the heel.
They're counting that as a base hit, though. So because he had to slide, I think
thought it was an out.
Yeah, I mean, it went off the back of the glove. Actually, kind of hit off his hand.
Second.
So,
on a chilly day, that's.
It is a good thing that runner on second did not go to third, though.
Well, up to bat is Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Pickoff attempt, pickoff fake.
Not a good start for the Yankees.
No.
Fried is throwing way too many pitches right now. Too many pitches.
It's not good, like you said, with a doubleheader. You cannot afford to use that bullpen. So I think even if Fried continues to get into trouble, they're going to try to get everything they can out of him.
Yeah, and he doesn't look sharp today either. That's kind of. I still want to go back to that error, but you can't really say anything about that. It's the next inning now.
No.
You got to kind of shake that off.
Vlad swings and misses, aiming for the upper deck there. Count 1-1.
Ooh, that was a nice sinker. Nice sinker. You been playing any more MLB The Show there, Sean?
I gotta lie, I've been getting bored of it. That's swung on and miss. Count 1 and 2.
Oh, I still love that game.
Actually, I'm
telling you gotta play. Gotta play a little online.
I'm not an online guy.
It definitely makes it a little bit more because I can see how the season's getting.
You know what I've been doing, Vinny? I've been planning out a WWE Universe mode
2K5
story. Yeah,
I'm sure you got it all like written out and stuff.
I'm up to SummerSlam. Yes, I do write it out. You know what? It's easier to memorize.
That's true.
So yeah, I've already planned out up to SummerSlam, so I'm still working on that. Right. Thinking about possibly streaming that. We'll see.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Update in the Knicks game. They're up 40-28 with 4.5 left in the second quarter.
Okay. All right. Good.
1-2, and then got Straw caught up in a rundown from second to third. Oh, come on. And they tag Straw out. Cabrera comes all the way towards second to make the tag. That's 2 outs. Nice awareness from Max Fried there.
Run him back to second, yeah. So the guy. Oh well, you got to run him back to second there too. He did the runner on first did the right thing, taking second base. So
runner on second, 2 outs.
Once that runner goes over to third, you gotta keep a runner in scoring position if you're Toronto here. So
it'll be a 1-2 on Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
That was a 1-5-4-5.
That's a high fly ball into right center. Calling it is Judge, makes the catch to end the inning. We're doing an inning and a half in the Bronx. Yankees still trail 1-0.
So if you're scoring in your books, the 1-5-4-5 put out. That was a normal put out, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. I'll tell you the truth. I was thinking about pulling out the book today, but
yeah,
I'll save it. Yeah, Vinny, I'll tell you the truth. Actually, you were asking what I've been playing. Actually, I was playing college football yesterday.
Yeah, I kind of gave up on the football games. I'm not really. Football is kind of like.
I miss football.
I mean, obviously, I'm still thinking about Jets and stuff. But as far as like the league goes, I'm kind of taking a break.
Yeah, well, now that the draft is over, we really don't have anything else to look forward to.
Kind of taking a break from football a little bit.
Yeah, until we get closer to training camp.
Till we get closer to training camp.
Yes.
Get closer to training camp. Like I said, August. We'll look at because like I said, there's going to be a lot of stuff to be done between now and August.
The next exciting thing we get to look forward to, as I mentioned, will be the schedule release, which will happen about 3 weeks from now.
Schedule, yes.
Can
we play? 14th. Oh, ask the Twins if we can play the win-loss game.
Well, we're already going to kind of do that. We are planning schedule predictions, like what me and you were doing.
Okay, good.
So yeah, we already got a plan.
Because I'm always wrong with those, so it's good.
Yes.
Good to laugh.
It's gonna be the same crew as the night one of the draft, all 5 of us. So essentially, what we do, Vinny, is it's a vote where, like, let's say the matchup is, I don't know, Niners and Ravens. So it's a majority vote as to how we do the predictions. So
okay, so it's a group.
Basically, 3-2. Who if we can debate who wins those games. But if, let's say, me, you, and Luca think the Niners win, whereas Alex and Brian say no, the Ravens are going to win, well, it's a 3-2 vote.
Okay.
So we would pick the Niners in that spot.
Can I pick
versus Paul Goldschmidt?
Can I pick all the opponents of the Jets to win, and then the Jets lose?
You can, but obviously, I don't think you're winning that vote. I mean, if there's one thing I know,
if you look at the teams we're playing,
I will say this: if we can all agree on one thing, Steelers are going to still go 9-8.
I don't know about that.
They got to get that 500, Vinny. You know that. If they can go 500 with Kenny Pickett and friggin' Mitchell Trubisky, they can go 9-8 with these quarterbacks.
If Watt
Goldschmidt with
doesn't
a
play,
grounder to
maybe
first.
I don't know.
And Gosman touches first for out number 1.
Goldie coming in with a 364 average. Oh, swings at the first pitch.
So up to coming up to bat now is Jazz Chisholm. Definitely been off to a slow start, hitting just 172.
Very slow start.
And if you say he's not having a slow start because he's got 7 home runs, you're the problem.
Well, the OPS is good though. I mean,
the OPS is good. Nothing else is good though.
His on base plus slugging is good, but his average, and again, if you look at his expected batting average, which is more of a future, it's not very good either.
Mm-hmm.
So he hasn't really hit that many.
You're not wrong.
Good balls. So
first pitch to Chisholm in there for a strike count, 0-1.
Good old Jazz.
Nice crowd in the Bronx for this Saturday makeup game. The 0-1. Ground ball to first again. Once again, flips to Gosman for out number 2. Oh, boy.
That was off the end of the bat.
So up to bat now, Anthony Volpe. Vinny obviously being very harsh on Volpe. We'll see if he can step up here and do something. 202 average, 4 home runs, 15 RBIs, 696 OPS.
I mean, I hope he proves me wrong. I hope.
Oh, we all do. I mean, you can't,
But I just don't. I have no confidence that he's gonna break out of anything. Although, I don't know.
Well, I have this. Me and my family, we always had this saying: if 3 years in, you're still trying to figure out if he's good, that's in for a strike count 0-1.
Yeah, I mean, what are we in? Two and a quarter right now?
Yeah, just about.
Yeah.
So honestly, you ask me, this is the prove it year. If he doesn't prove anything, you have to start considering other options.
Yeah, you got to consider.
And look at Volpe with a base hit out in the left center.
All right, well,
get cut off in the alley. Volpe going for 2, fires to second, and it's a wide throw. And Anthony Volpe with a double. Vinny, keep doing what you're doing, please.
Exactly.
Keep doing what you're doing because it's worked all the way up since spring training.
I've been off on a lot of the predictions and the jinxes, so it's working in the right way now. So I guess, but still, it's one hit, but we'll see. Maybe this is
it's a good start.
The start of a good.
Maybe the start of a good run.
And listen, he hustles,
plays hard.
He plays hard.
Up the bat now, Wells, another player who needs to step it up. And that's a weak grounder to short. This should end the inning, and it does.
Yeah, the start that Wells got in on was, I don't know why he's now struggling now.
So at the end of 2, Blue Jays still lead 1-0. Right now, the Yankees bats just are nowhere to be found.
Yeah.
So with a
lot of that is Gosman too. So
with an update from the 3-1-3. It is 44-32 Knicks with 2.5 left in the half. Now 45-32. Trying to do our best. I'm trying to do my best to keep track of both.
Right.
Now, by the way, kind of getting back on the topic of NFL for a minute. Did you hear about the prank call Shedeur Sanders had?
I did.
Did you hear who it was?
No, I didn't hear who it was.
It was what's his I want to make sure I get his full name right so I don't butcher it.
Somebody that they knew or no?
Yeah, it was the Jeff Ulbrich, I think is his name. His son did it.
The same Jeff Ulbrich that coached us?
The one that
was our defensive coordinator that we
fired? I think. I want to be sure that's actually his name. I know it's something Ulbrich.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Jeff Ulbrich. His son was behind it because They use because the phone call that Shador got was his NFL only phone, which is required in the NFL.
Right.
So only NFL executives have that phone number. So
Right.
his son got a hold of it, and that would explain the prank phone call. Which I'm sorry. Look, say what you want about Shador. I've been a little more critical about him. Obviously, Vinny a little more sympathetic. That's not right. The prank call.
No, it's not. But being sympathetic towards him is only because I think it was unfair what the NFL, which I think they did to him. But I also don't think that he's totally honest in all this.
No, he's not
And his
completely
dad's not.
innocent either.
He's not innocent. I mean, he said a lot of things, and when you do that. But again, if you want to send a message, send it round 2. Like say, hey, you're not going in the first round.
Yeah.
You just cost the guy $30 million. Honestly, that's a $30 million deal right there that they
So to
cost.
bat now will be
So
Anthony Santander.
I don't.
And he's
I,
gonna
I
be
don't
making
think we
less in
should.
the NFL. He's gonna
Yeah.
be making 4.6 million, whereas in
Yep.
college he was making like 6.5.
Exactly. So
First pitch to Santander is in there
I
for a
say,
strike.
I say he goes to Ryan Day and goes, hey, I want to come back to college and play one more
Imagine.
year. Hey, listen, that's what
I mean,
I
how
would
does
say.
that work? He
Screw the
wouldn't be able to
Browns.
keep his number though, right?
I don't care. Doesn't matter. I don't think that would matter to him.
A ones and
I mean, it
twos,
might.
yeah.
I don't know, but I would say, hey, screw you, NFL. I want to go. I'm going back for another year.
Yeah.
And go under a different coach. Don't be coached by your dad. Go to Ryan Day and say, I want to play for
You
you.
should go to the UFL, and that's where the UFL begins. Where if you don't want to get screwed by the NFL, all the pros go to the UFL.
Yeah,
Imagine that.
I guess. Well, you pull a Steve Young
Yeah.
went to the Generals, or no, he was traded. I think he went from the Generals. What did he go from Tampa to the Generals and then to San Francisco, or was it the opposite?
Like that. Wow, a big strike 3 call. I don't know that I agree with that. That was way outside. And nonetheless, strikeout Fried went away.
Ooh, that didn't even cut any
That
of the
wasn't
plate
even
either.
close. By the way, Mets are up 6-0 on Washington.
The Mets are on fire, man. You got to admit.
Oh, you got to admit they kind of got screwed over
are.
Friday. Did you see that triple play?
Yeah, I did.
That was ridiculous.
Yeah, but the Mets are on fire, man. I mean,
that is launched to right field and deep. Aaron Judge will not be able to get to it. Will one hop the wall, and Springer is in with a double.
Springer.
And with one out in the inning, once again, Max Fried going to have to pitch out of the stretch.
Man. 47 pitches through 2 1/3.
Not ideal.
This is not good.
I think and you have Clark Schmidt going after this, which Clark Schmidt can give you some innings, but obviously just coming back from injury, I can't see him really going more than 5 or 6. So
Fried
really
was supposed to pitch yesterday,
bullpen.
right? Was Fried supposed to pitch yesterday?
Yes.
Okay.
Pitches lined up the middle, fielded by Volpe. Nice play there by Volpe for out number 1. Nice play by Springer just to get out of the way. So 2 down in the inning. Nice play by everybody there. Springer to get out of the way. Volpe with a nice play at short.
Yeah, if he gets hit there, he's out.
Yeah. Out either way. Up to bat now is Jimenez. Pitch is in there for a strike. Quick update around the minors. Rail Riders currently lead 4-2 on Charlotte. I was in attendance, watched them blow a 7-0 lead and lose to the White Sox AAA team yesterday. I'll give you some takeaways from that game a little later. The 0-1 is in there for a ball count, 1-1. In Double-A, the Somerset Patriots currently lead the Hartford Yard Goats, the Rockies Double-A team, by a score 2-1. LeMahieu, I know, is in a rehab assignment over there. I don't know that he's played any games yet. Hudson Valley Renegades lead Asheville by a score of 5-2. Swung on and missed by Jimenez. That would be the Astros High A team. And in Low A ball, the Tampa Tarpons currently trail the Toronto Blue Jays affiliate, the Dunedin Blue Jays. I think that's what they're called. 6-5. That game is in the top of the 8th. They're playing on the Tampa Bay backfield, where the Yankees. Which I wonder if the Tampa Bay Rays are out of town, why couldn't they let the Tampa Tarpons use the big field? Because the
I
Tampa Bay
don't know.
Rays are in Tampa Bay. Why can't you let them use the big field?
I don't know. No idea. No idea.
Which
By
I
the
was
way,
just,
is it bad for me to hope that LeMahieu gets back as soon as possible so that we can at least have a
I
little
hate
bit
to
of
say
a
it, he ain't gonna be that guy that saves this team.
yeah 6 for 9 in
Thank you,
his
Brad.
rehab assignment.
All
Thank you,
right,
Brad.
not bad. Thank you
See,
for that, Brad.
listen, I'll take him at third base
Defensively, look,
right
you can
now.
never go wrong with him on the field, but
I mean,
offensively,
if
what is
he's
he
gonna
bring?
hit, he's gonna probably bring more than a 202 average.
That could be debatable in itself. 2-2 pitch to Jimenez. Grounded foul.
LeMahieu's a proven commodity though. So, and I know he's on his way down, but
So 2-2 count on Jimenez. He has walked in his first at bat. Fried is already up to his 55th pitch of the day. It'll be a 2-2. Excuse me. The pitch. Grounded to first. Nice play by Goldschmidt. Flips to Fried to end the inning. We're through 2.5. Blue Jays still lead this one. 1-0. Yankees just one hit so far.
and I would right now take Arenado's 266, 3 home runs, 12 RBIs over what we got right now. His OPS is 814. So
yes, you're not wrong.
And again, a proven hitter and a way better fielder. So
reminder, stay tuned. After this game, we will be staying live. Vinny will swap out with Luca to do game 2 of this doubleheader. Vinny, I will say I may have to scratch tomorrow's stream. I forgot I got a doctor's appointment tomorrow.
Okay,
so
no problem.
I'm gonna rule out
do
tomorrow's stream.
Do what you got to do, man.
But we will be streaming again soon. Next stream on our channel, which also Vinny reminder too. We do have to get some WWE videos up.
Yes, we do.
We'll
we do.
figure that out as soon as we can.
We have a lot to talk about, my man. A lot to talk about.
Our next stream, actually, we could talk about in little segments here. But our next official WWE live stream will be May the 10th against, for WWE Backlash.
Yeah. Well, it wouldn't be pinstripes and pile drivers if we didn't throw a little wrestling.
Yes. And that show you'll see us react to Cena versus Orton and so much more. Vinny, what did you think of this week's Raw and SmackDown after Mania? I'd say that Raw after Mania had to be one of the best ever.
It was very good. I loved seeing
awesome.
Randy Orton just give Cena the RKO. It was
seeing Braun Breaker joining joining the Shield 2.0. That's what I'm going to call.
Everybody's saying it's going to be like Evolution 2.0. I don't think so. I think it's going to be more
Shield
like
2.0.
I think it's going to be more like the Dangerous Alliance 2.0. And that was an 80s.
I hate to break it to you, Vinny, but I don't think many people are going to know too much about it.
I know that was an 80s faction, but that
I feel mean telling you that, but
a very young and a lot more hair Paul Heyman at that time.
It's not the bad now, Jason Dominguez.
So,
and even SmackDown itself wasn't the greatest, but even SmackDown had its moments. Seeing Aleister Black come back, I was a little disappointed with that.
That was a good one. Who did he punk out in that? Who was
Miz?
Miz, good. That was good.
Pop fly in the left. Catch is made for out number 1.
When they want to bring somebody back,
by the way,
Miz
that
to do it all
main event should have been in WrestleMania.
Which one?
The main event of SmackDown. The triple threat between the 3 tag teams. That was match of the year candidate.
Dude. Oh my God, that was amazing.
That was an awesome match. Like, it's 3 teams that you could see young and hungry that were trying to prove that they should have been at WrestleMania.
And the Prophet, and as much as if you don't like the Prophets, man, the Prophets are good. They're a good tag team.
I think they're the best tag team right now, or one of the best anyway. I won't say the best.
Well,
by the way, shout out to the New Day
would say different.
Shout out to the fan, by the way. I'm an Usos guy. You know how I feel about New Day. But shout out to the fan who let Montez use his prosthetic leg.
Oh yes,
that was something else.
That was amazing.
And that's in there for a ball count 1-1. That was the moment of the night right there.
And that was not scripted, by the way. Just so you
No, it
know.
was not.
People
You
that
can't
say that
plan
wrestling
for
is all
that.
scripted. You can't plan a guy
No.
taking off his prosthetic leg, handing it to you, and then hitting some dude in the head.
Wow, a ball called there. This umpire, they say he's pitcher friendly. He has not exactly been.
Ooh, that was that was a strike.
Here.
I would be tapping if I'm a pitcher or a catcher. I'm tapping my helmet at that. Or
got to see that ABS in use yesterday in Scranton.
I want to see
2-1
ABS
pitch.
so bad. They need it.
I think we all do.
They need it.
You ask me, you look at some of the calls these umpires have made, and low key, I feel like in some ways they are sabotaging some of these games because they're so petty after the ABS thing. Because I mean,
that's not a good way to not want to implement ABS.
Yes,
it's going to make them want.
I mean, you look
to
at
do
what
it
happened
more.
Friday night to the Mets. You look at what happened to Judge in that whole home run or not situation. That's outside 3-2. I mean, I'm sorry, you can't convince me that these umpires are not being petty after this whole situation.
Yeah, I'm just I'm tired of the bad calls behind the plate. It's just,
I agree.
It's becoming
3-2.
really bad.
Inside,
and granted, I've never complained about balls and strikes as much as I've complained about them this year.
Well, you asked me, this is
only to Judge.
Their worst year I have ever seen.
Yeah, only to Judge, because Judge they still don't know how to call balls and strikes.
They don't.
Judge, so or they don't want.
But I think Judge was kind of banking on that a little bit in his first at bat.
Because everything was low. Gosman's pitching him low, so.
So once again, it'll be a 3-2 on Cabrera, hitting 277, and he works a walk.
All right. I'll take it.
It's a good at bat there.
I'll take that.
Then we go back to the top of the order. Ben Rice coming up to hit.
Just set it up for your leadoff hitter. There you go. Way to go, Oswaldo. That's what to do.
Rice struck out 0 for 1. Now, Vinny, I'll ask you this. Now, I think it's a pretty obvious answer, but my take on it, before I answer that, 50-43 Knicks lead at the half. Now, they say Stanton should be ready for June. He's already taken batting practice. You can't take Rice fully out of the lineup, though, can you?
No, just because he's still playing well.
And Stanton, I don't think you can ask Stanton to play day.
No, he's not going to be. Right? He's not going to be. He's not going to be fully ready, even when
he's not going to be an everyday guy.
No.
And you know what? I think Yankee fans can live with that for one thing, as that's swung on a miss, count 1-1. I think Yankee fans can live with that, knowing what he brings come October.
Good pitch on that splitter. Only 28 pitches for Gosman through 2 1/3.
Yeah. 1-1 outside, 2-1. In the bottom of the third, Blue Jays lead this one 1-0. Game 1 of a single admission doubleheader. Vinny, if you were at the stadium, when you had your season tickets, would you stick around for single admission doubleheaders, or was that too long of a day for you?
That was kind of too long of a day for me.
Outside 3-1. So you know me, I'd be loving every second of it. I'd be there. My only problem, Vinny, would be I'd finish my chicken bucket. I'd have to get a second, and that's not a cheap investment.
Right.
That's not a cheap investment, but
yeah.
You know me. I'd be loving every second of it. I'd be there for both games. That's swung on.
Yeah, I mean that would be a long day for me.
Yeah. Definitely a chilly day though. I mean, it is 55 degrees, but I know it is a little windy in the Bronx.
That was a pitch that Rice can handle. Should have swung a little too early on that one.
3-2 pitch to Rice. That's low ball 4. Runners on first and second with 1 out.
Walks.
Now bring up Judge.
Work walks to get to Aaron. That's it. That's what you got to do.
Happy birthday, or belated birthday, to Aaron Judge. Yesterday also marked 8 years since his first home run in his first at-bat. It's hard to think Aaron Judge is a veteran, Vinny. But it just goes to
he's definitely 33 years old.
Oh, I don't want to think about that yet.
Yeah, well, he came up late in his life,
Yeah.
Later than most. He was 25.
Yeah.
20, something
Yeah,
like that.
25. That's in for a ball count 1-0. I think in a situation like this, Gosman's going to do the exact same thing he did his first at bat. He's not going to give him anything to hit.
But if I'm Judge, I need to adjust though. If he throws a strike, you need to swing at it.
Yeah,
So,
I agree.
anything you see, especially fastballs.
The 1-0 swung on and missed at the pitch low. Count 1-1.
That was an over adjustment there, I think.
Just a little.
Yeah,
A little more than what you.
That one he shouldn't have swung at.
So it'll be a 1-1 to Aaron Judge. The pitch. That is a line drive into right field and deep, but not. And it is off the wall. I thought Springer had it. He did not. Cabrera holds it third.
Okay.
So the bases are loaded.
There we go.
Don't think anybody really got a good read on that.
Ooh.
The way Springer had himself look, that looked like he was going to catch it.
Yeah, that was actually a good play by Springer to make it look like he was catching that ball. Keep Oswaldo.
Give him credit. I don't know that I've ever seen that before. That white Bank of America wall, I think, threw everybody off. So bases loaded. Exit velo 108.7 on that.
Ooh, see Rice thought that. I think he thought Oswaldo was going to score on that.
So that'll bring up Cody Bellinger. Actually, this is perfect for Bellinger for the fact that if he needs to get out of his slump, this is the time to do it.
All we need is a fly ball. That's all we need. Just tie the
Judge and Vladdy Guerrero sharing a moment at first base, kind of chatting it up.
Yeah.
Michael K. always asks the question. I always wonder the same thing. What do you think they talk about?
I don't know.
They just talk about the play, or
just like, hey, what's up? That's probably.
If you're Aaron Judge, you got to be good neighborly friend. Like, hey, by the way, this is a good pizza spot, not too far.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm craving a good New York slice. I can't wait. I'll be in New York next weekend, guys. So I'm
there we go.
I'm looking forward to it. We're gonna have Danino's next Saturday night.
Good.
First pitch to Bellinger is low and away for a ball. Count 1-0. Be it Tommy's Tavern. Tommy's Tavern Friday night, celebrating my dad's birthday and my uncle's birthday.
There you go. Little Tommy's
Tavern. I always love that spot. Great sports bar on Staten Island. If you're in Staten Island, we're not paid to tell you that. We're just going to tell you that. Tommy's Tavern on Staten Island is the place.
Right.
They've got the best wings.
Right behind the Staten Island Mall.
Yes. And then I got to figure out my Sunday plans. Might go to the game Sunday afternoon.
There you go.
Wait and see there.
Right. Oh, come on.
It'll be a 1-1 to Bellinger. Right down the plate. Looked at it. Strike 2. Come on, Belly. You got to swing at that.
Yeah. I think his confidence is a little low.
I agree. But this is the chance to build it right back up. It'll be a 1-2 on Cody Bellinger. Popped up foul.
Oh, okay.
Fights that one off.
I guess he thought that one was closer than it was. So he took a wave at it.
It'll be a 1-2. Time called. Called by Bellinger.
Come on, Bellinger. Got to be a good hitter here.
Just get it into the outfield, like Vinny said.
Get it in the outfield.
Fly ball.
That's all we need. That's all we need. We don't need anything. We don't need a home run. We don't need nothing.
We'd like that, but we don't have to.
Yeah, well, yeah. Single would be good. Yeah.
It'll be a 1-2. Swung on and fouled.
Okay. All right.
Catcher could not hold on to it. Sun finally started to break through in the Bronx.
Oof. Ooh. That was close. Got away with one there.
In and out of the glove of Kurt. He just could not hold on to it.
Oh, man. Yep.
So the 1-2 again. Gosman deals. Outside 2-2. Nice job by Bellinger to lay off.
There you go.
Gosman's now up to 41 pitches. Still in pretty decent shape up to this point.
Come on,
It'll be a 2-2 count.
Square one up.
Gosman deals. Once again, Bellinger fouls one off. He's swung at a lot of pitches outside the zone, but he's been able to fight them off.
Square it up there. Square it up.
So once again, we'll do it at 2-2. Gausman sets, looks back at the runner and deals. High fly ball in the left. This should be deep enough. Catch is made. Cabrera heads home. He is safe, and that is a sac fly, and the Yankees have tied it at 1.
There you go.
Nice base running there. You got to give credit to the left fielder. That was a good throw.
Yep. All right. Tied it at 1. We got the run back, so there you go.
We'll take that. So with 2 outs, I'll bring up Paul Goldschmidt.
Goldie.
Very a little slow getting off third base there. But he gets in nonetheless. So we're all knotted up at 1. Pitch to Goldschmidt. Outside. 1-0. 94 in the sinker. I think he's throwing harder on his sinker than he is his fastball.
Yeah. There we go. Come on, Goldie.
It'll be a 1-0 on Goldie. Gausman looks back at Judge. Sets and deals. Inside 2-0. Almost got Goldschmidt. Yankee Stadium back in full sunlight. You love to see that on a Sunday afternoon. Nice crowd on hand for this doubleheader. A lot of these people, I'm sure, trying to go to yesterday's game. Pickoff attempt to Judge, not in time. I'm sorry, Ben Rice. That is not Judge. With runners in scoring position, Paul Goldschmidt has 429 average and 8 RBIs.
Let's go, Goldie. Yeah, he's got a good season. The power numbers aren't there yet, but when it gets warm, I think
he's done more than Yankee fans expected.
Right.
There were a lot of people that weren't
more than who expected, not me.
No, but most Yankee fans are saying that's in their first strike.
Good thing I'm not.
Yankee fans did not. Yeah, but also, I mean, that's been the one prediction you've gotten right. But
exactly
your other predictions,
that's okay. That's okay. I know. But I think he. Right as of right now, he's done more than what Rizzo did last year.
Yes, that is also true. The 2-1 inside.
The power numbers aren't there, but
come on,
as it gets warmer, I think it'll get better.
So Gausman has thrown 29 pitches. That is more than the first 2 innings combined. Where in the first he threw 12, the second he threw 6.
Well, you got to make him work. That's it. Now he's up there and pitches just like Fried is right now.
The 3-1. Fouled off to count full 3-2. On deck is Chisholm, so you'd like to see Goldschmidt get a base hit here and put them ahead. Rice on second, Judge on first.
Yeah, I'm not very confident of Chisholm hitting
me neither.
In the next inning either. So
it'll be a 3-2. Inside ball 4, and now we'll bring up Chisholm with the bases loaded.
All right. Work to walk. There we go. All right. I'll take it, Goldie.
Take it. Now you just hope Chisholm can get out of his own way here. He needs to be patient because Gausman has been having a hard time finding the strike zone here. So warming up in the bullpen is Schultz for the Blue Jays. So I think they're preparing for the disaster here. Here's the pitch inside, count 1-0. Good take by Chisholm.
That's take it until he throws a strike, man.
That's what I would do.
Take it until he throws a strike. Yep. Yeah, he's having a hard time finding the plate right now. $50 pitches.
Third, Judge at second, Goldschmidt at first. 50 pitches for Gausman. 1-0. Good take there. Count 2-0. I think that's what the hitting coach had to tell him in the batter.
Yeah, just keep taking until he throws a strike. There you go.
Yeah,
see? That's what you got to do.
It'll be a 2-0. Gausman deals. Outside 3-0. Snap throw to the third. Not in time. So 3-0 on Chisholm. Chisholm better not swing at anything.
Yeah, he needs to not swing at anything here at all. Trying to catch Ben Rice sleeping at third base there a little bit.
So it'll be a 3-0. Gosman sets and deals. The pitch to Chisholm. Outside, ball 4. That will walk in a run.
There we go.
And the Yankees have taken a 2-1 lead. Great discipline there by
There you
Chisholm.
go.
We'll give him that.
That's it. It's an RBI, I believe.
Yes, it is.
So there you go. It's the easiest way to get an RBI.
Rice scores. They keep Gosman in, so Volpe's got to do the exact same thing. Take till he gets a strike.
Yeah, that's right.
He had a double in the second.
I don't know if he can keep from swinging. Volpe's just kind of a swinging fool.
So is Chisholm though. So
yeah, I know, but for some reason I don't know. I'm down on Volpe. Can you tell?
Just a little.
Yeah.
Oh, he fouls one off there, but that was a strike. So
well, at least he's swinging at strikes. Okay. All right. That was an 86 mile an hour splitter.
0-1 count on Volpe. Yankees have taken a 2-1 lead. The pitch in there for a strike count 0-2.
And then he doesn't swing at that. Oh my God. Come on.
Oh boy. All right.
He's mixed up right now. I don't know what I mean, I know he got a hit the last time, but
well, let's see what he does here.
I would have thought he would have swung at that one and not the splitter, but it's fine.
Good take there. Count 1-2. 96 on that fastball. That was an angry fastball.
Yeah, there you go. Good thing he didn't swing at that.
It'll be a 1-2. Volpe. Gosman deals. Pop foul.
Is it me or is he just throwing nothing but fastballs except for that first pitch?
I think that's the only pitch he has confidence in right now.
Because he's just giving him fastball after fastball after fastball.
Which you hope Volpe can do something with. 1-2 pitch. Gosman deals. Inside, almost got Volpe. Come on, Volpe, you got to take one for the team there.
Yeah, be like Rizzo, man. Rizzo,
yeah, exactly. Rizzo, that poor man.
Rizzo would have just stepped into that one.
So 2-2. The pitch. Inside 3-2. Oh boy. Big spot here. Gosman's on over 40 pitches in this inning.
Oof. There we go. Doesn't have any confidence in that splitter. He can't right now.
No.
I would think that
3-2, bases loaded.
I would think
outs.
this is a fastball right here.
The pitch.
Definitely.
Volpe fouls it off, and you are right. That was a fastball.
So let's see what
Volpe
the next
fights
pitch
it
is.
off.
And again, I don't know, man. He's not throwing anything but fastballs here.
Yeah, that's the only thing he can throw a strike.
Yeah. And Volpe has to time it better, man. He's getting fastballs.
He's got that middle wide open there. Base it up the middle. Come on. Fouled off again. Another fastball. He's right there. 43 pitches this inning, so I can't see how Gosman goes any further.
Hey, he's fighting him off. That's okay. I'll take it.
It works. I mean, we have the lead. Like to see it. Like I said, they're playing a normal defense, so if you hit one up the middle, that's at least 2.
Yeah.
Bases loaded. 2 outs. The 3-2. Inside ball 4. He walks in a run. It's 3-1 Yankees.
Yeah. See, I think that was a great at bat.
I don't know how Toronto can keep him in.
That was a great at bat by Volpe. Great at bat.
5 walks in the inning.
And I believe we're going to get we
got
to get a mound visit here, definitely, I think.
Nothing.
I think Mattingly's telling him, hey, you need to send somebody out there for sure.
Schultz still warming up in the pen, but nothing yet.
Mattingly
talking
to
5 starts, he has 6 walks. In this inning, he has 5 walks.
He's not throwing strikes, period.
No. Anything other than a fastball has been nowhere near the zone.
Yeah, they're sending the catcher out there for that. So I think
well, and what we've talked about the Yankees goes same for Toronto. These guys need to eat innings because in a doubleheader, you need to conserve that bullpen as much as possible. Yankees, of course, not having the off day tomorrow, definitely that means a lot more for them as they go to Baltimore. That
You think
travel
Wells is
day.
thinking? You think Wells is thinking fastball here?
I wonder if fastball right down the middle gets fouled off.
Yeah. See, they got to be. I mean, you got to be ready for the fastball. How are you late on that?
Now,
Ugh,
the one thing that does benefit Toronto is they do have an off day tomorrow,
right.
and they go back home. They play Boston on Tuesday.
Yeah.
But the Yankees, of course, like I said, they go to Baltimore tomorrow night. That's in their first strike on another fastball, count 0-2.
How do you let that go?
I don't think Wells does not agree with the call, but that
was a strike. But how do you let it go? I mean, he's throwing fastballs, man. Come on, he's not throwing you anything else. Nothing else. Come on.
Oh boy,
He can't throw it. He's not getting anything over.
No, he's not.
Fastball.
You think he tries to trick him with something else?
And they're well, no. He can't throw anything over.
The 0-2 on Wells fouled off, and it was another fastball.
Yeah, and they keep fouling off the fastball, which leads me to believe they're thinking splitter for some reason because they're late.
I just don't think they can because they're not. He's not leaving it right over the plate.
No, he's not.
He is painting the corners.
I don't know. It's not like he's throwing the splitter over for strikes.
0-2 count.
If he gets any
check
splitters
swing,
here,
did he go? No, he didn't. Oh,
if he gets,
that was a splitter.
He fooled him. He fooled him there because he's thinking fastball.
I thought he went there. He was replay.
All right.
Oh, maybe he didn't go. Good call by the third base umpire.
The best thing Wells can do is just lay off the splitter
in the dirt
and just
for another splitter.
Yeah, lay off the splitter, swing at the fastball. There you go.
So it is 2-2.
You lay off anything like that.
Long third inning.
He's throwing 67 pitches. Holy crap!
And almost 50 in this inning. That's low again. 3-2.
But they're fighting. The Yankees, I like the fight. The Yankees are
50 pitches in this inning. That is a career high for Gausman.
Yeah.
Dominguez on deck.
I don't think we see him come out for the.
I don't see how we can keep. I don't see how they could keep him in now.
Yeah.
3-2. Fouled off.
Yeah, good fight. The Yankees are fighting it off.
Do we have any clue what time this inning started? This had to be about 25 minutes ago, right? Like,
yeah, this is This has to be demoralizing for Toronto right now. Seeing 2 walks walk in, a sac fly, and 2 walks walk in, 2 runs on top of that.
Oh, that was ball 4. Come on now, Wells. That was fouled off, but still.
He's got to get a fastball here.
And he did.
Yeah.
That was pitch number 70.
And again, I don't think Gausman's throwing anything else but fastballs the rest of this at bat. I just don't think so.
This has been one of the most wild innings we have called so far.
Yeah. Because you have a pitcher that
Wells drills one deep right field. This one's got a chance. That ball is off the wall. 2 runs will score, maybe 3.
Fastball.
Chisholm scores. That is a bases
terrible call.
Double. 6-1 Yankees. Great
terrible call by
Wells.
Terrible call by the manager of the Blue Jays not bringing in the relief pitcher. That's
right down the plate.
Sean, in that at bat, if you're hitting right there, what are you looking for?
Fastball.
Exactly. And what does he give him right over the plate? A fastball. Why would you not take Gausman out before it gets like this? It got worse.
He missed the home run by a matter of.
Well, he hit it to
right off the wall, and they do finally take Gausman out.
He hit it to a pretty deep part of the ballpark, though.
Yes, he did. But Jenny, Little League Park.
Yeah, Little League Park.
So we go to commercial. It is now 6-1.
One hitter. I believe that was a few pitches too late.
The Yankees have 6 runs on 3 hits. What does that tell you?
Credit. Well, you gotta credit the Yankees for fighting, but you also gotta say that Gausman lost.
Discipline.
Gausman lost.
Well, that's where I say the discipline was huge right here, because you just sent up the last 3 hitters. You just sent up guys that have had horrible discipline all year, all either work walks or get base hits.
Right.
So
And I would
credit
even
to the Yankees.
Bellinger kind of swung at one that would,
Yeah,
I don't know.
Bellinger
Bellinger could have been a little more
Bellinger's at
patient,
bat was a little ugly, but he made it work.
but he made it work with the sack fly. But you can't. I can't nitpick on that one. But
No, but hey,
so with a two out rally for sure. Like this was.
yeah,
I mean, I know the manager's thinking, oh, there's 2 outs. He had 2 strikes on those hitters, but he can't throw anything else.
No, he can't.
Because every time he went to the splitter, he threw a ball. I think he
Yeah,
only had
he was
one
just
splitter
lucky enough
go.
that Wells was fouling them off, but yeah, he wasn't.
And then
throwing them in the zone.
Wells finally timed him up right and caught up to one. So, yeah, I think, Gosman lost it in that inning.
Which is weird because the first 2 innings he was solid. So
we have an ejection.
We have an ejection?
Yeah, I think we have an ejection coming up.
Where do you? Schultz is in now. What do you say ejection?
I think he was yapping from the dugout.
John Snyder's out having a conversation with the home plate umpire, but nothing really more than that.
I think he was yapping at the first base umpire for the check swing call, or maybe the third base umpire for the check swing call. Sorry.
Well, it was a ball. He did not go. It was close, but.
Or was it the home plate? Oh, the home plate umpire threw him out. It looks like.
Here's the pitch, up and away.
Yeah, he was yapping as he went into the clubhouse.
Gosman was yapping.
Yeah, Gosman was.
That's who got thrown out.
They threw him out. Yeah, I said there was an ejection. They ejected him. Yeah.
So 1-0.
And then he stumbled.
Yeah, you saw that. I didn't want to be that guy. That's no. That's a bad day at the stadium.
That is a bad day at the stadium.
So Paxton Schultz this season, 4 1/3, no walks, 8 strikeouts.
How bad is it? How bad is it when you start yapping at the umpire and then because you had a bad outing, and then you stumble, then you get ejected?
That's a bad day. I'd be on my flight to Toronto immediately. I wouldn't even wait.
I'm showering and going home.
That's in for a strike.
And it doesn't look like Schultz is any better right now. Although
I just threw a nice cutter there for a strike.
Yeah.
It'll be a 2-1 to the Martian. Schultz looks back, staring at Wells. Deals outside 3-1. So you might be right, Vinny.
Wouldn't it be funny if he walked here?
Oh God, Toronto fans got to be losing their minds.
I know they got to be losing their minds right now. I would be. If this was the Yankees, I'd be like, "What the hell's going on?"
Oh, forget it. Maybe Brad would get his wish about a 3-1 is upstairs. Ball 4, bases loaded once again.
So here's another situation where
they've officially batted around.
Well, if I'm Cabrera, I'm not swinging at a pitch until he throws me a strike. Because
I agree.
He's not. This guy's not sharp either.
So here comes Cabrera. He walked earlier in the inning. That was his first at bat. Would eventually score.
Schultz throwing a lot of cutters though. That's.
First pitch is outside, 1-0.
We need to get hits though. We need hits.
We need hits, but you know what?
I'll take.
If the guys are going to keep pitching like this, then
yeah, well, of course. And there's a ball for the first pitch.
It'll be a 1-0, right down the middle for a strike.
We're looking at the patient. We're looking at the patient Yankees today.
Yes, which is good because, like I said,
that one was right down the middle.
Troubles. So in the Mets Nationals game, real quick after this pitch, 1-1 is ball 2-1. Luis Garcia Jr. made a nice running grab out in the center, but unfortunately, because the center fielder stumbled, he took a cleat to the family jewels.
Ooh, ouch.
Yeah, he did not get up for a couple minutes.
Yeah, that's got to be
2-1.
Ooh, that'll ring the bell for sure.
Yeah, that's a reminder. Whether you play Little League, high school, college, pros, wear a cup. You won't regret it. So Paul O'Neill confirmed this inning is over a half hour long.
So you got to be concerned. They were just talking about it with Freeds
Outside 3 and 2.
having to sit
That
this long.
too.
Yeah. There's the ball.
Count is full on Cabrera. The 3-2. Schultz deals. Ground ball to the first baseman, and this inning will finally come to an end. But not before the Yankees score 6.
There we go.
It's 6-1 Yankees. We go to the top of the 4th in the Bronx.
There we go. Okay.
That was a very long inning.
Very long inning. But we scored.
We scored 6.
Scored 6.
Vinny, would you like to do a nice out-of-town scoreboard for us?
Oh, yeah, sure. I'm hoping that it's up to date.
I'm using MLB.com. Everything's usually pretty good with them.
Let me refresh here.
Well, I'll get you started.
Top of the 5th. Is that what you got? Top of the 5th. New York Mets lead Washington 6-1.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And top of the 5th, we have Boston leading Cleveland 3-0.
Oh.
Bottom 5 in Detroit. Detroit leads Baltimore 2-0. Bottom 5 in Minnesota.
In that Boston game, they just went up 4-0 RBI base hit.
Yeah, it looks like they had bases loaded in that.
Yeah, runners on first and third now.
Okay. Bottom 5th, looks like Minnesota's leading in Minnesota against the Angels. And top of the 3rd, no score in Kansas City. And then
I got 3-0 Astros.
Do you? I have top 3, no score.
Yeah, I got 3-0 Houston.
Okay. Bottom 2, Milwaukee leads St. Louis 3-0. And Cincinnati, Colorado just getting started, top of the 1st. Texas at San Francisco at 4:05. Chicago White Sox at Sacramento at 4:05. Pittsburgh at the Dodgers at 4:10. Tampa Bay at San Diego at 4:10. Atlanta at Arizona at 4:10. Miami at Seattle at 4:10. And your Sunday night game, Philadelphia Phillies at the Chicago Cubs.
I'm going to say this about the Phillies because obviously being that I live in a Philly market, the fans up here have already had enough. Like
yeah, they saw
Philly
bad.
Fans are already calling for guys to be traded.
Well, they saw horrible basketball this year. They won a Super Bowl.
I was going to say that I've had a few Philly fans talk about how they think they sold their soul for the Eagles to win that Super Bowl at the expense of everybody else.
That basketball team is just junk right now.
Yeah,
basketball team and their baseball team
same thing.
Better. Hockey, Bob, I can't say anything because the Rangers weren't.
Yeah, but they were still better. The Rangers were still better.
Yeah, but
Philly. So here comes Max Fried after a little over a half-hour break.
55 pitches. Let's see if
strike.
Maybe Fried will have a very economical 4th here to.
I hope so.
That's a good start. It's one thing that Fried does not do is walk guys.
Did you see last night Eugenio Suarez with the 19th ever 4
home runs for Eugenio?
That is more rare than a perfect game.
They got rid of him in Seattle so quick.
Mm-hmm.
And to think that the guy went out and I don't know, he's just mashing the ball right now.
1-2 count. Yeah, that was incredible. And that's not even to discredit the Braves because actually after that horrible start Atlanta had, they were on a 12-7 run so far.
Yeah, see, all those Met fans are saying, "Oh, Atlanta's done. Atlanta's done." Atlanta's not done.
Fouled off. Well, to be fair, I'm telling you this, Vinny, because I know a few Mets fans.
Mm-hmm.
Mets fans, after sweeping Philly, already crowned themselves World Series champions.
Oh no, I know they did. Well, the Phillies already said. Like I was watching the NBC, YouTube from them, and they were saying
that's a high fly ball in the deep left field. This one's got a chance. That's foul.
Philly fans were like, they beat us in the playoffs.
Oh, the kid dropped the foul ball. No,
and they beat us, and they swept us. When they swept us, they're a better team right now. Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, well, I heard that NBC Philly went off on the Phillies.
Well, yeah, they did. They did. I mean, they have Ricky Batalico and some other players on there. So
Yeah.
They're just not. They're not happy with that product right now. But
No.
again, it's still.
It's
I
still
still
April.
consider it early. It's still April, man.
Yeah, but you know what? Getting swept by a rival like that's not okay.
Yeah, but how many more times do you got playing them, man? You could. How many times have we been swept
remember
by
that's
Boston?
limited now. Remember, you only play each other 13 times a year
Yeah, but
now.
how many times have we got swept by Boston and then, second half we're sweeping them?
That's a high fly ball in the left. Dominguez will play it on a hop. That is a single for Ernie Clement. Well, that's kind of why I like the way that with this new schedule, we have not had to play Boston until at least June.
Again, by the way, not a very hard hit ball.
No.
So Fried's
and
not
actually
giving
that
up
wasn't
hard.
even really a strike. That was more out of.
Fried's not really giving up a lot of hard hit balls right now. So
off the bat now is Clase. He's 0 for 1.
Although that foul ball was pretty hard. So
first pitch is in there for a strike. Clase, the 27th man today for Toronto, which is weird. Normally, when you bring in a 27th guy, they usually bring up a pitcher, but
yeah,
who knows? Maybe the Buffalo Bisons could have used a lot of pitchers over the last couple of days. I'm serious. That's what it really could be.
Yeah,
that's up and in.
Yeah, could be.
1-1. Well, either that or the Bison could be on the road too, so that could also.
That ball got away from him, didn't it?
I could take a look.
Yeah.
Let's get a look at the AAA scoreboard.
AAA.
That's swung on and missed. Count 1 and 2. Good pitch there by Max Fried. To answer that question, the Buffalo Bison, they are home. They are taking on Rochester.
Rochester.
Jalen Brunson has left the game with an injury.
Oh, no.
Said he left, and now we're losing by 4.
Yeah.
Grounded to Cabrera, fires to first for the out. No.
That's why I'm not. Yep. Yeah, Brunson being out and then down by 4, that's not good.
Another prank call was issued. Tyler Warren was prank called.
Oh.
So Jazz Chisholm won his appeal. He will no longer have to face the 1-game suspension.
1-game suspension.
You ask me, the umpire should be suspended, but
Yeah. Here's old friend Miles Straw.
First pitch is low for a ball. I'm watching what happened to Brunson.
Did it look bad or? Well, if he's taken out of the game, it's got to be bad.
Sorry, no copyright.
No, it's okay. If he's taken it, because if he didn't
they
fight,
said he was injured by Schroeder. Him and Schroeder were just kind of fighting for the ball, and that's when he went to the ground. I can't. It looked like he got tripped up, but this is obviously not looking at. This is like a live look type of thing. It's not
is it an ankle or?
It's his ankle.
His ankle. Yeah.
And that's the second time that ankle has been roughed up this series.
Yeah.
Weak grounder to third. Cabrera fires to first for out number 2. Oh my goodness, we can't have anything as Knicks fans.
No. That's why this is. I didn't want to play Detroit in the first round, so. But we'll see.
Cade Cunningham is going off right now.
Yeah, that's another reason I didn't want to play Detroit, because he's very good.
Well, you ask me. Me and Luca, I think, are in agreement. Thibodeau's got to be fired after this year.
Yeah, if they don't make a run in the playoffs here, they're gonna. If they go out in the first round.
Well, because honestly, you ask me, that's outside for a ball. A lot of these injuries you can argue is caused by Thibodeau, just for the fact that he's having his guys every single night playing the full game. I get it. It's a different, back then that was the norm, but, you see what it did to us last year, and it's like he didn't learn a thing. I mean, there were times that we were up by like 30, 40 points in the fourth quarter, and he's still making them play.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you have to question game 2. I don't think we should have ever lost, but, he wouldn't play campaign.
Yeah. Well, I
1-1
think
count. Bichette lines it foul.
Campaign is going to get a lot of run now. Plus,
now they're not going to have a choice but to play.
Plus, what's his name is going to get some run too. Not McBride.
A lot of Knicks fans are claiming
McBride
injured Brunson here. So
Well,
I think
Schroeder's been known. Schroeder's been known to be a little bit of a dirty player too. So
time called by Freed. I know we kind of turned this into a Knicks thing, but that's oh boy.
let's just see what's going on with Brunson. It could be, you know,
You think he goes on a? He comes out. So at the end of the three, it's
like Willis
71-64.
Reed.
What's sad is I will
treatment.
put money on it that Detroit probably cheered because that's how they've been this series. That's a high fly ball on the right. Judge makes.
Well, they've been every time Brunson gets the ball, they boo him. What's that about, by the way?
Well, because they all think he's a flopper type of.
Oh, well, there aren't floppers in the NBA.
There's many worse than Brunson.
I mean, I remember a guy by the name of Floppy Divac that Shaq used to call him.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of floppers in the NBA. It's, you know, whatever. And I don't think Brunson does it like as much or as obvious as a lot of players do.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Well, I'm reading what Knicks fans have to say, and it's a very common theme that Schroeder was the one who did it. And of course, the NBA won't do anything about it, but, you know.
Well, I'll have to take a look at it later and see.
Well, we'll try to keep an eye on that as closely as possible. I'm sick to my stomach right now after reading that.
That's why I don't watch. That's why I can't watch the Knicks, man, because I get all crazy about it.
Well, last year that Philly series was like a championship to me because obviously where I live, that had a lot of meaning to me. But
gotta go game to game.
We'll keep an eye on that. We'll hear more from that from Luca when he hops in later.
Yeah.
So it is bottom four, 6-1 Yankees still leading. I'll be honest, I don't recall much from that top half after what happened, but
yeah. It was quite a quick inning after the.
It was a good inning for Freed when you consider it.
For Freed.
So update on DJ LeMahieu as the Yes Network shows he is 6 for 10 down in Somerset with a double, a home run, and 3 RBIs. I was upset though. I wanted to see him in Scranton. I was hoping we would have gotten the chance yesterday, but Somerset being obviously a lot closer than Scranton Wilkes-Barre's first pitch.
You got to know DJ wants to get back, man. He wants to get back.
Oh, I know he does. I don't doubt his heart. It's just a matter of how long until his body quits on him again.
Yeah, you know.
0-1. Up and away. Count 1-1.
Luis Heel starting his throwing program today, so that's a good sign.
I'd assume you have to be back, end of May, early June?
Yeah. I see him on the...
That's in for a strike.
Seeing him on the bench right now.
They're showing what he was doing at about 11 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, there you go. Yep. Hey, at least he's throwing, man. It's
a start.
That's a start.
1-2. Popped up way up there in the infield. Called by the third baseman. Can he get it? The wind is taking it, and he makes a diving catch. Wow. That gives you a little example of how the wind...
Yeah, the wind is blowing big time.
Wow, he had to run all the way to the pitcher's mound. Okay, so with the replay, you can see he lost it in the sun, too. That didn't help.
Yeah, the sun popped up. None of them wearing glasses because they didn't think the sun was going to be out, I think.
Well, they said cloudy all day, so... Yeah. I mean, that's why you can't trust the weathermen.
I think he picked that up like last minute.
Here's the pitch to Judge.
Good thing he was close enough to make that play.
Yeah.
Well, not for us, not a good thing.
No, but you know, and for the sake of, you know, injuries and
Yes.
I agree, Vinny.
Let's go, Judge. Come on. Let's get a
0-1. Let's give some New York fans some hope right now, because right now we're a little down. He swings at the cutter.
Yeah, the Knicks are in a little bit of trouble here. Oof. Don't see him miss those quite often.
No, that was right there. I think he thought that. I think he was fooled on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that or he's
14.
just trying to do too much with it.
400. Somebody, what did you think? Somebody called the Michael K show and said, "What do you think? Judge can Judge hit 360 this year?"
And what did K have to say?
He said, I don't know about that. I wouldn't count on it because he's got a lot of, he's got a slump in him eventually.
Well, yeah, I mean that's the hard part about baseball seasons. We can rip on a Volpe or
It's so
rip
early
on
too. It's
a
early.
Bellinger, but not even that it's early. Everybody's gonna have a slump at some point.
Right.
That's
Everybody
just the
slumps.
reality of it.
Yeah.
Is Judge bloops one in the right center for a base hit.
Yeah, everything's fallen for Judge right now, it seems like too. Look at that. Nice base hit for him.
You know what the scary part is though is he's getting hot now, but you look at that May schedule.
Yeah.
That May schedule is tough.
Right.
I mean, we were looking through it before when we were planning out our streams. Obviously, they got a West Coast trip towards the end of the month. Let me pull up the calendar so I don't sound completely stupid. If I can find it. Here's the pitch to Bellinger. Popped up.
First pitch swinging. What
in foul territory. Once again, the third baseman, Ernie Clement, makes the catch.
I mean, that was a strike, but
that was a strike. So you look at the month of May. I'll just give you a rundown. They get obviously they get Baltimore to end the month of
which doesn't have a very good pitching staff, by the way.
In Baltimore.
And he hits them hard, by the way.
First pitch to Goldschmidt.
I don't think he has a problem with Baltimore in general. The team might, but I don't think he does. I don't think he does.
So then they get a 6-game homestand. They get Tampa Bay and San Diego. You know those will be two tough teams.
Yeah, San Diego will be tough.
They get 2 West Coast trips next month. They go to Sacramento and then Seattle for 6.
Seattle's got a tough pitching staff. I know they're not playing too bad actually. So not now. So.
Actually, Vinny, would you like to do one of those Seattle games, sir? Those are late though. Those are late. Those are all 9:40 start time.
Yeah, if I'll have to take an old man. I'll have to take an old man nap during the day, but
we'll think about that. Because I know Vinny, that's like your Subway series.
Yeah.
As Goldschmidt swings at a pitch way outside to end the inning.
And if you look at it, let's see.
We'll go top 5.
I will look at the standings now since we're over 25 games.
Well, let me finish up our roundup of the schedule. So they get Tampa Bay and San Diego home for the 6-game homestand. Then they go to Sacramento and Seattle for 6. Then they get the Mets for 3. Obviously, we all know what's at stake for that series. Then they get the off day. Then they get Texas at home for 3, which Texas actually looked pretty good up to this point.
I'm going to talk to you about that.
Well, from what I've seen, I haven't watched them. From what I understand, they
minus 14 run differential right now.
But aren't
Seattle
they first
has
in
a
their
plus
division?
14, tied for first in their division.
Okay.
With the Seattle Mariners.
Yes.
Even though they got out to the bad start. That's why I say
pitching has been their big thing.
And pitching is going to be their big thing all year.
Yes.
Pitching is going to be their big thing all year.
So they get Texas for 3, and then they round out the month going to Colorado, which that's a trap series. They go to Anaheim, another trap series, and then they go to Dodger Stadium to round out the month. So
and the Dodgers haven't been great.
No, but they got a month until they see us, and that's obviously we all know what's.
I'm more scared of the Mets than I am right now of the Dodgers.
I agree.
19-8 Mets, a plus 37 run differential.
Well, and we all know that's their World Series.
12-1 at home.
We all know that's their World Series. So
they're 12-1 at home.
Best.
So
expect their best. Well, that's in the Bronx. That first
7-7. Well, I don't know.
It's a home away from home.
The road. Yeah,
that's what I say. Like when the Yankees go to Citi Field, it's home away from home. You sleep in your own bed, you just drive into another.
But the Dodgers not in first place in their division. San Francisco.
No, but San Francisco and San Diego have been red hot to start the year.
Yeah. San Diego plus 25 run differential. San Francisco plus 27, and the Dodgers only at a plus 9.
Yeah,
6 and 7 away from home.
Yeah, when Roki Sasaki has not worked out the way they had
No.
hoped.
He's still young though. I think he's just getting
It's
used
still
to
early too, like
Yeah,
you've said.
he's still young.
The 1-0 to Vladdy in their first strike.
And by the way, the White Sox are 7-20.
Yes.
Just to let you know, 3-7 in their last 10.
I think that's the worst record in baseball, actually.
No,
I'm sorry.
it's-
Colorado is at 4
Colorado's 4-22.
And that's why we got an argument.
Uh-oh.
He didn't.
Throw him out.
Snyder did not like the call. That was a strike. I don't know
Throw
what
him
he
out.
was arguing.
Throw him. He's going to throw him out.
He's going to give him his chance to air out his grievances. Now,
Well,
keep in
he's gonna
mind,
say-
Snyder, you got to deal with him game 2 also. So
Yeah, exactly. No, he pointed out. No, throw him out.
just having a civil conversation. The only difference is
Pointing at him,
Snyder's
though.
face is as red as can be.
I don't think he's going to take that.
He let it go. I give credit
Wow.
to that home plate umpire. That's impressive to have that kind of resistance or will to not throw him out here. But yeah, that's why I call that Colorado series a trap series, because they got the worst record in baseball. But Michael K is right. He did throw him out. Okay, he threw him out before he.
I was going to say, he probably threw him
He
out.
threw him out beforehand.
You
Okay.
can't argue with strikes at all. That's kind of one of those things. He said a
1-1
magic word,
pitch.
and then he got his
Oh, okay, all right. That was a bad call.
Yeah.
And now Vladdy's arguing. Now Vladdy steps away.
that was
a bad call. They say he's pitcher friendly. As of he wasn't. The first couple innings he was more hitter friendly. Right now,
The problem is now you cause hitters to swing at bad pitches now, because you don't know what's a strike and what's a ball.
1-2 is outside, 2-2.
So you're
Well, that's where you got to. That's where you got to learn to protect the plate. You have an umpire that's not going to give you the call.
Yeah, well, that's why we're going to have ABS next year, I think.
Oh, I hope you're right.
Or maybe, who knows? Maybe after the All-Star. Well, they can't implement it.
Call, look at strike. Now that was a strike. You cannot argue that. That was a strike. Vladdy obviously does not like it.
Yeah, that was a strike. That hit the corner, but Vladdy doesn't like it.
Vladdy don't like nothing, but
yeah, well,
that was a strike. So 2 down in the inning.
Is Don Mattingly taking over this game right now for the Toronto Blue Jays?
I don't know. Is he their bench coach?
I don't know.
Would have to be.
Donnie Baseball.
First pitch to Santander is outside.
Oh, such a.
We're not even
bad
halfway
seeing
through
him in
game
that
1, and I'm already craving snacks.
Oh, I'm yawning right now, bro.
I'm craving snacks. I got 2 games here today. I'm already thinking about food. I gotta see what I might have for snacks after this half inning.
Jonah.
It's popped up. Wells cannot get to it. I'm starving. That's also because I had a couple of drinks at that Rail Rider game, so
okay.
I'm craving food right now.
Drinking it up a little bit.
Had a couple beers, cheaper than Yankee Stadium, but still not cheap. $15 for a Miller Lite.
Ugh, you can get a Miller Lite like at the bodega for way less than that.
Oh, way less, but you can't bring that in the stadium.
Oh, you could drink it before you get there, like all the Yankee fans do on the ferry.
Because I got out of work at 2. We got there like an hour before the game. And they don't. Unfortunately, that stadium, there's really nothing around it. You have to drive about 15 minutes to find like a McDonald's or something like that. Actually, what? McDonald's sounds good.
I'll order some Mickey
You might
D's,
just give me an
man.
idea.
Order some Mickey D's.
Upstairs, 3-in-1.
You got the app?
I got Uber Eats.
Oh, well.
Let me see.
Well, if you could use the app, sometimes they got a deal going on. And then they deliver it through Uber Eats anyway. So
let's see. I could get KFC. I can get Chinese, Popeyes.
Uh-oh. You're making me hungry now.
No McDonald's, unfortunately. McDonald's has a lot of problems with Uber Eats up here, unfortunately.
Well, they have a lot of problems here, too.
They get, I mean, it's a very high-in demand item.
Mm-hmm. Ooh,
and
fooled on that pitch.
A lot of times they actually up here, they run out of drivers. As crazy as that sounds.
Never run out of drivers here in the city.
No, that's swung on and missed strike 3. Santander goes down. I don't know why though. KFC kind of sounds good. Or Popeyes.
There we go. All right.
Pizza.
Freed shaking off.
I gotta look at what I have. I gotta look and see what I have to eat before I start, because I also have a lot of leftovers.
Freed shaking off that shakes off that first inning.
I got pork cutlets I could reheat. That might actually be a better idea.
There you go. Reheat some pork, man. There you go.
I think I'm going to do that, actually. Let me not spend. I spend a lot of money at the stadium, so.
Yeah.
And if I'm going to New York this week, that's
Yeah.
Let me be smart about my money.
Be smart. Be smart. There you go.
The 0-1 grounded foul to George Springer. Yeah, so Vinny, at the end of the half inning, I am going to go reheat those.
Okay. Not a problem.
I will give you the floor for about
Okay.
3 minutes.
All right. Oh, Boston went up 8-0 on Cleveland. Whew.
Yeah, I think they split their doubleheader. Did you see Jaron Duran was able to steal home yesterday?
Yeah. He's quick, though. He's very fast. Very fast.
Cloud cover's taking over Yankee Stadium. I think this is more what they expected. 1-2 pitch from Fried.
I think I'm going to do a little.
I'm
going to do a little standings report when you're while you're doing that.
Gotcha.
You're heating up your
Action-packed sports day, by the way. Not only do you have the Knicks going right now, you got the Yankees going for 2. NASCAR's having one of their crown jewel races today at Talladega. They just got going. Sunday's always the best day of the sports week, Vinny. We can never debate that. Whether it's football season, baseball season, Sunday's always the best day.
That is true. That is true.
Come on, Fried. Oh, we almost didn't get that pitch off. Popped up. This should end the inning. Chisholm under it. Judge calls him off, makes the catch to end the inning. So we are halfway home in game 1 of this single admission doubleheader. Yankees lead this one 6-1. Vinny, the floor is yours. I will be back in about 3 to 5 minutes.
All right. Well, we're going to go over the standings here. In the American League East, the Yankees are up by a game and a half at 15-11. Behind them is Boston at 15-14, and then Toronto at 13-13, 2 games back. Tampa Bay at 13-14, with 2.5 back, and Baltimore, surprising last place for Baltimore, 5 games back. Run differential of -32. A lot of the teams in the American League East are having problems with their. Tampa Bay is +12 on run differential. Toronto is at -14. Boston -1. And the Yankees, the reason why they're leading, they're +29 run differential. Although I think that first game had a lot to do with what their run differential is. So in the Central, we have Detroit at 17-10, leading by a game and a half over the Cleveland Guardians, who are 15-11. Kansas City coming in with a 14-14 record, 3.5 back in third place. Minnesota 11-16, back by 6 games. And then the White Sox in last place, as everybody would know, 7-20, as we stated. They're 10 games back. And then in the AL West, the Seattle Mariners, after coming out really tough in the first few series, at 15-12, 7-3 in their last 10. They are tied with the Texas Rangers at 15-12 for first place. In second place, the Houston Astros at 13-13, a game and a half back. The Oakland A's, the Sacramento A's, 13-14, 2 games back, and the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim at 12-14, 2.5 back in the AL West. And we'll go back to the game here. We got let's see, who do we got up now? We got Jazz Chisholm Jr. leading off for the Yankees. I'm a little bit behind. I think I was a little behind Sean. I'm on the Spectrum app. So we're going to the bottom of the 5th. Jazz Chisholm, Schultz to Chisholm. Ball, strike 1. That looked like a ball to me. That was definitely not a strike. And here's the 0-1 pitch to Chisholm. That is a ball outside. It's 1-1. Chisholm 0 for 1 with a walk and an RBI in a third and a run scored. And here's the 1-1 pitch. That's a swinging strike on a cutter low. Strike 2. 1-2 on Chisholm. Volpe is on deck, 1 for 1 with a walk. And here comes the 1-2 pitch to Chisholm. That is a strike 3 call that was outside. Ooh, I guess you could say the umpire is being consistent on this because he's calling bad strikes for both teams. So that outside pitch, if you're close, it's going to be a strike. So up steps Volpe. Volpe takes a strike high. 0-1. Schultz definitely pitching a little better now with the help of the umpire a little bit. So, and here comes the 0-1. And that one is in low part of the strike zone, but a strike. Strike 2, 0-2 to Volpe. Don Mattingly in the Blue Jay dugout, taking over for the thrown out manager for the Toronto Blue Jays. Tough seeing Don in a Toronto uniform. That one's low and outside. Ball 1 to Volpe.
I am back.
All right.
I thank you. I would like to also thank y'all for at least. I apologize because I know eating on air is not exactly eating on air is not exactly the most professional thing to do, but I'm gonna be on here for about 6 hours today, so I would appreciate a little snack in between. I mean, homemade cutlets. Pitch to Volpe is hitting the air to deep right field. This one's got a chance. Back at the wall, it is gone. A solo home run for Anthony Volpe. Look out, Judges Chambers. That is a missile off the bat of Anthony Volpe, and it's his 5th of the year. Yankees take a 7-1 lead.
I think he heard me, Sean. I think he heard me.
He heard you, Vinny.
I think he heard me all the way from.
He heard you
from here. So good. That's a good thing.
Yes.
That's what I want to see.
It's what you love to see.
Took the outside pitch Yankees to right field.
7-1.
Good job. Now let's see him build on this. He needs to build on it.
He's got another game to work with today. So
yeah, exactly.
First pitch to Wells way outside. That was not a strike, but I guess
he did the same. He did the same to Chisholm too. Yeah, Chisholm had balls that were right. To be fair,
we're probably owed a few calls after.
Yeah, definitely.
Last inning. Pitch to Wells. In there for a ball with I guess we'd call that a makeup call.
Oh, ball. Well, I mean, first home run since April 2nd for Anthony Volpe, by the way.
Wells drills one deep in the center. This one is carrying back on the track at the wall. It's off the wall. Wells is going to have at least a double here. He will hold, and Austin Wells reaches on the double.
Oh, Straw misplayed it off the carom. All right. Well, we're starting to hit now.
Yeah, after all the walks.
Yeah.
Y'all can't hear me chewing, right?
No.
Okay. I want to make sure because if I will, I will mute myself.
Yeah. This was a pitch right down there.
So up the bat now is Jason Dominguez. Like to see him get it going here.
Yeah, let's see Dominguez get it going here. I want to see that too.
Here's the pitch from Schultz. Fouled. Oh, that was a good pitch to hit too. Fouled off. Count 0-1. He did reach on a walk in that crazy third inning.
Dominguez better from the left side than the right side too. So
he's had a rough going over on the right side.
Yeah, so
it'll be an 0-1. Here's the pitch. Well, count 1-1.
There's a ball. All right. Come on, Dominguez.
It'll be a 1-1. There's the pitch. Fouled off. Count 1-2. 1 out in the inning. Yankees have blown it open at 7-1. Let's hope they can maintain it.
Yeah.
I'm still a little scarred from that game yesterday. 7-0, and they lost.
Yeah, I know.
And then you had the game on Friday. It's been a rough couple days.
Yeah.
1-2. Well, 2-2.
Got to take those wins when you got them, especially up 7-0. And
Yeah.
I believe they were up 8-0 in one of those games too, or 8-1 or whatever. I don't know.
Yep.
Or maybe that was the series previous. I don't know, but they're all kind of melding together, all those losses.
Yeah, unfortunately. 2-2 count on Dominguez. The pitch just outside. I think they were hoping they'd get the call. They did not. Count full 3-2.
Okay, see, that's where you're a little more inconsistent because he was calling that a strike before, and now it's not. So I don't know. I'm a little perturbed with this umpire.
3-2. Fouled off. I'll blame Dominguez for swinging there.
Yeah.
So the count remains.
Well, again, that pitch was where he was calling strikes. So if I'm Dominguez, I'm going, I got to swing at that. Otherwise, he's going to call it a strike.
Right.
You know, so again, that's the umpire's fault for setting that precedent out there.
3-2 pitch. Outside ball 4.
So I think the pitcher's trying to go outside thinking he's going to get that call.
Yeah.
You know,
not to his.
That one was too
far out.
That was in the other batter's box.
So I'll bring up Oswaldo Cabrera.
So still being the patient Yankees.
Patient but hitting.
Patience and they're hitting, exactly. Let's see if Oswaldo can get a hit here. Otherwise, I'm going to start saying, "Where's Waldo?" here pretty soon.
Oh, me and Twins have had that be a running joke for the longest time.
Yeah.
When he had that horrible year 2 years ago, whenever we go to the stadium, we don't. On today's edition of Where's Waldo, for some reason he's still in the lineup despite hitting 127 or whatever. And then we were doing that in Pittsburgh because they wouldn't play him after he had that hot start game 1.
Yeah, he's very hot and cold, Oswaldo. I can see him being that type of player.
One is low. I'm surprised when John Sterling was announcing he didn't do a Waldo type of home run call.
Yeah.
Although in his edition, if he hits a home run, it's a where did Waldo plant it today?
Let's see where's Waldo goes today.
1-1. Cabrera deals. Line drive, fair ball down the line. This should bring in at least one. This one bounces off the wall. This could bring in 2. One run does score. Here comes Dominguez. To the plate. Not in time. 9-1 Yankees. I'm sorry, Benny.
Yeah, that kicked off that
wall, the one that's sticking out.
And I think Springer was running to the corner thinking that it was going to roll all the way to the corner. And he was way far off that right field corner. If you look where Springer was to start, he had to go a long way to get that ball. Look at where he's at and look at where the ball's hit. And it kicks off and his momentum was going towards the corner and he had to kind of shift. So that's what, and the throw was terrible too.
Yeah, that was.
So
9-1 Yankees. Ben Rice comes up to hit.
Good job. Good job, Oswaldo. There's Waldo right there. We found him. Let's see if Ben can kind of get out of this.
In there for a strike. I will say, this is the kind of game the Yankee offense needed. They have struggled as of late. This was the type of game they needed.
Look at where Springer's playing though. Wow. And his body was going way towards the corner, thinking it was going to go there.
0-1, grounded foul.
Terrible throw too. Terrible relay throw.
Just all around a bad play.
Yeah. And this is probably why Toronto is where they are right now.
Yeah, kind of stuck in that middle of. You can't tank, but you really can't compete.
Right.
Rice fouls that off. Still 0-2.
So that Austin Wells double would have been out at Steinbrenner Field, by the way. I don't know how that is.
But
I don't know
again,
how.
same exact dimensions.
Yeah, I don't know. It says it would have been out in one park, and that's Steinbrenner Field. I wonder if they have different dimensions for that.
I don't think so. That's
Because
outside
it
for a
seems like
ball 1 and
Steinbrenner
2.
Field's always. See, that
Yeah,
was a strike earlier in the game.
I don't understand that either.
Yeah, I don't know.
It'll be a
Savant is
1-2. Oh,
a
I
little
dropped my
off.
knife.
Yeah, don't drop that.
Oh,
Hopefully, it's not a sharp
1-2.
knife. Don't drop it on your foot.
No, this ain't that sharp. Paper towel.
Way to be a little patient there, Benny. Good job.
Been that way all day.
There you go. All right.
2-2 count.
Come on,
Fouled
man.
off. Tied him up there. It was a good pitch.
This has turned out to be a very long game, by the way.
Yeah, which benefits nobody when you consider they still have a game and a half.
They still have
to
another
go.
game to play. Yeah, definitely.
You know what I should have, I thought about it before we went on stream, and I don't know why I didn't do it. I should have done the red zone thing since we were doing the 2 games today. 6 hours of commercial-free
6
baseball.
hours.
Starting now. I can't believe I didn't
This
do
is
that.
Sean Hansen.
I don't know how he does it, to tell you the truth. Sit in that little green screen room for 8 hours plus. I give him credit. I don't know how he does it, but 3-2. Called strike 3. He's been calling it, and you can't look at that, unfortunately.
Yep, you got to do what. You got to. You got to swing at that. That's been a strike all day. As a hitter, you got to know that.
Mm-hmm.
So
now imagine, Vinny.
Yeah.
Imagine if we had a baseball version of Red Zone.
That would be.
I mean, we kind of do a big inning.
We kind of do.
They don't do from first.
They don't stay from beginning to end.
No, which I don't like, but I know hockey has their own version now, which I think they do like every Tuesday.
Yep.
On NHL Network. But NFL Red Zone will always be unbeaten. But unfortunately, no longer commercial free.
No longer commercial free.
The 0-1 is a low ball 1. It'll be a 1-1. Schultz deals to Judge, who's 2 for 3. Judge fouls it off. Count 1 and 2 with 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. Yeah, you're right. This game started over 2 hours ago, and we're just clearing halfway.
This is very, very long game.
Well, you know those fans, they're getting their money's worth. 1-2 to Judge is hit in the air to center, but playable. And the catch is made to end the inning. We've completed 5. It's 9-1 Yankees.
All right, 9-1. We're looking good there, buddy.
Let's just hope it stays that way.
Yeah, we're looking good right now.
But remember, they win this one. Job is not done.
Nope.
They want to win the series. They'll have to do it again in game 2.
The job is definitely not done.
Now, Fried's at around 90 pitches. Do you let him go one more inning?
With a 9-1 lead, I think just to kind of save the bullpen, I think you got to let him go one more inning.
Let him go one more, right?
Yeah, I think so. If he gets to 100 and they're like,
and he's laboring,
I'd take him out.
But... Well, the only good thing too is there is a day off within the next, like they're off Thursday, so he will get the extra day rest.
Yeah. So.
Quick update around the division: the Orioles are on the verge of getting swept. They're down 7-0 to the
Which
Tigers.
Is another reason why they're in last place too in the division. Now, Baltimore.
Red Sox, though, however, they're up 9-3 on Cleveland. They win the rubber match.
Red Sox playing well.
Yeah. The Rays, are they playing today? Am I missing them? I don't see the Tampa Bay Rays anywhere.
Tampa Bay is
off on a Sunday?
4:10. They're playing in San Diego.
Okay, they got San Diego. And they'll be going up against Randy Vasquez, former Yankee prospect.
Yeah. The only team playing out out west, I think.
There's a lot of West Coast games today. You noticed that? There was like
Yeah.
five games at 4 o'clock.
Yep, definitely. Arizona.
By the way, Miami taking on Seattle. That's got to be the hell of a plane flight. I think that's got to be the longest flight in sports.
Yeah, you're going from like the tip of the East Coast,
tip of Florida,
all the way to the tip of the tip of the Northeast.
Northwest,
Northwest.
the Great Northwest.
Yeah, they're showing Eugenio.
That's more rare than a perfect game.
Eugenio Suarez, 19th player in MLB history, like you said.
And Frieda's out there, first pitch strike.
And the Braves winning that game was pretty amazing too. So
yeah, it was an offensive shootout that game.
Eugenio basically almost won that game for him, single-handed.
Do you think, Vinny, this game gets any more out of hand for Toronto? We see a position player pitch to save the ball.
Oh yeah, I think so because it's a doubleheader too.
Now, what is the rule because I know it's different now. Now you have to have a certain amount, like a certain lead before you're allowed to do that. I think it's got to be what, a 10-run lead?
10-run lead, I think, yeah.
Kirk drills one though, deep to center. Underneath it is Bellinger, makes the catch in front of the track, out number 1.
There you go. That's not the result you really wanted, but I mean it's the result you wanted, but he hit it pretty hard.
He got an out. That's
got
his
an out.
92nd pitch. So I definitely say this is his last inning.
Yeah, this will be his last inning. But with a 9-1 lead, you're a little bit. I think Fried knows if he throws the ball in certain spots that he can get these guys to just either ground out or fly out.
Yeah, because I'm thinking Toronto's probably thinking the same thing. They just want to get this over with and go to game 2, especially knowing that they still have a chance to win the series.
Well, look at that, rare feats. You're right. 4 home run games there's only been 19 and 24 perfect games. 6 hit games are also pretty rare.
Yeah.
173, but not as rare as 4 home run games.
No. That's weak grounder to second. Chisholm, Fields, fires. Out number 2. Now,
I'll take that.
If you're Aaron Boone, they keep this lead up. Do you start to empty out the bench just to give the starters a little rest for game 2?
Well, you're gonna find out.
Are you gonna start using bench guys in game 2?
Well, you're gonna find out who he has probably playing the second game if he starts taking players out. So, yeah, I think if he's gonna have him playing second game, you're gonna probably start taking guys out.
So
you don't want to take them out too early because
no, it's still only the 6th inning.
So
Hamilton warming up. That's fouled off by Ernie Clement.
Yeah, there's a sign, Ian Hamilton in the bullpen.
Clement 1 for 2 on the day. So Fried, I would say, after a rough first couple innings, definitely found his groove.
Mm-hmm.
And much needed for today, especially knowing yesterday's game getting rained out, needing this bullpen for game 2, especially with the way Schmidt has struggled. And obviously also just coming back, you can't expect him to be going too deep into games yet.
Yeah, and he's not going to be sharp these next few. I mean, he's going to
take some time.
Don't want to walk.
This will be his 99th pitch.
Yeah, just get him to ground out or something. Don't walk.
He's the best at it. 1-2. Outside, 2-2. This will be his 100th pitch today.
Yeah, don't walk this guy. Okay. Well.
Two. Fried throws the ball, count full, 3-2.
Yeah, it's 100 pitches. I think he wants him to swing at that, but we'll see. Maybe this
3-2, 2 outs. I think he might have thought he was going to get the call. That's a weak grounder to short. Volpe Fields fires in time. Just barely beat him to end the inning. So if that is it for Max Fried, hell of a job. Yankees lead 9-1.
Nice,
we go to
the
bottom
pick
of
at first by Goldschmidt there, by the way, too.
Wasn't entirely sure I think Toronto's going to challenge, so.
Yeah. Let's
Okay, no challenge. So we go to commercial.
no challenge. Okay.
We
So
just got a
nine
good,
straight. Not he retired 9 straight. So very good. Very good
very
pitching.
good. Now let's just get a quick, clean 3 innings.
Which leads me to believe that error in the first inning really threw him off big time.
I think so too.
Because he just came back out and just started dealing. So
Yeah.
you know.
So we'll take it. Vinny, I gotta take a phone call. I'll be back in like
Okay.
2 minutes.
Yep. So if this is the end of Fried's day, it's 6 innings, 6 hits, 1 run, 1 earned, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts, and not a bad day for Fried. Didn't have the strikeouts, but that's okay. 2 walks, there's nothing wrong with that, and then only the 1 earned run and the 6 hits. So just definitely pitching to contact today. So good outing, good outing for Fried. And the Yankees will have. Oh, there's going to be. Looks like. I would think maybe the Blue Jays will change their pitcher in this inning too, because Schultz was up in pitches too. So I believe Schultz had. Let's see, how many pitches did Schultz throw? Well, I'm not seeing it, but Schultz had given up 3 earned runs and 2 1/3. So yeah, Schultz threw 57 pitches only in 2 1/3 innings. So I think he's probably going to come out this inning. I haven't seen it yet, but they're showing Fried. All right.
So Vinny, I just saw Knicks somehow still won.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, it was just put. Alex just commented. I don't know how. I haven't. I tried to look away from it because I was so upset after what happened. They won by 1.
Oh my God!
Cat hit a clutch 3 to win it.
I'm telling you, that man, he's on a mission, man. After last year's playoffs,
That's why I get frustrated. People are talking, well, DiVincenzo was bad. This is what we have.
Cat's on a mission to make up for last year's playoff loss.
Yes.
I think they lost to Dallas last year, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so.
Yeah. And Josh Walker takes over, as I'd said, because I was saying that they probably need to take Schultz out with 57 pitches through 2 1/3.
Now they got De Los Santos warming up. He's their 27th guy.
So
thank you for the update, Alex. Appreciate it. We've been checking. We've been checking in. Vinny could see it in my face. I was sick to my stomach.
Yeah, I won't watch the Knicks when. Just playoff time is a little I get a little nervous.
So up comes Paul Goldschmidt after
another walk. Another Blue Jay walk.
I'm gonna check. How many walks are we at in this game?
For the Blue Jays, it's 8 right now.
8? Okay.
Yeah.
I know 5 of them came in that 3rd inning.
Yeah, 5 to Gausman, 2 to Schultz, and 1 now to Walker.
I'm wondering if that's why the umpire started to expand his zone.
Probably.
Because it wasn't that wide when this game first started.
Yeah. Well.
So the 0-1.
Wells is double
swings and misses.
By the way, they updated Wells' double to be out in 19 of 32 pucks. Or 19 of 30,
30.
sorry. 30. Yeah. So it would not have been a home run at Chase Field, Progressive Field, Coors Field, Comerica Park, Dakin Park in Houston, Kauffman Stadium, Target Field, Yankee Stadium, of course, Citizens Bank in Philly, George M. Steinbrenner, and Global Life. So they fixed that. George M. Steinbrenner was now not a home run, but it would have been a home run in all the other parks.
A 1-2 in the dirt.
So they fixed it.
Yeah, I think Baseball Savant's a good resource. You just can't, live.
Well, not
stats.
right away because they have to
Yeah.
fix. You can't. You gotta keep hitting refresh too because it's it's off a little bit. And the Red Sox now up 12-3 on the Cleveland Indians.
2-2 pitches hit in the air to right field and deep. This one is carrying back, and that's going to one-hop the wall. This could score one. On his way, coming home is Bellinger. He will score. The Yankees extend their lead to 10-1.
Goldschmidt again.
Vinny, I think it's safe to say this stream has already gone a million times better than the last Yankee stream we did.
Yes, definitely.
that awful Giants game.
Good swing by Goldschmidt right there, taking that ball the other way.
Bellinger obviously waited to make sure that wasn't caught.
There you go, Goldie.
Showing off the speed.
Showing off the wheels. There you go.
Now it's time for Chisholm to get on the hit column. 0 for 2.
Yeah, we need Jazz to get a hit here. Come on, Jazz. He's got an RBI he's got an RBI already.
Bunt attempt pulled back, almost got him.
He does that quite a bit.
How much you think that fan back there with the gold Yankee jacket? How much you think that cost?
I don't know. Probably a lot of money.
That cannot be a cheap one.
No.
That's fouled off. Count 1-1. I actually picked myself up a new Yankees collar, kind of like this. The collared zip up.
Nice, nice.
Not cheap. It was like $75, but I wanted. You know what it was? I didn't bring a hoodie, and it got really windy. And the hoodies they wanted like $95 for, and
yeah, I
really didn't want to because I knew I wouldn't really wear it. I don't really wear a lot of Rail Rider stuff, so
right.
I found the Yankee thing, stuck with that.
I have a few Rail Riders hats in my collection. Yeah,
I thought I'll get you guys one when next time I go. Me and Calvin, we go. My friend Calvin, we go at least once a month.
Yeah.
In their first strike, 2-2. So I'm gonna take a look at the schedule next month. We always I didn't buy the tickets until maybe a half hour before because we did see it was raining all day. It did stop around 3:00. 2-2. Popped up shallow center. Who's gonna get to it? Is anybody gonna get to it? No, it's not. It's gonna drop in front of the center fielder.
There's his hit.
Goldschmidt jogs in the third.
Hey, listen. It found green. That's all it's got to do.
Get it however you can.
Exactly. Miles Straw couldn't make the play on that one. Good job.
He just kind of threw the bat at that, kind of like an Ichiro type of swing.
Yeah, he just threw the bat out at it.
Definitely not a highlight reel swing, but a hit is a hit. So runners on the corners with nobody out, and now bring up Volpe, who's 2 for 2 on the day, I might add.
He hit it right off the torpedo.
Yes, he did. That's in their first strike. By the way, at the game yesterday, I did not spot a torpedo.
Okay.
In the AAA game. So a solo home run, 2 runs, and 2 RBIs for Anthony Volpe. Dark clouds starting to take over Yankee Stadium. Very, very windy, I might add.
Let's keep it up, Volpe.
The 0-1 swung on a miscount 0-2. So it looks like you are right. It looks like Mattingly is the manager because they're showing him right now.
It's a position he's been in many times before. He's okay.
I wouldn't mind it if he was our manager.
I wouldn't mind it either. I would like it.
0-2. Swung on a miss, strike 3. Now that Vinny started cheering for Volpe, he strikes out. 1 away. Vinny, you know what?
What a bum.
Vinny, not even. You know what? If you're going to stick to a career in sports broadcasting, could you do it for the Red Sox?
Yeah, probably.
Talk about how great they are?
That probably would be best.
I'm going to vote that you do that.
He's 2 for 3. He's having a good day. So can't complain about it.
Same thing for Wells. Another man we were pretty harsh on today.
That I was pretty harsh on, yeah. I just need to stay harsher on some of these guys, and I bet you they'll hear me and they'll start hitting.
It'll be a 1-0 on Wells.
Dominguez is in my crosshairs next, though.
Yeah.
So. And, Goldie played, he got a double. So I've been
Bellinger's
praising
got
him.
on a couple times.
Bellinger's got on. Judge got on a couple times.
Actually,
Ben Rice,
the
another
next
one that's
person you
having a
got
little bit of a slump.
next person you get your case on is Devin Williams.
Devin Williams. I'm not gonna get on him yet. Just
See,
yet.
that's why he's struggling.
Yeah, that's probably why.
I mean, if you're Irish like I am, then you got to get the superstitions going.
Well, but you gotta look at the body of work for Devin Williams. So
2-1 pitches upstairs, 3-1.
He's got the body of work to get a little bit of a little bit of a grace for him.
Yeah. Show him Babe Ruth's.
Bob Feller signed it on Babe Ruth Day.
Yeah. 3-1. Fouled off. 3-2.
That's got to be, if that's in anybody's collection, that's got to be worth something.
That's got to be worth a lot of money.
What are you swinging at, Austin? Come on.
They're trying to protect.
Yeah.
So it'll be a 3-2. I want to see if I can find that shot that Karl Anthony Towns hit. 3-2. Swung on and missed strike 3. And Wells goes down swinging for.
You almost got to kind of swing at that because
that was a good pitch.
It was a strike. It was a strike.
He was ahead of it.
Yeah, it was a strike. All right, so let's see what Dominguez can do.
Well, like you said, he's another one that.
Yeah, he's going to be in the crosshairs pretty soon. If
that's outside, not called a strike. It's been a strike all day.
He needs to pick it up a little bit.
Well, this is the side that he has struggled from the most, the right side.
Yes, he has.
So I guess at the end of the game, Josh Hart got into it with some Pistons players, as that's in their first strike. I guess Detroit, according to a lot of people, they say this might be the dirtiest game they've ever seen.
Well, it's Detroit.
I was going to say, that's surprising when you look at what happened with Philly.
We know the history.
What are these Yankee fans doing the wave? These are not real Yankee fans.
Yeah, I know. No waves in Yankee Stadium. Come on now, guys.
Brunson still put up 32. I'm wondering if he came back in.
I think he did.
He had to, for 32 points.
Yeah.
Well, the Knicks are up 3-1, so.
Going 3-1 going home, that's where you want them right now.
And swung on and missed. Down goes Dominguez. That will end the inning. So we finally enter the final third of this one. Yankees lead 10-1.
Yeah, if you're going home 3-1, I like it better than going home. You know, if they were going home 2-2, I would have been a little more nervous. But
oh yeah, well, because then if you win at home, you would have to win in Detroit.
You would have to win one in Detroit. So now you just got to make sure you don't go back to Detroit is all.
Yeah. So I'm rewatching this. So with a minute and a half, Karl Anthony Towns got them within 2. Then he hit a 3 with 46.6, and it was a long 3 too. When you see it, you'll see this was an amazing shot.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how the Knicks won it.
Good job. There you go.
By the way,
back
on the topic of baseball, did you hear what Jason Worth had to say about Mets fans yesterday?
Jason Worth, I don't listen to what Jason Worth says.
Well, I'm going to give you something you might actually agree with.
Maybe.
So he made this statement. He said, if you live in New York, you have a choice. You have an obvious choice. You can either be a fan of one of the most storied franchises, one of the greatest franchises in sports history, or the Mets. He said, I have no respect for the people who pick the Mets. I said, you know what? I don't really listen to a lot of what he says, but he is right.
He's played against them a lot. So,
yes, he has. He doesn't. I don't think we've only maybe faced him a handful.
I believe he was a Philly and a national.
Yeah.
So he's definitely.
But he's not wrong.
No, I mean, the Mets fans would disagree.
Well, you
know what though? I must say I didn't disagree with him when he talked about analytics and how analytics is kind of ruining the game a little bit.
Yeah.
Even though I'm a big analytics guy now.
Mm-hmm. We almost have to be nowadays.
The whole launch angle thing ruining people's swings. I think that's a thing.
Well, you see that what it did.
And he said it first too, by the way.
So. And sorry to interrupt. The Mets lead is gone from 7-1 to 7-6. Nationals making a comeback.
Ooh, go Nationals.
Actually, Vinny, it is the 7th inning. How about another out-of-town scoreboard?
Sure. As you mentioned, the Mets now just barely hanging on in the top of the 8th, 7-6. Boston opening it up against Cleveland 12-3 in the top of the 8th. Detroit opening up against Baltimore, bottom of the 8th, 7-0. Minnesota opened it up 5-0, bottom 8 against the LA Angels of Anaheim. Houston up 4-1 against the Kansas City Royals, top of the 6th. Milwaukee up 7-1, as that ball is a ball to Jonathan Clase. 7-1 Milwaukee over St. Louis, top 6. Cincinnati leads Colorado, top 3. And top of the first, just getting started. 3-0 Cincinnati. Top of the first, just getting started. Texas at San Francisco. Top of the first, just getting started. Chicago at Sacramento in the A's. And just getting started, Pittsburgh at LA. Tampa Bay at San Diego. Atlanta at Arizona. Miami at Seattle. And at 7:10, we will see Philadelphia at Chicago.
So first out was a ground out outcomes Miles Straw. Reminder that the second game of this doubleheader will begin about a half hour after game 1.
To be determined, right?
Yeah, so more than likely, if this game finishes around, say, 4:30, 5 o'clock, you'll see that get going about 5:30. So De Los Santos is the new pitcher. Like I said, I believe he is the 27th man. We haven't seen him yet this year in the regular season, that is. So
pitching well, throwing strikes. Listen,
throwing hard too.
I'll take it.
And the next pitch.
Maybe they catch a little lightning in a bottle here.
That would definitely create some interesting conversations.
Nice pitches. Wow. Of course, as soon as I say that, we never know what'll happen.
Yeah. Miles Straw 1 for 2 on the day. We know how he feels about us Yankee fans.
Yep.
Says we are the worst in sports, worst in the world.
Exactly.
Which is so far from the truth. Look, I say it all the time. Look, Yankee fans, I say we're the best fans in sports, but we also have unfortunately, we have a bad bunch amongst us. That's grounded up the middle. Chisholm right under the glove. Oh, no, that's going to be a base. That's probably going to be an error, actually. Like he mistimed
the pick. What is that? Jazz.
He had to have mistimed that pick.
Is that a hit or an error?
I say that's got to be an error. I mean, it was a tough play. He took a weird angle, but
there's the bullpen budget. You got
yes, it is obviously nobody yesterday.
Looks like everybody except maybe anybody who pitched Friday. Probably Fernando won't come in.
Mm-hmm.
Devin, obviously, I don't know if he pitched Devin in any of these spots. Maybe in the 8th.
I was going to say, Devin, you might have an interesting consideration here. You're up by 9 runs.
I'm not the one that I don't like bringing in closers, even though he's not a closer anymore.
Not a closer right now.
But I don't like bringing in high leverage guys with a huge lead.
Yeah, I get that. So up to bat now is Barger, a pinch hitter here.
Now there's questions on whether Devin Williams can handle New York or not, and this question will be popped up as long as he continues to struggle. So
Addison Barger hitting 143 on the year.
We have not seen the airbender at all this year.
No, the closest we got was opening day, and we saw that was that was a tough one. So count 0-2 on Barger. Blue Jays, it looks like they're going to start emptying out the bench here in the final innings. Yeah. That's in there for a ball. I would say this, Vinny. If we were at the stadium, staying for the double, this would be the perfect time to go get food and drinks and relax in the Jim Beam lounge and
leads me to believe. This leads me to believe Bo's going to play in the second game. Well, there's a hit. Okay, maybe I spoke too soon about De Los Santos here.
You did speak it into existence.
Well, I think Bo can play second game, and it looks
Wagner
like we may get we're going to get a pinch hitter for Vlad, and I think Vlad's probably going to play in the second game too. So,
all right. So 2 on, 1 out. course,
So
as
it's
soon
like
as Vinny says with one out that he's pitching
yeah,
great.
they're emptying the bench here though, so we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Blue Jays trying to mount some sort of comeback here. They got 3 innings to work with, 8 more outs. A lot can happen, Vinny. We've seen a lot of baseball, and obviously you've seen more than I have. So no game is ever over until it's over.
I don't know, Mattingly thinking maybe you know, I don't know, throwing up the like Kay said, throwing up the white flag in the 7th. Probably the other game, but I don't know, man. With the way the bullpen the Yankees has been pitching, no lead safe right now. Actually,
no,
not even a 9-run lead.
Unfortunately,
but I think since you have that second game, I think that's so.
That is a ground ball 2-second chance for 2. Chisholm goes to first, takes the easy out, 2 away. Runners moving in scoring position.
Those two runs mean nothing right now. So
no,
just take the
no. The most that happens, they make that into a touchdown.
Yeah, you take that. Yeah, you take it. Take the out when you can.
Take the field goal
because you only got.
So here comes Santander. He stays in.
You only need to get what 7 more outs now. So.
Yep. Now, do they let De Los Santos go the rest of this game, or do you think they put in Hamilton or anybody else?
Depends on what he does with Santander here. I think how he looks as far as like coming back from this little brush, nice pitch, little brush with problems here. So we'll see.
0-1 on Santander.
If he strikes him out on 3 straight pitches, I think you
put him back in. Yeah.
But we'll see. Well, there's strike 2.
0-2.
That's a good pitch. Nice and low.
17th pitch of the inning.
Santander, the switch hitter.
And they can afford to let, and that's strike 3. That will end the inning. It is stretch time in the Bronx.
I think we see De Los Santos come out for the second.
Well, and the positive for him.
Again, perfect pitch.
Positive for him, too, is that Scranton Wilkes-Barre is off tomorrow. It is a travel day for them, but if he does get sent back down, they can afford to use him a little bit more.
Here's what the pitching coach probably told De Los Santos when he was coming out: throw strikes. Doesn't matter. We're up by 9.
Just don't just throw strikes.
And he that's what he did. So good for him.
Good start.
Yeah. And he only threw.
He threw 18 pitches.
18 pitches. So I mean that's a good amount, but I still think you bring him out for the second inning.
Yeah. So. My Knicks friends from the city are not. They're all hyped.
Yeah, well, we're up 3-1 coming home. That's a big.
There's a big party right now on 34th Street. So,
in the playoffs, a win's a win. Whether you win by 1, win by 2, win by 10, doesn't matter.
You know what? And I hate that people criticize. I don't know, Vinny. Obviously, you're not really on like social media like a whole lot. Well, you see how these Knicks fans celebrate after a win, right? Outside the Garden, singing, dancing, whatever. Why do people hate on that? They're just happy to win. Why is it? Why are we the worst fans in sports because we're celebrating a game to win?
I have no idea why that is. I mean, we've gone through so much.
Let us be happy.
Team. Yeah.
You asked me. That should be a role model for how every fan base celebrates. You want a playoff game and make everybody happy.
The celebrating. Now, if we were like, I don't know, like the Celtics, and we were winning every year, and we're obviously you're not going to do that because you're only going to celebrate.
And that's kind of how Yankee fans were when they win a series. They wait till they win the series.
How many years did we miss the playoffs as the Knicks? Or Knicks fans.
All the years with a pain.
All the years of losing and dysfunction, and come on, it's kind of like the Jets.
Well,
if the Jets win a playoff game, I think
they have every right to be partying outside
flipping cars over. Not saying that you should be flipping cars.
No, let's not. I would say don't be like Philly. You got to dance and celebrating.
But if I'm a Jets fan and I win a playoff game this year, you better believe I'm going to be out in the street yelling and screaming.
And celebrating, singing, dancing, Mobama, Seven Nation Army, whatever you choose.
There you go. Hey, why not?
Like I said, let the fans celebrate. Actually, like I said, that I don't see why that's something.
And it's not only because it's New York. If it's any team, like if take the worst team and like if the White Sox start winning like they're winning the playoffs, I would
Yeah.
be celebrating if I'm them too.
I would too.
You know, well, the Mariner fans,
Mariner fans,
the Mariner
Pirate fans.
Pirate fans, Cincinnati Red fans. I really,
Yeah,
haven't seen a lot of
exactly.
those teams that haven't seen a lot of winning.
No.
These people seem to forget just because we're in New York doesn't mean all of our teams are that good.
Well, not even that. It's because in New York we all have this. There's all this negative persona about we're these classless, hairy Italian douchebags who,
Well, I must say
well,
there are some.
look, I'm not saying every fan base has their own problems, but we're not as bad as people make us out to be.
No, we're not. I mean, there are a select few that make us look bad, though.
Yes,
so it's unfortunate. So.
But hey, that's the reality. When you play in the biggest market
You
in
know
the
what?
world, you're gonna
Here's
get
the
the
thing.
heat.
We may have like really crazy fans, but you know what? If something ever happened to you on the streets of New York, I guarantee
they'll be
you,
right
one of
there
those
for
people
you.
will be right there helping you out.
You could have a Boston hat on, a Philly hat on. They
Doesn't
don't
matter.
help you
because we're everybody. We have a bad rap for being
we're the
rude.
nicest. I put it to you like this: the nicest assholes in the world.
Exactly.
Like if you blow out a tire, they're gonna call you every name under the sun as they're helping you change the tire.
Exactly.
That's the New York way. Whereas you look at like Southern California, where they'll be nice about it. They're kind but not nice. Like they'll be like, oh, you got a tire. I feel so bad for you, and then proceeds to leave.
Right.
That's
exactly.
So here's Oswaldo Cabrera, lines that one off the pitcher's glove, and this could and will be an infield single for Cabrera.
Cabrera, wow. Am I seeing Where's Waldo?
Where's Waldo? He's on first base now.
He's on
right
first
out of the
base.
glove.
He is now
looking at the glove, like what? And even the shortstop could not pick it up cleanly.
Is he 2 for 3 now? Ooh, what a day! Bringing his average up to 294 today.
Yes.
There we go. Now
now at this point it's all stat padding because it's not like other sports where you just milk the clock and
you need Rice to get a hit here because like he's kind of slumping a little bit, and I'm a little worried about Ben Rice now.
First pitch to Rice.
A little worried.
Ground ball to second, chance for 2, fires to second for 1. On the first, it is a double play.
That's not good.
First
can't roll it over into a double play here.
Because you weren't talking. You got to talk faster.
That's a rally kicker right there.
Yeah, well, it's 10-1.
Yeah, I know. But
let's
make it 20-1.
There's no milking 20-1. Forget it.
This is a divisional opponent.
You might as well call it a day-night doubleheader at that point.
Oh, and looks like they're taking Walker out. Looks like they're taking Walker out.
They're going to take Walker out, so we go to a commercial break.
It wasn't Mattingly that took him out. We're going to see, Dylan Tate.
Dylan Tate. He was with us for a while. No, I'm sorry. He was with Baltimore.
He was with Baltimore for a while. And if they're going to play Judge, do you think they take him out here?
I'm surprised they haven't already.
If you're going to play him in the second game, and they're already emptying their bench out.
Yeah.
I would think that maybe, I don't know.
So we have an incident in Cleveland. Jarren Duran had to be stopped by Red Sox coaches and umpires after a fan yelled something that he did not like very much.
Oh, so it's Cleveland. Is it Cleveland fans now being rowdy?
The fan was making fun of his suicide attempt, according to the Cleveland broadcast.
So we just went over how Yankee fans are horrible and terrible.
Yeah.
But it's okay for somebody in Cleveland to do that, right?
That's wow.
So come on, man.
That's crazy.
People need to call that out. They need to call that out big time. They need to call that.
Yeah, I'm watching it now. He was obviously very angry.
You don't do stuff like that if you're a fan. You know, that's just kind of over the line. I mean, you could yell like stuff at him.
You're gonna yell things, that's fine. But when it comes to
don't get that personal.
No. No, you can see they had players, coaches, umpires. They had half these benches.
Yeah.
Trying to hold Duran back.
Yeah, I mean,
I just hope, you know what? you're gonna be a fan like that. I hope to God you never have to go through something like that. Because
Yeah, if Duran goes up there, he probably kills that guy.
I mean,
Sounds like,
I don't. I would feel the same way if I was Duran. Like, you're gonna target my weak. In Duran's case, his weakest moment in his life.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be ready to throw hands too. And yes, Pablo Reyes has come in to pinch
Yeah,
hit.
I think, yeah, definitely.
And this is a PSA to any fan, whether you're a Yankee fan, Met fan, Philly fan, whatever. Don't be doing that.
Yeah, if you know about because players' lives are all out there.
Yes, these are
Don't
people.
go low. Don't go low and start talking about like their personal issues,
Mhm.
their wives, their kids, that's just not, you don't go after that.
No, that's not cool.
You know,
So
that's
anyway, we're gonna get back to this one.
Pablo.
Let's do count on Pablo. He's pitches in there for a
I'd like to
ball.
see
I
him
would
do
like to see a little more out of
yeah.
him. He has not really done a whole lot to
Yeah, I think if
prove anything.
he doesn't produce, I think he goes back down.
Now, who do you bring up to replace him? That's
That's a good
question.
I don't know. Well, when
It
DJ's
goes
ready,
down looking.
when DJ's ready, I think he's probably one of the first guys you send down.
Yeah, you're probably right. So we go to the eighth inning. Yankees lead 10-1.
Because then you have I don't know. He's another righty hitter. That is he a righty hitter or a switch?
Yeah, he's a righty.
So he's one of the only righties you have on the bench. That's a problem because you switch a righty for a righty.
Well,
I'd rather
I mean,
switch out a
well, the
righty
thing
for a
is,
lefty.
if LeMahieu takes over for Cabrera, which I don't think he will,
Yeah,
Cabrera as a
Cabrera's
switch hitter, that helps.
though. Yeah.
That
No,
does help.
I keep Cabrera on the roster. I don't send him down.
So Jeff Ulbricht's son has apologized for prank calling Shedeur Sanders, which was live on Twitch, by the way.
Yeah, I think Jeff Ulbrich better like get his son and say, "Hey, dude."
The
I think that's probably what he did.
The Falcons did release a statement on what had happened. See, the stupidest thing he did was the video got posted.
Oh,
Somebody recorded the kid doing the prank call. That was mistake number one.
Right. Yeah, there's another thing you really don't do. Don't dox anybody.
By the way, I was
do that to
right,
people.
and you were right too. Brunson came out and he put up 15 and a 64% field goal percentage in the fourth quarter after his ankle injury.
Oh, let's see. This is Alex saying people need to apologize to Sydney Shane, Joe Shane's daughter. People pressed her comments section on Insta.
Oh, really? I didn't hear about that.
So, yeah, and then
yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
Yeah.
Alex, we were just talking about. Did you see what happened with Jarren Duran?
Yeah, you almost have to keep those numbers like. I would think that those numbers need.
Those numbers are only supposed to be known by NFL executives. Every player
but you need
their own NFL phone number.
Well, you need to lock them. That's what Alex is saying. You need to make sure they're locked.
Yeah.
Because you can. I don't know. Maybe.
Okay, that's not Springer hitting.
No,
it says Springer. Noah Santos back out there.
Alan
Reyes
Roden. Alan Roden.
Oswald Peraza is now in his short. Solid day for Volpe.
Alan
grounded right back to De Los Santos. Flips to
and
first.
Look, we have an Oswaldo sighting at Oswaldo
shortstop.
Oswald Peraza. There we go. Nice play.
Up the bat now is Alejandro Kirk.
See, De Los Santos, not bad.
Yeah, and it's funny, Alex, because we were literally just talking about how people talk about how New York fans are the worst fans in sports.
Yeah, that is messed up. Yeah,
but
why?
Somehow Cleveland can't get that.
Yeah, why is Cleveland not?
Which, by the way, I will tell you, and no, it's not biased because I'm a Steelers fan. Cleveland fans genuinely are pretty shitty people. I mean, and if you don't believe me, rewatch the entire game between the Steelers and Browns, the Myles Garrett game, when he hit Mason Rudolph in the head with the helmet. That whole game, Cleveland was intentionally knocking people out, injuring people, and the Cleveland fans cheered every second of it. So
Yeah.
Cleveland fans in general
Was
have always
was
been
that the Garrett? That was what
the
about
helmet game.
Garrett? Yeah, the Garrett when Garrett hit him on the head. On the
That's
head
the
with
game
that.
I'm talking about.
Good
Yeah.
lord.
So Cleveland fans have always been known to be pieces
Well,
of
in
shit.
Cleveland, I don't know. Is there a difference between Cleveland football fans and Cleveland baseball and basketball fans? Like, I don't remember any
I
Cleveland
always thought the
basketball fans
Browns
ever.
fans were always the rowdiest, but
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember the Cavalier fans ever doing
no,
crap.
Cavs fans I've never really seen cause any issues.
Nice
Cleveland
pitch.
Indians fans I've never seen really cause troubles like that. I don't know. It's weird. 2-2 count on Kirk. De Los Santos has been improving.
Oh, here we go.
And as I say that, that's going to be a single out in the right. Reyes will field this one in front of the track.
Locals. Oh yeah, well that's you can't. Root
there you go.
Can't root for injuries. That's not a good thing.
No,
that's terrible.
Matzik warming up in the pen now.
You know, that's
that's standard Cleveland.
Yeah. And again, Cleveland football fans. I don't know, but we got Matzik warming up in the bullpen.
It'll be his first outing of the year.
If I'm De Los Santos, I'm thinking I gotta get these two out so I can stay in. You know, like not stay in the game, but kind of prove myself.
Yeah, exactly.
And he's not throwing bad. That was a strike earlier in the game. Why is that not a strike now?
I don't know.
Can you answer me that question?
That is lined into right field. Reyes makes the catch. Nice play by Reyes.
Oh, this umpire is trying to drive me crazy.
That is true. You're not wrong there.
They did proudly stand by Watson.
Yeah. Well, not anymore.
Not anymore.
They cheered when he tore his Achilles last year.
Yeah, let's see how they receive Shador. I want to see that.
Shador versus Dylan Gabriel. They should make Cleveland Browns the Hard Knocks team this year just solely based off of that. And that is a pop fly to right. This should end the inning, and Reyes
there we go.
Makes the catch. So we go to the bottom of the eighth.
Good job by De Los Santos, by the way.
Great job by De Los Santos.
I'll take that any day.
This game feels like it's finally moving.
It's starting to fly by now.
Finally. The middle innings, I think, were longer than the whole rest of the game itself.
I already put that up there. That's right. Yeah, the Watson stuff, man, that's just crazy.
Yeah, well, they don't stand behind him anymore, but
no, of course not. Of course not. Of course not. So there's a did you hear what I said in the beginning, Alex? I don't know if you heard. I said if you're going to send a message to Shador, send it second round. You take him in the second round. You say, we're not taking you in the first round. You don't take him. You don't go and say, well, don't take him till the fifth round. That's just, and I know he did it to himself, but I think there was a little bit of collusion there for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you think, but I'm not 100%.
Alex, I will say this. Alex, what was your take on the whole situation of they say that how badly Shador Sanders' interview went with Dable? Because Dable obviously is going to play it off. He's not going to sit here and say, oh, yeah, the interview went horrible. But obviously there's a lot of reports saying that Shador did cause issues. What do you think? Questions. Saw some outrage on Twitter. Let me know y'all's thoughts. Do you think all NFL players should have their name called on day 3 rather than have a puppy show? Yeah, I do agree with that.
I agree with that.
Mel Kiper's a clown. If you remember, he used to say, he said if Jimmy Clausen wasn't a success in the NFL, he would quit. I wish he had quit.
Well, there was Kiper, that's not the only time Kiper said stuff that was totally off. Like, there was other players that he was off on.
Now, NFL fans are calling for Ulbrich to be fired after what his son did.
Yeah, well, that's not, it's not 100% wrong.
Yeah.
But I still think there was something going on with that Shador stuff. And I don't even know if we'll ever get to the bottom of it, really.
No, never. Bellinger's up now.
And I
I
do
don't know.
think that the interview went south.
I will
with
say
him
this.
for Shador, though.
I will say this. If there's anybody that thinks skin color had anything to do with
No,
what
because
happened, you're a clown.
Milrow got taken before him, as did Cam Ward got picked first.
Bellinger with a base hit down the
That had
line.
that had nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it at all.
Bellinger stand up double. I'm not saying that Dable has been successful, but I think Dable was right. May and Daniels love Dable, as y'all saw from HK. When all right, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, of course.
It was stand up double there for Cody
But yeah,
Bellinger.
it's not. It's not. It has nothing to do with skin color. The biggest
No.
proponent of that is Stephen A. Smith, and he
Yes.
never mentioned skin color at all.
Well,
Because
he did
knew that
compare it to
Milrow. He knew Milrow.
I wouldn't say
and,
that either, though, because he did compare the situation to Kaepernick, which I don't agree with.
Well, I mean, but he didn't say it specifically because he knew
No, but
Milrow and Cam Ward
yeah.
got taken before him. So
Pitch to Goldschmidt is outside.
But he was just explaining why the NFL owners would do something like this. I don't know if it had anything to do with skin color in general, but I think it had to do with the owners getting together and saying, "Don't pick him till like late."
Yeah, but if you're an owner, why would you agree to that? That's my only thing. Is that's a base hit for Goldschmidt? This will
owners. Why hasn't Brian Flores been a coach in the NFL yet? A head coach.
He has not a head coach, but he's still a coach.
Well, why won't they hire him as a head coach?
I have no idea.
No, I think of what happened in Miami. I think that's part of it. So,
well, either way, Jazz Chisholm comes up to hit now, 1 for 3 on the day. Runners on first and third, nobody out.
I'm liking this.
Yankees just pouring it on right now. Yeah. Just got to make sure he's got to save some of that energy. We still have another game to go.
They need to stay healthy here.
They need
knocking on wood, by the way. So.
I have a series to still clinch. This only ties it.
Yeah.
Lights are on in the Bronx. It's got very dark out.
Yeah, it's kind of dark here.
1-0 to Chaz. Fouled off.
Come on, Jazz. Base hit
Big
here.
Blue says.
Oh, here. Yeah.
He says, I think Shador does need some humbling, but Shador and Gabriel didn't deserve to be taken.
Sure.
Oh, Shaw. Yeah. No, I agree.
No, of course not. They did not. They obviously did not.
Yeah. No, that I do agree with.
Yeah. His. I don't even think I had him anywhere on any of my my draft.
I think I would have had Shaw going like 6th round or so.
I didn't have him going.
Never a thought for me.
I had him like as if at most he would have been a unpicked free agent, undrafted guy.
2-1 on Jazz. Ground ball to set first, chance for 2, fires to second for 1. No, he dropped it.
Oh,
a 1-run will score, and it's 11-1 Yankees.
Do they get him? I don't even think they get him. I don't think they get him in the double play. If you look at where the pitcher was, because the first base had to field that, first baseman did, and if you look at where Jazz was compared to the pitcher, I think he beat him to the bag.
I agree.
Because no way the first baseman's making it back.
Scoreboard still says 10-1. It's 11-1, is it not?
It's 11-1. Unless he didn't score. Did he not score?
He did score.
No, he scored. Yes.
Up now is Oswald Peraza.
So they messed up the board. Good job.
Yeah, I agree, Alex. It makes 0 sense. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, I don't know either. I have no idea. That was not.
The 0-1.
Did McCord get taken?
Yeah, by the Eagles.
Okay. Oh, the Eagles got him?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't want the Eagles.
He's from South Jersey, so that's kind of what he wanted.
I didn't want the Eagles to get him.
Well, the Eagles fans continue to hate on Jalen Hurts. Well,
I know. I like McCord, though. I think he's going to, with the right coaching, I think he's going to be pretty good.
0-2 on Peraza, swings and misses for out number 1.
Tate in a little bit of trouble here. Oof.
Yeah, that was not a pretty swing.
Not good.
Audi electric moment of the game on Yes was the Anthony Volpe home run, as expected.
Well, Peraza, not showing me much either.
No, not really.
That was a weak at bat. Very weak at
Yeah,
that.
especially when you don't get that many opportunities. That's
No, especially coming off the bench. How cold is it there?
it's 60 degrees. It's just windy. That's why I don't have the window open. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, I didn't get the muted fast enough. Sorry.
It's all right.
1-1 on Wells. Wells 2 for 4 with 2 doubles. 1-1 pitch. High fly ball. Shallow left. The left fielder will make the catch for out number 2.
Yeah, that was pop up.
Got underneath that. So
all right,
that now
Dominguez.
Jason Dominguez. 0 for 2. Would like to see him get on the.
I'd like to see him get a hit here, man. I mean, he's
and he might have one here that's hitting the right field. Oh, it is caught.
2 walks.
Good contact there. Nothing to show for it.
Yeah.
At the end of 8, Yankees look for the win here. It's 11-1.
Yeah, that hung up there. That hung up there too long. That's the problem. All right, so we go to the top of the ninth.
A reminder: we are staying live for Game 2. Luca will be coming in to substitute for Vinny in a little while.
Here's
Nice. $70. Interesting.
upper deck. Huh?
Yeah.
Nice.
Like I said, I think about 2-3 innings ago, I'd be at a bar or something, or looking for food or something along those lines.
I would have been in the Jim Beam seats.
Yeah.
In the Jim Beam lounge right now.
I'd be getting hammered before Game 2, so at least if it went bad, I'd forget about it.
You'd have had your chicken bucket already too.
I would have had to probably go for 2 buckets today.
2 buckets?
2 games?
Wow. I couldn't do 2 buckets, man.
I might have to.
My cholesterol and blood pressure would go through the roof.
Yeah, that's true.
So I'm old, man. Can't be doing that.
Yeah,
I would be going probably for a hot dog, at least.
Yeah, or maybe something small like a little steak sandwich or
steak sandwich.
They have a pretty good one. They just put too much pepper on it.
Yeah. Maybe get a tiramisu and a helmet.
Absolutely not. That is not happening.
Little sweet action.
Imagine if you had seats in the Audi suite and oh yeah, no, that would be sick.
You'd have to roll me out of Yankee Stadium.
Alex, to tell you the truth, I'd be at the bar. Yeah, me too.
That's right.
Yeah, I would be.
2 buckets for you, man. I would think you'd be able to handle it at least.
Well, yeah, 2 buckets and a lot of beer.
My arteries would be killing me right now.
Yeah.
It'd be like.
Well, to be fair, I would be nice if I'm with a lot of people. I'd be sharing, but I'd share the fries.
Yeah, you would be sharing.
The chicken, not so. The chicken, I don't know.
All right, so we have a pitcher change.
In the game. So Ben Rice is in a catcher.
We got a new pitcher.
Sean dislikes the fries because they never salt them. At least Nathan salts them. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
Atzik on the mound. Yeah, no, they never have any salt ever. I don't know why.
That's why I get fries with cheese. There's more than enough salt in that.
I don't. Yeah, the problem is my stomach would not exactly.
Well, mine doesn't either, but I still like them. You got to eat them, and you got to eat them quick because otherwise.
Well, that's the problem, and I can't eat fast. I'm still working on these cutlets here because I eat too fast. Though
I eat pretty quick.
Good call, Vinny.
Yeah, there you go. See, Alex knows.
In there for a strike count. We were going to ask him earlier. Now I can't remember what.
Cheese fries and a helmet. That's what you get when you go there.
We were going to ask Alex and Lucas something earlier, and I forget what it was now. I forget what. By the way, Alex, if you're wondering, we have planned out our May stream schedule. It's on the bottom ticker.
It wasn't about the May 14th stream, was it?
No, it had nothing to do with streams. It was something else. Oh. I don't remember what now. Oof. We were going to ask them something, though.
Was it about the Pittsburgh Jets game? I don't know.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah. Alex. So Vinny said he will not go to the Jets game. Luca has to go as the representative for their channel.
Gangrene Chronicles. Yep.
So when Luca hops in, we're gonna make sure he knows that Luca has to go as the representative.
Nice pitch there by Matzik.
One out. Gosman, they're showing the Gosman situation as he stumbles down the dugout.
Lucas just said no.
Vinny said it. I've said it. Alex has said it.
Listen, I don't know. One of us should probably go to that, Luca. So I don't know, man. We might have to draw straws.
Speaking of straws, Miles Straw comes up to hit, and that's a off the glove of Dominguez, just out of his outstretched hands. Miles Straw is in at second with a double. I don't know if Dominguez got a bad read on
Come
that, or
on,
if he just could not reach. If he
Dominguez.
just couldn't reach that. Yes, exactly. It's 3-1.
It's 3-1. Luca loses.
Luca pretty much has to go.
All right. Good. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Dominguez just could not reach that.
That was.
I don't think I could put all of that on.
You
on
know,
him.
in the
He's
NFL, there's a
good.
rule. There's a rule. If it hits your hands, you should catch it. If it hits your glove, you should catch it.
Even if it's just your fingertips?
I don't know, man. Maybe.
Yeah, we've been talking about that all game pretty much.
Yeah, I know. I was at that game actually when he beefed with the fans.
I know the best part about that game was John Sterling on the call. Those aren't Yankee fans. Those are hooligans.
It's our hooligans, yeah.
I was listening to it on radio. I wasn't watching it live.
Because I was like, "What the hell are they doing out there?" Like, and then they were making fun of
center field. Bellinger cannot get to it. That's going to score at least one. It is 11-2 Yankees. Oh, Alex. So Alex was right near the action.
Yeah. So you were there. What's his name got harassed that game too? The left fielder was
Stephen Kwan after he got hurt.
Yeah. Yep. Good old Kwani. Stephen Kwan, good player, by the way. I'd take him on my team.
Will Wagner comes up to hit.
That you can't catch. I was overset.
Alex says all he saw was beer flying all over the game.
Yeah, I know. And then Judge and Glaber went out there to kind of calm down.
Well, what are you going to do? Tell Stanton and Judge no?
Yeah, exactly. Just calm down, guys. Let's go.
1-0 pitch. Just upstairs.
Come on, Matzik. Just let's get some outs here.
Please.
We already have one. We just need... that was close. That was a ball, but
not quite much.
Yeah.
2-0 pitch. Inside 3-0. I think his command isn't all there.
No, it's not. Well, you got to get him some work because I don't think Matzik's gotten a lot of work this year.
Well, he's been hurt.
Yeah. So
3-0 pitch, upstairs, ball 4.
Again, you got to get him some work.
Good thing here is this does set up the double play situation. Upcoming schedule for the Yankees. They play in Baltimore the next 3 days, all at 6:35. They get the Rays Friday through Sunday, and then they got the Padres the weekend after, or the Monday through Wednesday after, and then they go to
So speaking of the Padres, apparently the fans are wanting them to bench Bogarts.
Really?
Yeah.
I have not seen this.
They're not happy with him. Not happy with Bogarts right now.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So Santander is up. Runners on first and second, 1 out. That is a high fly ball in the left. Dominguez under it makes the catch for out number 2. Bogart's hitting 239.
Yeah, that's probably why.
That'll do it.
And he's making $280 million.
Oh yeah, no, that's
so,
yeah, I could see why that wouldn't sit well. Roden comes up to hit.
All right, Roden, get out.
Put an end to this.
Put an end to this, please. 200 hitter. Yeah, Bogarts is not playing well.
First pitch is popped up. This should do it. This is in the infield. Cabrera's under it, makes the catch. Ball game over. Yankees win by a score of 11-2. Vinny,
There we
I'd
go.
say a very successful game one.
Very good game. Very good game. Outside of that first inning, Fried had a few problems. I think a lot of that had to do with the overthrow by Cabrera. And then he kind of settled down, started getting outs, and the bats definitely hit today, and they were very patient.
I'd say all around, I don't think I have a single complaint from today because, like you said, the pitching did its job. Fried went 6, only needed 2 pitchers after that, so the bullpen is well rested for game 2.
Right.
And like you said, the offense, nice and patient, yet still hitting 12 hits on the day.
Yep.
What more could you ask for? Now
in game 2. This is what happens when you're patient. You start getting patient, and then your hitters can hit the ball. You get pitches to hit, or you walk.
Yes.
So and that just puts pressure on the pitching staff to throw strikes. So
now we just await game 2, which this game ended at 4:39 p.m. local time. So I would have to assume around 5:15 they'll probably get started with game 2. I'll keep an eye on the Twitter to see when that could start. But we'll get
so Fried with the win. He's 5-0 now, and Gosman with the loss 2-3.
So you look at ahead the next game, the pitching matchup. We'll see Clark Schmidt take the mound. He will go up against Bassett, who has got a under 2 ERA up to this point. So
Volpe got the MLB Player of the Game.
Nice.
2 for 3, a home run, a double, a walk, and a 13.6 WPA.
That's a new stat.
That is.
I've never heard of WPA.
That is. Hold on, I'll find it for you. I'll try to find it for you. Let's see.
Well, while you do that, we'll do a little minor league update while we got some time to spare. The Rail Riders trailed the Charlotte Knights by a score 10-9. That game's in the bottom of the 9th. Runner on second, nobody out. In Double-A, the Hartford Yargoats blew out the Somerset Patriots with a 13-5 victory in Somerset. In High A ball, Hudson Valley earned an 8-4 win over the Asheville Tourists. Hudson Valley is up to a 15-6 start so far. I know Alex is going to hate that, knowing that the one Hudson Valley game he went to, they got blown out by Brooklyn. And in low A, Tampa Tarpons lost to the Dunedin Blue Jays by a score 8-5.
So it's a WPA, by the way, is win probability added. It's a statistic that measures how much a player has contributed to their team's win probability. So that would be a 13.6.
Another goofy stat that really just whatever, I guess.
The better you do, the higher your WPA obviously is going to be. So
yes.
Top performers for today: Volpe 2 for 3, obviously a home run, a double, a walk, 2 RBI, 2 runs. Max Fried 6 innings, 6 hits, 1 earned, 3 strikeouts. And Oswaldo Cabrera, there's Waldo, 2 for 3, a double, a walk, 2 RBIs, and a run scored.
So, Vinny, what opinion do the Yankees need? What do the Yankees need to do to win Game 2?
Well, again, same thing they did today, right in the first game. Pitch well, and make sure you stay patient, and just get the hits when you can. If you can take your walks, take your walks. But this is a formula that'll. Yeah, and look at the Mets in Washington.
What's going on in that game?
7-7 bottom 9.
Oh, I'm sure Mets fans' season's over now, isn't it?
1 out.
See, I put NASCAR on, so I don't even think to check.
Colorado overtook Cincinnati. Oh no, sorry, Cincinnati's still up. I thought that.
I guess we'll turn this into just a flat-out baseball show then until Luka gets here. Yeah, Houston's blowing out Kansas City. Brewers blowing out the Cardinals. Actually, the Reds have a no-hitter through 6, by the way.
Oh, there we go.
Reds up 7-0.
Mariners up on the Marlins 4-1.
Dodgers up 4-2 over Pittsburgh. The Nationals just walked off the Mets 8-7.
Nice.
I like it. You love to see it. Thank you, Nationals.
There you go, Nationals. After being down 7-1 in that game.
Boston beat Cleveland 13-3. Detroit beat Baltimore 7-0. Minnesota beat the Angels 5-0. Those are all the finals.
Yeah. And the Mariners pouring on 4-1 now.
Which that's actually a rubber game that should never have been.
Cal Raleigh up to the plate against Max Meyer right now.
If you're interested in a NASCAR update, which you're probably not, but I'm going to provide it anyway, Anthony Alfredo leads.
There you go. Cal Raleigh has a home run in this game.
Big sports day. Actually, should we watch goofball football in the way of the UFL?
Goofball
That's what I call it. I call it goofball football.
Nice.
So now we just await the arrival of Luka. He could be here at any point. Like I said, we're still waiting on an official start time. He needs to rest his voice up too. He did the Knicks live stream over on his channel. So
there you go.
So still no update on Michigan. Actually, in goofball football news, Michigan Panthers wide receiver Samson Nakua got into a confrontation with a fan post-game and slapped him across the face. Good for him. That's what I say.
Yeah, way to go. That's crazy. Craziness.
Interesting. A lot of crazy stuff happening in football this weekend.
I know.
To say the least.
Crazy.
So still nothing yet about a start time. They obviously got some work to do.
Yeah, nothing. I'm not seeing anything either about that game starting or when it's going to start.
Yeah. So Will Middlebrooks provided an update on what happened in Cleveland today. Here's what the fan said. The fan told him that he should have killed himself when he had the chance. That's disgusting. Right. And I just saw the video of the wide receiver that smacked that fan. He smacked him pretty good. That was pretty good.
Great. I mean, I guess they say as a player, you're not supposed to hit, a fan.
Well,
ever.
The problem is some fans feel like they're untouchable.
Yeah, and that's you can't be like that.
No.
So.
Oh boy! All right. So, what game are you watching? I'll try to.
I'm not watching any game.
Right? Oh, I thought you were watching the Mariners.
I'm watching the post game right now, but yeah, I was kind of going through the game day on that Mariners.
Oh,
game,
I gotcha.
But yeah, I think I probably will switch.
Yep, like I said, I will. I've been keeping up with social media. Still nothing yet.
Let's see here. Go to my MLB app. See what's going on.
Actually, I got a better idea. Let's put on AAA.
AAA.
MLB. Let's see what the Rail Riders are doing. Let's give our minor league teams a little shout out here. If they're still playing, if they didn't get walked off yet, or if they didn't.
Oh, there we go.
They were down.
Yep. All right.
Because that does work on MLB.TV.
Yes, it does.
Let's see what our Rail Riders are doing while we wait.
I see some people doing some. I see some fans.
Let's see.
They're doing Are they doing the 7th inning stretch?
No, they're in the 10th inning.
Are they in the 10th?
They might be showing highlights. Might be over.
That's fans, man.
I know.
No,
I just went to commercial.
Yep.
I'll check right now.
See what they're at now.
Because every other game is over. So. Oh, it's tied at 10. They're going to the top of the 11th.
Oh, okay.
All right. So we're Jordan. So for
I have to hop off at exactly 5.
That's fine. I'll let the.
So.
All right. All right. So while our halftime show will consist of
Halftime
A
show.
live reaction to the Scranton Wilkes-Barre Rail Riders taking on the Charlotte Knights. So, Vinny, if you want to air out your grievances on the White Sox, now's a good opportunity.
Oh yeah, sure. Let's see. Where are they? What they do today? Nothing, as
They're
usual.
tied right now at 1.
Oh, are they tied at 1?
They're playing the A's.
Oh boy, that doesn't look like it. That doesn't seem like a good game.
They're in the 4th already, too.
That's not a game I really want to watch either.
Why not?
Because the Mariners are playing. Why am I going to watch
Yeah,
them?
but the A's and the White
I don't
Sox.
care. I don't care.
Can't beat that.
I don't care about a team that's like 7-20.
Yes, you do. Stop lying.
I don't. Just like I
They're
care
gonna go
about the
on
Rockies
They're
too.
going to win 14 straight. You're just being a hater.
If they win 14 straight, Sean, at any point in this year, I will wear
All right,
a
we're
tutu
back in Scranton.
if they win 14 straight.
All right, so the pitcher for the Railroad. Oh, why did they go back to commercial?
That was yeah. I don't know. Same thing here. There's a big dude pitching for Scranton.
Kervin Castro.
Well,
He's 7-0 this year. Oh, he's a good pitcher. 2-0, 1.42 ERA and 12 2/3, 15 strikeouts.
He's a
out of Venezuela. I don't understand why we're watching highlights. The game is going.
Yeah, I know. What's going on?
Actually, I did watch that live. That walk-off home run for Ronaldo Hernandez.
Nice.
He's a good catcher. He's a big catcher. All right, can we put the game back on?
Yeah, exactly. What's going on here? What are we doing?
What happened? There's a 3-2 count right now. I'm watching. I'm checking it on my phone.
By the way, the only hope the White Sox have is this Kyle Teal guy. By the way, Kyle
I saw
Teal
him yesterday.
He's gonna be good. It's unfortunate that he has to play for that crap franchise, but he's gonna be good. And Colson Montgomery. Colson Montgomery's gonna be good. Okay. I mean, they've got a good farm system. I hate to say it, but they've got a pretty good farm system.
It's just a matter of do they know what to do with it?
Exactly.
All right.
If I'm them,
we're watching the same commercial over and over again.
Yes, we are. I'm watching Big Inning.
There it is.
Hey, there we go. Hey, just walked them. There we go. First and second now. Are they at PNC Field?
That's PNC Field. In Music, Pennsylvania.
There we go. You got a shop. Got the old ShopRite sign in the outfield. Nice.
Keep telling you, Vinny. I'm gonna get you over here.
Yeah, I know.
I get you over here for a AAA game.
There you go. Not a lot of people there though.
No, unfortunately, this time of year attendance is usually rough, just for the fact that it's cold out.
Yeah.
But give it till June, then that place will be filled again. By the way, Vinny, I don't know. I'll test your memory. Do you know who the manager of the Rail Riders is?
Oh my God, I don't remember.
Former Yankee, Shelley Duncan is the manager of the Rail Riders. He's been with them a couple years now.
Okay, all right.
Rail Riders also have a championship within the last 10 years. They won one in 2016, and they went to one.
To me, Shelley Duncan and Clay Bellinger are kind of the same guy because they both did pretty much the same thing when they came up.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's fair. But Shelley Duncan is actually a Scranton Wilkes-Barre legend. He was great with the Rail Riders and they were at the time they were the Yankees.
Boy, that runner at second's getting a little antsy over there.
They're very fast. I will say that. They are a fast team. But this pitcher, like I said, he's been strong all year. So somebody that can get out of it is him.
They're looking to bunt the runners over. A little small ball.
Well, power's the one thing about minor league baseball that I respect is it's not a game where it's all about power because obviously the baseballs are of a weaker quality coming from China, so they don't fly out as fast.
Oh, are you sure they're going to keep getting those balls from China with the tariffs?
You know what? You make a good point. I didn't even think of that.
If you're charging 145% for each baseball, I mean,
The amount of baseballs they use in a game. Yeah, that.
you're gonna be and then so that's
Well,
not
we
cool.
know Manfred can afford it, so
Yeah, I don't know, 145%. I don't know.
it's a lot.
They might have to get their balls from I don't know,
Panama or
Cuba.
Cuba, yeah, or make them
Do
home. Make them
do they make baseball in Cuba?
I don't know. I thought it was Costa Rica.
Costa Rica, maybe.
That's what I thought.
Maybe.
He's still trying to actually bunted foul, 2 strikes.
No,
Isn't that a
he's
strikeout?
out. Yeah, he's out. Should be out.
Yeah, that's an out.
Yeah, definitely out. 12th strikeout.
Yeah, they had 14 yesterday, but they also gave up 16 hits.
All right.
Oh boy. So while we wait for game 2, if you're wondering, we are watching the AAA game between the Rail Riders and the Charlotte Knights. That's game is 10 in the top of the 11th.
I'm not used to not having the box in the middle of the screen there for
No, and you notice how different the broadcast is. By the way, Benny, we ought to shout out our old employers. The Staten Island Ferry Hawks off to a 2-0 start.
Nice. Way to go. Oh, that one's lifted.
Pablo Sandoval is back with the team again this year too.
Oh, nice.
So their home opener, actually, they had to move. Now the home opener for the Ferry Hawks next weekend, they had to move Sunday's game to Saturday because they forgot about the 5-borough bike tour.
Mm-hmm.
So to prevent any sort of chaos, they're gonna play a doubleheader Saturday, which is a little disappointing because I was actually thinking if we didn't go to the Yankee game Sunday, I would have liked to have gone to St. George, but obviously that stupid bike. I hate that bike tour so damn much. I really do. It causes too much damn traffic.
Yeah, well. Oh, Tim Elko, 2 for 4. Having a good season. 358.
Hits that one right field.
That one.
Oh, he almost lost it. Nice catch by the right fielder.
Oh, he had problems with the sun the last one too. So
yeah. Nice catch there. Who was that? That was well, either way, it's 10-10 going to the bottom of the 11th. Railroaders got a chance to win it.
10-10 bottom 11.
That's a pretty good game if you ask me.
Yeah, it was a good game. A lot of runs, though. A lot of runs, but not a lot of
2
errors by the Rail Riders, though. So I can see that fielding is.
Yeah, they had 2 yesterday too.
That bad
right
fielding
fielder is Jose Rojas, by the way.
That bad fielding's gone down to the minor leagues too. So I see.
Yeah. Now some key numbers from this one. Manguia 0 for 3, Vivas 1 for 5, Rumfield had a hit. Dom Smith has been playing horrible. He's hitting 192 right now. So
yeah, I think we may have seen the end of Dom Smith.
Yeah, because he has not performed up to the standard that we saw him at in spring training. But everybody's the bet. Actually, our boy Andrew Velasquez 2 for 5 on the day.
There you go.
He's a day late. I told him. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Put my camera back on. I was sitting in row 4 yesterday. I kept telling him, I'm like, hey, if you get a hit, I'll take you back to the Bronx. We'll go to Pasquale's. I'll pay for dinner. We'll go to Arthur Avenue. But he wouldn't get. He didn't get a hit.
You didn't get a hit. All right. Oh. Oh, they're showing the fan cam.
Yeah, I like that. They don't do a lot of commercials for AAA games.
So next matchup, we have Chris Bassett, who's been actually pitching pretty well this year. 2-1 with a 1.88 ERA. 34 strikeouts in 28 2/3 innings.
I don't even think we have lineups up yet, do we?
Yeah, but Bassett, a lot of his extra, like his extended statistics are really, really good.
Yeah, okay, so it's still no start time yet. And the lineups are up for tonight. So the Yankee lineup is Grisham, Rice, Judge is the DH. Bellinger, Chisholm, Volpe. Bellinger's in right. Dominguez, Escara, and Cabrera.
Okay.
But Trent Grisham is in there.
Grisham's been was tearing the ball up.
Yeah, obviously he stepped away to
Yeah.
tend to the birth of his child.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Good old Trent. Hitting 291 with 6 homers.
The Blue Jays lineup looking very similar. Only difference is it'll be Heineman behind the plate, Luke's in center, Rodin in left.
All right, so I'm gonna drop off here.
All
Mr.
right.
Sean.
Well, Vinny.
All right.
Thank you very much for hopping in.
Yeah, no problem.
You have a great rest of your Sunday.
You too. I'll see you.
We'll talk soon. And our next stream is May 10th, but also don't forget I'll be seeing you in the city this weekend. So.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
We'll work that plan out later. Vinny, you have a great day.
You too, sir. Take care. Take care, everybody.
Yeah. So with Vinny heading out, of course, we do await for Luca GP to join in, which hopefully won't be too much longer. Again, we are still waiting on the start time of game number 2. Still have not heard anything yet. I've been checking while watching the Scranton Wilkes-Barre Rail Riders. So quickly, we'll go along with everything that else is happening around the league. Obviously, Yankees won 11-2 in game 1. Big offensive day and big pitching matchup also for Max Fried. He pitched very well. In the top of the 7th, the Cincinnati Reds lead the Colorado Rockies by a score of 7-0. That game is in the top of the 7th. In Arizona, the D-backs lead the Braves by a score of 2-0. That game is in the bottom of the 4th. The White Sox and the A's are in the top of the 4th out in Sacramento. That game is tied at 1. The Texas Rangers currently lead the San Francisco Giants by a score of 2-1. That game is in the bottom of the 3rd. Out in the City of Angels, the Dodgers lead the Pirates by a score of 5-2. That game is in the bottom of the 3rd. In San Diego, they are going to the top of the 4th, all tied at 2 with the Tampa Bay Rays. The Seattle Mariners lead the Miami Marlins by a score of 4-1. That game's still just in the bottom of the 3rd. The Philadelphia Phillies will be taking on the Cubs tonight at 7:10. It'll be Aaron Nola against Jameson Taillon, 2 pitchers who have struggled dearly this year. Earlier today, the Mets fell to the Washington Nationals by a score of 8-7, despite the Mets having a 7-0 lead. They lost that one. In Cleveland, the Boston Red Sox beat the Cleveland Guardians by a score of 13-3 after an ugly situation there where a fan yelled some very not so nice things to Jarren Duran after his long history of suicidal issues. Ugly situation out in Cleveland nonetheless. In Detroit, the Tigers beat the Orioles by a score of 7-0. Tigers sweep the Orioles in their 3-game set. And in Minnesota, the Twins defeat the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim by a score of 5-0. The Houston Astros have just defeated the Kansas City Royals by a score of 7-3. The Milwaukee Brewers defeat the St. Louis Cardinals by a score of 7-1. And that is what is going on around baseball. In the Yankees minor league system, right now we are watching the Scranton Wilkes-Barre Rail Riders taking on the Charlotte Knights in the final game of their 6-game set. Rail Riders and Knights tied at 10. That game is in the bottom of the 11th. We're currently watching that one right now, awaiting the start of Yankees and Blue Jays game 2. In Double-A, the Somerset Patriots fell to the Hartford Yard Goats 13-5. Patriots fall to 9-12. In High A ball, the Hudson Valley Renegades hot start continues as they defeat the Asheville Tourists by a score of 8-4. The Renegades 15-6 to start the year. In Low A ball, the Tampa Tarpons struggles continue as they fall to Dunedin Blue Jays 8-5. Dunedin improves 12-9 Tampa falls to 8-13. So just got an update saying that the warm-ups have just begun for the Yankees, so leads me to believe they will be getting going soon. And 5:25 first pitch for the Yankees and the Blue Jays game 2. I'll quickly update our scoreboard here. So 5:25 first pitch for game 2 is this will now be the rubber match of this 3-game series. Charlotte Knights get out of trouble. That Rail Riders game that goes through the top of the 12th out at PNC Field in Music, PA. Would like to welcome in my co-host for game 2. And just coming off of a celebration as our New York Knicks somehow, by some miracle, defeat the Detroit Pistons. Welcome in, Luca. How you doing?
I just got to recite a few words. Hold on.
Fuck Detroit.
Dennis Schroeder
Is a bitch.
body odor, freeloader, Nixon 5.
Now,
Lee Beasley, it
Nixon
ain't
5.
easy being cheesy, Nixon 5.
Luca, I'll tell you the truth. We were tracking it. When I heard Brunson left the game, I was sick to my stomach, and I refused to look at it. So when Alex put in the comment section that they had won, I didn't believe him for half a second.
I don't blame you.
I was sick. But we go home tomorrow, or I'm sorry, whenever the next game is. We go home knowing Tuesday. Okay, good. All right, so I should be able to get to see it. All right, so we have a little bit of hope that now they go into the Garden, they can finish the series off Tuesday. Luca, you missed a big one in terms of the Yankees. I don't know how much you got to see. Yankees won 11-2. Max Fried, 6 very solid innings. Yuri De Los Santos, 2 solid innings as well. Tyler Matzik, not so solid, but got to finish the game nonetheless. Yankees offense broke out. Anthony Volpe, 2 for 3 day with a home run. Just about everybody had a hit. It was a lot of discipline. Kevin Gausman walked 5 in the 3rd inning, leading to a 6-run 3rd inning, and that's where the game kind of got blown out of proportion. So big day for the New York teams. Maybe we can complete the 3-game sweep. Luca, while you're here, so we do have lineups up for Yankees Jays game set to start 5:25. What are you looking for in this one in particular? Let's start with Clark Schmidt. Obviously, he has not pitched the greatest. What are you looking for from him?
Give me a solid couple innings. Who did he last pitch against? I remember the outing wasn't so good. I'm just trying to remember.
I can look it up. Hold on. Was it Cleveland?
It might have
Game
been.
one
Yeah, it
against
was
Cleveland.
It was
They
Cleveland.
lost 3-2.
It wasn't. I thought it wasn't a 3-2 game. I think it was like 6-4. If I'm not mistaken, because he pitched. He didn't pitch so great. The Yankees tried to come back a little bit.
That was Will Warren. Okay, I think
Yeah,
it was game after. No, that was Rodon. Wait, Monday's game 6-4. Yep, Clark Schmidt Monday. When they lost 6-4 to Cleveland.
Yeah, I think you're just looking for a solid couple innings. Get through this chain.
Well rested, by the way.
Yeah, give him 5-6 innings. Obviously, Bats did a very good job. Hopefully, they didn't use all their runs for game 2, but yeah, just keep it going. Keep it going, man.
That's all. I mean, and they kept the Blue Jay hitters pretty much well contained. And you're going up against Chris Bassett, who has a sub-2 ERA. So, the offense now going to need to keep it going. And obviously now this has become a rubber game. So, like I said, now we just officially await the start time of this one. Actually, look, if you're wondering, I'm watching the Rail Riders game. Then the top of the 12th, all tied at 10.
Oh, nice.
Andrew Velasquez, 2 for 6 on the day. So he has had
nice.
He's had a big day for them. But pitching obviously was the big problem from this one. Both teams 10 runs on 8 hits. So I tell you what, I was pretty upset with the way yesterday's game went. They had a 7-0 lead, and
Oh my
They
God.
managed to lose. Colton Brewer was the key component in that one,
Gotcha.
which is weird because he's actually pitched great all year.
Right.
He's got a little over a 2 ERA, so I don't know what went wrong, but they just kept chipping away. And all of a sudden they had a 6-run fifth inning, I think it was, after we were up 7-0.
Let me look at Chris Bass's numbers versus the Yankees because if I'm not mistaken, he usually pitches well against us. Yeah,
Yeah,
3-0 with a .82 ERA and 39 strikeouts versus the Yankees in his career in 5 starts. That's with Oakland and Toronto.
fantastic. By the way, I gotta ask because Vinny wasn't 100% sure because he was in Jersey. Was it really that bad yesterday that the game got rained out in New York?
No, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I don't think it was that bad. I mean, I was working all day, but there was like one like downpour that lasted for like a couple of minutes.
Us here too. I mean, it stopped raining by 3:30. We got our game in Scranton on time, so I was a little shocked when I saw that. I knew it was gonna rain all day, but it cleared up by 4 o'clock here, and it looked like this, not a cloud in the sky.
They were better off delaying the game, but still.
Well, the game was supposed to start at 1. They could have easily just said just come back at 7. I don't know.
Exactly.
That's my
I
thought
don't think it
process.
even. I'll be honest. I don't think it even rained at 7.
Nice. Oh well. Nonetheless, we got a fun stream here. We're 3 hours 41 minutes in. We probably still got a while to go. That game 1, I tell you, Luke, those middle innings dragged for a little bit when they were up 6-1 at one point. The game felt like it was in a standstill.
Right,
So,
right.
Luca, give me your take. Since we got 15 minutes to kill, give me a take on how the Jets did this weekend with the draft.
I'm gonna pull up the picks. Some of them I'm not familiar with in terms of like player evaluations and whatnot. I'm gonna pull up the draft picks. I
Mm-hmm.
thought like going by pick that I at least knew. First pick Armand Membu I think was the right pick. You need an offensive lineman. I would have rather had Tyler Warren, but again, Membu was the second best option. I would probably give that.
By the way, I don't know if
Yeah.
you heard, Warren also fell victim to a prank call on
He
draft
did.
night.
Yes, he did. I did read up on that. And I thought it was with the. I think somebody pranked him that he was getting drafted by the Jets. I'm not sure. Could be wrong.
Yeah,
Mason Taylor, good. I think it was solid value for round 2, not great value, but we needed a tight end. Azariah Thomas, that was a value pick, more BPA round 3. He's got good physical tools. He's very sticky corner. Doesn't have the greatest speed. Round 4 is where it starts to get interesting. I'm very 50. Not great on Arian Smith. Like at first, I bought into it because we needed a wide receiver, but at the same time, he was more of a 6th-round guy because he has a huge drop problem.
mm-hmm.
Big drop problem, 10 drops. I think last year I could be wrong,
Right.
but bad drop percentage, bad drops overall. Some people see him as a special teams guy, but I think if he really breaks out, he's going to be a special wide receiver because of his speed. Just fix the drop problem. But again,
That's all.
for not great value, I think they could have went else. I think they could have went for a better receiver. Malachi Moore. I talked to Alex about this pick because he did a scouting report on him. More of a specialized defensive player role, but I think when the defensive scheme that the Jets are going to put on is more prioritizing the secondary, I think that's something you need, maybe like a Swiss Army knife kind of thing. Malachi Moore can do that. I'm fine with that. Francisco Peguero or Mauigoa, as I'm reading it, linebacker. I'm not sure what that really does, and Tyler Barron, edge player for depth purposes. But I'd say the first 2 days were better. Day 3 was like meh.
Understandable. Now, I want to get back to the topic of baseball for a minute. Did you hear about what happened in Cleveland today?
Weren't they supposedly not cheering on, but like making fun of Jaron Duran because he tried to kill himself?
Yeah, somebody said from the crowd he should have killed himself while he had the chance. Now, I'm sorry. That's not okay.
Fan banter's one thing, but that is taken like 10 levels too far.
That is way too far. And I don't blame Duran for being upset. I'd be ready to rip his throat out too.
Right.
Obviously, I don't know if you saw the video. He had to be held back by players, coaches, umpires. They had a lot of people holding him back. So
They should have. Did they eject the fan?
I don't know.
They should have.
I mean, I would hope they did. I mean, if he was able to accurately point out who it was, which obviously, again, when you got 20, 30,000 people to pick from, obviously that could be easier said than done. But either way, that's not okay. And I
No,
hope
not at all.
I hope that you are right and he was ejected, because that was a horrible situation. And I guess you heard what happened with the Mets today.
They blew a 7-1 lead, apparently, what I read.
Yes, and they lost 8-7. They got walked off on. It was a good day in terms of. I mean, yeah, Boston won, but Baltimore 3-game sweep. They were swept by the Detroit Tigers. That's who we take on tomorrow. So we'll see. If they can. You hope they don't wake it up tomorrow, but Baltimore,
Absolutely.
as you know, they always play us tough. So we'll wait and see. Well, we got about 10 minutes until this game starts. We do have. Let's go over the lineups, shall we? Try
Yeah.
to get back into the swing of things, knowing that we
You
do
want me to
get
throw up
going.
the MLB graphic up in terms of game day?
Nah, we'll leave it like this. This is how we were doing it earlier. Luca, would you like to read the lineups, or would you like me to read the lineups?
I could do it. So batting, we'll start off with the Toronto Blue Jays, the visiting Toronto Blue Jays at that. Batting first and playing shortstop is Bo Bichette. Batting second and playing first base is the newly extended Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Batting third, playing in right field is Anthony Santander. Batting fourth and playing DH is George Springer. Batting fifth and playing second base is Andres Jimenez. Batting sixth and playing third base is Will Wagner. Batting seventh and playing catcher is Tyler Heineman. Batting eighth and playing center field is Nathan Lukes. And batting ninth and playing left field is Alan Roden. For the New York Yankees, leading off is Trent Grisham in center field. Batting second and playing first base is Ben Rice. Batting third and DHing is Aaron Judge. Batting fourth and playing right field is Cody Bellinger. Batting fifth is the left-handed swinging Jazz Chisholm Jr. at second base. Batting sixth is playing at shortstop is Anthony Volpe. Batting seventh and playing left field is Jason Dominguez. Batting eighth and doing the catching on the second game of a doubleheader is J.C. Escara. At catcher, batting ninth, and third base is Oswaldo Cabrera, with Clark Schmidt on the mound, obviously.
Clark Schmidt on the mound, obviously, as you said. So they're giving Goldschmidt, Goldschmidt and Wells both the second game off, which was much deserved. Both played exceptionally well, and obviously asking a catcher to do 2 games. Neither team is doing that to either of their catchers, so that makes sense. So you just hope, like I said, now you just hope that the offense can keep their ways going into this one, going into game 2. Yankees coming in at 16-11, Blue Jays now at 13-14. You look at the division, if you want to look at the division now. Yankees up by a game and a half over Boston. Tampa Bay behind by 3. Toronto behind by 3. If Toronto can win, they would jump back ahead of Tampa Bay if they were to lose. And Baltimore 10-17, 6 games out. Baltimore, man, I can't get over that.
They've had a really bad start. I remember reading something from wasn't this week, it had to be last week. On the hot seat is Brandon Hyde. I'm like, what is going so badly over there? Is that like a locker room thing? Is it the pitching? Because the pitching, they have the hitters. The pitching is a big concern. Their run differential is a -39.
Yes. Well, like you said, pitching, obviously, I think to me that's the big thing for them. And also, you just look at it, they haven't been able to show up when it matters. And you have to wonder if maybe confidence has become an issue for the Baltimore Orioles. You never know, but it's something the Yankees need to build on.
Absolutely. Their run differential is worse than the White Sox.
Yeah. Yeah, the White Sox have actually been halfway, okay, I can't say they aren't horrible. They're 7-20, but they're at least keeping it close. If we want to take that little win where they can get it.
I mean, the Angels have a -33 run differential, but they're 12-15.
Yeah.
Not nearly as bad.
You look at the Texas Rangers, too. Vinny brought it up earlier. Texas comes in at 15-12. They're tied for first, but their run differential is -14.
Yep.
So that's a case where pitching
doesn't always save you.
Yeah. But look, I want to talk about this with you two real quick. Now, obviously, me and Vinny, we were planning our streams for the month of May as April already begins to come to a close. Now, if you're the Yankees, obviously the month of April, very inconsistent. I don't think you can afford that next month. I don't know if you've seen the schedule. If not, I'll read it
I'm
off
gonna
to you
double
real
check
quick.
for you. Well, I'm
I
gonna double
already
check.
have it up. I already have it
Gotcha.
up. So obviously we end the month against Baltimore. Always tough, no matter how good or bad they are.
Divisional, so yeah.
Yep. We start out the month of May with a 6-game homestand. Three at home versus Tampa, 3 at home versus San Diego. Then they get a day off. Then they get 2 West Coast trips in May. They go to Sacramento and Seattle for 6, day off. Then, of course, the big homestand. First Subway Series of the year, 3-game set. You know that's the Mets World Series, so you know that's going to be a big one. Day off, then you get Texas for 3 at home. Then you round out the month with at Colorado, which to me is a trap series, even though they're 4-22 right now. That's a trap series. You get the Angels, which obviously they always play us tough in Anaheim. You know that, Luca, for as long as we remember. The
Yep.
Angels have always played us tough. And then, of course, you round out that after a day off, you round out that West Coast trip in LA against the Dodgers. So you ask me, like I said, Yankees, they did a great job in game one, building off all the things they have struggled on. They need to build some consistency in the month of May. Would you agree?
Absolutely, absolutely. Obviously they're 5 games over 500. See that? Let's see that expand a little bit
Yes.
towards the month of May, and they obviously face some tough opponents. The Mets are a tough opponent. The Dodgers are a tough opponent. The Rangers are a tough opponent. Now that they're playing to their potential, have a lot of young players over there. So just take advantage, win as many series as possible, and obviously, it's not really like playoff position kind of thing, but getting some difference in your division.
Tiebreakers too. That's
Yeah.
always another thing. And also, I'm looking now. Even June is not that much easier. Cleveland and Boston at home. You get Kansas City and Boston on the road. Baltimore again. Anaheim again. Cincinnati. I almost said Oakland. The Athletics. So these next 2 months to me are going to tell us a lot about
Yeah.
these Yankees.
And it's
So
also things could change with those teams. Those teams could either get better or worse. So who really
yes,
knows?
that's the beauty of a 162 game schedule.
It's a marathon, not a sprint, they say.
Yes, and it's just and then that's just a key factor of the guys who may be slumping now, maybe they show up in May. Maybe the guys that are hot right now. I mean, unfortunately, as great as Judge is playing, a slump is going to happen.
Yes.
It's just a matter of how to get out of it.
I think also as well, depends on Yankee players coming back. I hear Luis Hill is starting to throw.
Yeah, he threw this morning about 11 o'clock. He began his throwing program. So I don't know what his timetable is yet for his return. DJ LeMahieu, 6 for 10 in his rehabs down in Somerset, so we can expect him back any day now. Stanton's already hitting again. They expect him by June. Obviously, I'm hoping they don't rush that.
Yeah.
And actually, that leads me to ask you this. I asked Vinny this earlier. When Stanton does come back, now Ben Rice has been pretty much the everyday DH. You can't take Rice out yet, can you?
No.
You have to find a way to mix it up with those two, because obviously Stanton will not be ready to go day in and day out every single day. That's not logical if you want to have him in October. So to me, you got to find a good way to balance out his time with Ben Rice, right?
Absolutely. You got to find some balance. If you're a good manager, if you know how to make the lineups and do it constructively, you got to make it work. Obviously play the hot hand, as we always say when it comes to baseball, just in general sports overall, ride the hot hand. If Ben Rice is still killing it, you keep playing him. I'm not saying you can't play Stanton or whatnot, but if Ben Rice, let's just say, goes 0 for 3 or 0 for 4, okay, we'll sit him this day, and then we'll use that to play Stanton. But
the other thing you do too is you play the matchups. If you got a lefty on the mound, you put Stanton in. You got a righty on the mound, you put in Ben Rice. That's another way. I mean, they obviously they don't believe in hot and cold, even though I agree with your point. Aaron Boone don't believe in hot and cold, so that's probably the other way I can see them going about it. So still nothing yet. They still say approximately 5:25 this game will get started. They're still in the studio, so I'm assuming more of a 5:30 start time as it's 5:23 here on the East Coast. So
yeah, DJ LeMahieu. I'm gonna be again. I know he's hitting well in Somerset. I have zero little expectations.
I agree. I mean, you know what you'll get defensively. I mean, Vinny's trying to talk me into it, saying he won't be as bad as we think he'll be. But I said even if he is playing good, how long until his body quits? That's
Exactly.
been the problem the last couple years, and I think that's why we've hit this point where now we don't know if we don't know what we're gonna get. But now they're going to commercial, so it looks like they are gonna send it to the stadium. And I know no commercial. They go right to the stadium, and it looks like more than half the stadium is already gone. They're not sticking around. Look, I'm sorry. If we had the opportunity for a doubleheader, give me one reason we would not stay.
Like, are you saying that sarcastic? It'd be like
No,
realistic.
that's serious. Like we would be staying, right? Would we not?
Yeah, hopefully, yeah.
So the Yankees are officially taking the field. Clark Schmidt has officially began his warm-ups. I said to Vinny, Vinny thinks I'm crazy. I said, for a doubleheader, you'd almost have to go 2 buckets, right? For chicken?
Yeah, probably.
You'd have to. One ain't going to be enough for that. But Clark Schmidt takes his warm-ups in the first game. Obviously, we've already read the lineups. Bo Bichette will be leading off for the Toronto Blue Jays, followed by Vlad Jr., followed by Anthony Santander. Cleaning up will be George Springer, the cheater, batting fifth. Andres. Is it okay? Is it Jimenez or Jimenez? We've been saying Jimenez.
Jimenez.
Okay, it is Jimenez. Okay, all right. We're not crazy. Will Wagner will bat sixth, batting seventh. Tyler Heineman batting eighth. Oh, God, they already took the lineup down. Nathan Lukes and batting ninth, the left fielder, Alan Rodin. Clark Schmidt, 2 starts, 0-1, 7.45 ERA, and 9 2/3. So you hope to see a little more from him today. Also, Luca, I don't know. I don't care personally. I don't know if you do. You do have a heavy glare on your face.
Oh, that's from the sun. I'll have to put
That's
up.
up to look. It don't bother me. If that I don't know if that bothers you or not. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, I'll probably just move the curtain.
Yep.
But before first pitch, I know this is not basketball stream or whatnot. Fortunately, with the Knicks win, they do get a big loss of bad news. I should say bad news in general. Dick Barnett from the 1970-1973 championship teams with the Knicks, shooting guard, has passed away at the age of 88. The Knicks have his number in the rafters, number 12. So not only did they lose Willis. Yeah, rest in peace to Dick Barnett. Not only did they lose Willis Reed like a year or 2 ago, now they lost Dick Barnett, and obviously,
well, they'll do something nice for him on Tuesday. So stepping up to the plate is Bo Bichette. Clark Schmidt sets and deals the first pitch, and we're underway in game 2. That's right down the middle, first strike, count 0-1. Bo Bichette hitting .302, no home runs, 13 RBIs, and a .709 OPS in 27. Oh,
is it me?
Luca and I, we're on quite a marathon today. 2 streams.
Yeah. Is it me or? Oh, that's right. You know what? I'll say when we get to Springer. But Bo Bichette, I was going to say, has been a disappointment. With this whole young Blue Jays core, they haven't been to what they expected. Like they had a lot more
chronic underachievers.
Yeah, they had a lot more success with the Bautista, Ed Encarnacion, Russell Martin teams the mid 2010s. So it's been a truly disappointment.
Like I said, I think they're just truly chronic underachievers. I swing and a miss there by Bichette, count 2-2. So Brendan Miller moves into behind home plate after the other umpire threw out John Schneider earlier in the game. Which, by the way, did you see Kevin Gosman scream at the umpire only to trip and fall down the stairs?
To the dugout. Yeah,
pitch way outside, count 3-2. We gotta laugh. I thought that's what I saw, but I didn't comment on it till Vinny did.
Right.
Now, game time temperature, I'm assuming it's about the same as game 1. Very windy. A little less clouds, about 58 degrees in New York. Chilly day. Same thing here where I'm at in Pennsylvania. 3-2 pitch. High fly ball into right center. Grisham makes the catch, 1 away. Good start. Yeah, I said to Vinny, I said we were at a point. If we were at today's doubleheader, I think by the 7th inning, with the Yankees up 10-1, I said that's when we're loading up on beer and food. To tell you the truth.
Maybe throw in a couple 99 burgers, I guess.
Yeah, sir. Another bucket, like I said, maybe a hot dog. Today would be a horrible day for the 9 hot dogs, 9 beers challenge. First pitch to Vlad is in there for a ball. Vlad hitting 272 home runs, 12 ribbies, and a 758 OPS. The 1-0 pitch, upstairs 2-0.
Call me a hater.
Getting-
I do not think Vlad deserved all that money.
No, and I was just about to say that to you too. I said, look, he's played good. He's not a bad player. He's not worth $500 million. He's just not. 2-0 pitch, outside 3-0. Definitely trying to work the outer half of the zone. Noticing that early.
Yeah, definitely.
It'll be a 2-1 pitch. Oh, no way. Oh, we got a surprise guest from Alex. What are you at work?
I go in at 6, so I got time to kill.
Oh boy.
Oh, isn't this great? Well, we welcome you, Alex.
Yeah.
How are you doing? How are
Doing
you?
fine. Hopefully this I'm connected to the store's Wi-Fi, so hopefully it holds up.
Vlad walks.
Great Knicks win, and obviously the Yankees won earlier. So
Yes. So official game time temp 58 degrees, 42% humidity, a lot of wind, chance of rain according to the Yes Network. Worry not. So I guess that's a good thing.
yeah, it's pretty sunny over here, obviously, as you could see. Question though, which has really nothing to do with this. It's the 21st and the 22nd. That's race weekend.
For NASCAR, yes.
No, I was obviously asking you about friggin' F1.
I was okay. Whatever. All right, we got the sarcasm here. Lucas, should I kick him already?
Maybe.
As Santander comes up to hit. Yes, Alex. Also, Alex, again, if I don't know if you heard me say it earlier to you, our upcoming stream schedule is on the bottom ticker.
Okay, I'm gonna have to I'm actually gonna write this down.
I'll leave it in the banners so you could check it after if you want to. Obviously, some games are subject to change.
Yeah.
I can explain that later on, but cut on a miss, strike 1, count 2-1 on Santander.
Okay, let's see.
Let's see how fast he can write. You want me to just read it to you? Would that be easier? Lucas, should I be nice and watch him try to do it?
Let Alex write it down. Let him do the work.
Well, the one that I will spoil is we are doing Soto's first game back, so that one
I already wrote
almost
down.
a must. So I'm assuming we'll dual stream that one with you guys.
What day is? Well, that depends. But anyway, what day is the 1st of June?
Sunday.
Sunday.
We wanted to do one of those 3 Dodger games, and we were debating. We said that's probably the best one. I mean,
Also,
I said to myself, I probably could do the Friday game. The problem is if it starts at 10 and I got to be to work at 6.
Yeah, but well, I mean, there's that, but also, isn't one of them on Apple TV?
You might be right about that, actually. As that's fouled off 3 and 2. You might be right about that, actually. So, but Sunday night games on ESPN, so that one we know we can.
I've saved you on Mulligan. Yeah, because I'm gonna put it once I get a chance. I'm gonna put it in the app to request off for that Saturday and Sunday. Well, I mean, let's see. We're going for the race on Sunday. What remind me what we would be doing Saturday? Just like
I'd
the arc
probably
race?
be working.
Okay.
I'd probably be working the morning shift, so I got to see what the schedule looks like. As Santander works, walk runners on first and second with 1 out.
Okay.
So yeah, I got to look at the schedule. Also, if we still do go to Yankee Stadium next Sunday, Matt Blake is coming out to talk with Clark Schmidt. If we do go to the Yankee game next Sunday, Calvin and Brianna would like to join us.
Okay.
That also varies because this series might be over on Tuesday. It might be an Eastern Conference Finals game. It could be Saturday too. Who knows?
Could be. Well, you already know Saturday is going to be a busy day for me.
But, Saturdays. Yeah, I mean, I'm waiting. I'll probably text Joe this week to ask him like what's up, but
yeah,
other
so
than
up to bat now is cheating George Springer, hitting .329 with 2 home runs, 12 ribbies, and a .935 OPS. Little did you know he's still wearing a wire.
Yeah. The only thing would vary is, I mean, at least, I mean, personally, I've said this before, I really don't want a graduation party because I feel like, I need to find a job for me to celebrate, like a job in the industry, as I've mentioned. So the only thing would vary is the 16th is the day I graduate.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Well, we'll figure that one out.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Because we gotta, I mean, it's been like, let's see, this next week, We got you
Swung on
coming
and
up.
missed.
We got you coming up on Friday, so there's not. Then that weekend's like nothing.
Yeah.
Why am I on the big screen? Take me off, Luca.
This
I'm
is
not
how
the-
long we've been streaming. Now we're just fucking around at this point. We're
Yeah.
4 hours in, and we're
We're just, yeah.
that's in there for a strike 1 and 2.
So obviously this coming weekend's kind of a bust. The following weekend, I mean, there's really nothing going on. Wait, what games are the following weekend? Not this weekend coming up.
Next
Like
weekend's
like the Mother's Day weekend type of thing.
that's strike 3. George Springer check swing. He went. Let me get the calendar up. That will make it easier.
Yeah.
Shite.
Because obviously Sunday I'll be in. Hopefully, because I don't know, Sean. I don't think I told you this. I got summoned for jury duty for the Monday. I'm in Georgia.
Oh, so
I
we've
gotta,
all been summoned.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So I got to
That's
call.
definitely done intentionally. Mother's Day, they play the Athletics at 4:05. I said to Vinny, I'm probably gonna stay away from Mother's Day just because obviously,
Oh yeah.
if me and my mother are home, then.
Oh yeah. No, I mean, I was never going to venture on that day in the beginning.
But yeah,
Like,
they're in Sacramento that weekend.
Yeah. The Friday. What time is the Friday game? Fucking 10 o'clock.
9:40. Vinny said he might want to do one of the Seattle games at 9:40 because obviously him being from living in Washington State, he likes to watch the Mariners. So
Yeah.
1-1 pitch on Jimenez. Fouled off, count 1 and 2, strike away from getting out of trouble.
Okay. I just realized also as well that that Sunday, I believe, for the Mets game, that's a night game.
Sunday, yeah, that's Sunday Night Baseball. We're doing that stream. We're just gonna stay away from Saturday because that's a 1:00 game.
Yeah.
And
Just realized,
normally I work.
I'm working. Let me
Yeah, I
see.
normally work till 2. Strike 3, he gets out of trouble. We go to the bottom of the first, still scoreless.
Yeah. It might cut me out because I'm just looking to check something. So I'll be back.
You're good. We still hear you. We just don't see you.
It probably just shows the logo. Yeah, I just realized that. Okay. So I can actually look at my schedule here. Obviously we're not talking about this weekend. Next weekend. Yeah, that's a tight squeeze because I work a 4 to 8 and
Well, Alex, if you have, I mean, my availability. If you have like a game that you want to do, just let me know, and I should be able to, make something work. I'll keep you. Obviously, we both got we got a busy month of May, so
yeah, it's a interesting month.
We'll figure out. By the way, Alex, did you see the Mets blew a 7-0 lead and lost?
That's funny.
Yeah.
Who'd they blow it to?
Washington. They lost 2 out of 3.
Why is everyone blowing leads to Washington? Miami did that too.
Yeah, I had no idea.
Yeah, so.
Oh, I think he dropped his phone.
Yes, he
Yeah,
probably did.
I dropped it in my lap. It's on the
Nice.
steering wheel.
So, by the way, Yes Network just pointed out a stat. Clark Schmidt is 0-3 versus the Blue Jays.
Well, Bats is 3-0 versus the Yankees.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully one of the streak breaks at least.
Trent Grisham will lead it off for the Yankees. Did not play in Game 1.
Or you have a no decision.
Chris Bassett, 5 starts, 2-1 with a 1.88 ERA.
Something we never really talked about too is like Monday games. I think because I think you're free on Monday nights, right?
Oh,
that's
gone. That's
right.
Well, what Monday games are you looking for in particular? Because I was supposed to do tomorrow's game, but I forgot. I got a dentist appointment, so I won't be. I don't know what time I'll be back.
Yeah.
First pitch to Grisham. You are breaking up now, or is that me?
That's him.
Okay,
I do.
Him. Right, now you're good.
May 12th. Is there anything wrestling going on? Like
just Monday Night Raw, but nothing crazy.
Okay, all right. Because I mean, if the Yankees are not off that day, it could be a fun stream. Because obviously you're going to be where you are, and I'll be in Georgia. So if the
Mhm.
class is not that night, I'll be stream from Georgia.
Grisham hits a high fly ball in the deep right. This one's carrying back on the track at the wall. It is gone. Frank Grisham with a
Yay.
solo home run. And the Yankees take a 1-0 lead. Look out, Judge's Chambers. That is a missile off the bat of Trent Grisham. And the Yankees jump out to a 1-0 lead.
Damn, I gotta for the assets, for the media assets that I put in, I really gotta get that dun dun dun, dun.
Yes.
And like the home run horn too. I gotta
Yes.
get that.
Unfortunately, we cannot play the DMX song during the. Alex, did you just get pulled over by the cops?
That's not
No,
mine.
that was mine.
Yeah.
Oh, that's on your end. Oh, so they're waiting for you outside. So at the bat now is Ben Rice.
I'm gonna get pulled
Ben
over
Rice
in the
house.
parking lot. Yeah, that's makes a
So
lot of sense.
You
apparently,
would
Sean,
be the one.
apparently, Sean, that was Bassett's first home run allowed this season.
Yep, that's showing it now.
Who,
Oh, yeah,
Luca,
that
who
is
do they
strong
play on the
season.
12th?
12th to San Diego. That's inside. Count 1-1.
They're in San Diego on the 12th?
No, they're home.
Oh, good.
I think it's San Diego. No, I'm sorry. Wait. No, the week after I think is Seattle.
Luca, you want to help Sean out?
I got it.
I'll check.
I already got it.
Already got it.
Yeah, Seattle 9:40.
Damn. Well, I mean,
I
that
could
was
do.
good.
I could do it. But I don't want to. That's a late night. So
Pushing the envelope, I know.
1-2 pitches fouled off.
Yeah. Because we got to get in some. I mean, not that I have the utmost. I just got to put some content out there. So the Yankees, I'd like to see a few times.
Yeah, well, I mean, I know draft kind of took up a lot of that. The 1-2, outside 2-2.
Yeah, draft took up a lot of that. Draft recap, and then it's dead time.
Rice hitting 268, 6 home runs, 11 RBIs. Started out hot. He slowed down a little bit, but 2-2 pitch, fouled off again. Looks like I got a glare.
Knicks, no Yankees. Here we go.
Luca, you look all checked out. You look
No, I
exhausted.
was just gonna check my phone for a second.
Gotcha.
Oh wait. If we do go to that game Sunday, just expect a hell of a line because it's bobblehead Giancarlo Stanton.
Yes, I saw. We might have to be early. It's a 1:30 game, so I'm gonna have to tell Calvin he's got to get a really early bus to the city.
Early bus, yeah.
Yeah, that's good though.
That's strike 3 call looking. That's out number 1. Then again, he's told me before he typically will just take an Uber because if he's in northern Jersey, he said it's only like a 10-minute drive.
Yeah, you just got to hop over the GW.
Whose bobblehead is it? You said Stanton?
Stanton Jedi bobblehead.
All right, I'll let them know. He did ask though first. He just wants to know how much it would be because he don't want to spend a ridiculous amount.
No, neither do I.
For a ball. No, I don't. No, not really.
Because I'm looking right now, lowest, and I'm not really looking to go to the upper deck, but like $68 for 236, which is in left field.
Judge grounds one to third, past third baseman, shortstop picks it up, fires to first. Vladdy cannot make the pick, and Judge is going to reach on
that just looked like an ugly. That looked like an ugly play from the start.
Watching Vladdy try to do a split, also, they might need to take him out.
Well, I'm saying the shortstop.
The third baseman the shortstop never got a good grip on it.
Yeah, the shortstop's got to reach him there.
And Vladdy just could not reach it there as he was already pretty much on the ground.
My phone literally.
Oh, boy.
Bye. I think he just shut the tab. They call it an E6.
That's fair. It was not a good throw.
Pitch to Bellinger in there for a strike count 0-1. Bellinger hitting 200, 2 home runs, 13 ribbies.
Sub 600 OPS.
The 0-1. Low and away, count 1-1. Now, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I told Vinny, we were talking about possibly Ferry Hawks if we didn't do Yankees.
You talking May 4th?
Yeah, they moved the game to Saturday because of the 5-borough bike tour. That friggin' tour has always caused me problems. Hate it.
Yeah, I read that.
1-1.
Sean's not going to be happy.
Fouled off. I mean, if it wasn't for the dinner Fridays, that's fouled out for out number 2. If it wasn't for the dinner Friday, I'd say we'd go Friday night, but oh well. So 2 down in the inning. Bellinger clearly frustrated by that at bat. His
He's
struggle
not had a good start to the season.
continue. And here's another one who has not had a good start to the season. Jazz Chisholm comes up to hit.
Honestly, not a big fan of. Well, I'm disappointed in Cody. I'm not a big fan of Chisholm because of his uppercut swing.
Yeah, I agree. He's back, unfortunately.
You're funny.
Yeah, I
I
know.
was looking at Vivid Seats for tickets because they were pretty good with the Knicks game.
They were good for me for the Rail Riders game. $12 for row 4.
Yeah, and they were pretty good for
StubHub, not Vivid Seats.
Okay, whatever. So you could do your own research then. But Vivid Seats was also good for the Cyclones game, but it's like, yeah, it's $51 and then you get like
Chisholm pops this one foul. Go ahead, Al.
you get like $18 in fees, so it's basically the same price as Tick Pick.
Yeah.
So, and
Yeah,
the
well,
only
Vivid
reason
Seats was about the same thing. Problem was yesterday when I was trying. I normally just use Ticketmaster. Ticketmaster thought I was hacking into my account. I had to reset my password 3 times. Still wouldn't let me buy the tickets, so I ended up going through Vivid Seats, which, of course, had to go through Ticketmaster anyway to have them on my phone. It was annoying yesterday. I didn't get the tickets till maybe 20 minutes before we got there. As Chisholm strikes out to end the inning. Yankees take a 1-0 lead, though. We go to the top of the second. But
Yeah.
I got a good deal with Vivid Seats, so I was pretty happy with them.
Yeah, I was pretty happy. I mean, as I said, not as I said, but I'm just bringing this up. The only reason before Calvin and Brianna that I thought of, like the Yankee Stadium idea is like, I know Joe doesn't like to go far, so not me going to the Bronx for no reason, because like I want to use this as A, you're coming up, B, it's kind of like a pre-college graduation like celebration.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm in favor for that. Actually, I'll tell you the truth. That's a cheaper option anyway.
What? Just
go to the Bronx?
Yeah. Luca, what do you think?
Well, I'm kind of wavering because I don't know if the Knicks game is going to be on that Sunday or whatnot, but it is a cheap option. Yeah.
Well,
I said, I will know for sure Friday what is going on with this whole jury duty thing, because they asked me, because I called them. They're like, "Are you in pain?" I said, "Yes, I'm in a lot of pain." So I have to bring them a doctor's note, and they would let me know Friday if I can get out of it or not.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, yeah, I'm just gonna. Luca says he's gonna use Luca said he's gonna use the student excuse. I said I'll send him my boarding pass, I'll send him my Airbnb, and I'll send them my acceptance letter. So, like, hands off.
yeah.
I'll do it in July, but nothing.
Problem is if they tell you no, you have no choice but to go. Unfortunately,
arrest me.
That's what I said, but
Alex is like desertion.
Also, Alex, I hate to break it to you, but you just said all that on air, so
yeah.
Oh, that sounds like it sucks.
Alex, Jared Ivey is signing with the Seahawks.
It's about time he got signed.
I hear a cat.
No, that's Alex is jangling
my keys.
God.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you guys had heard, Jazz Chisholm's suspension was revoked.
It was.
Good.
He will not be suspended. The umpire should be suspended, but that won't happen.
No.
Well, when does an umpire ever get suspended? Never.
I agree. Will Wagner comes up to hit first pitch in there for a strike.
We got my Giants 2024 camp notes right here.
Nice. By the way, Alex, so now it's 3-1. Luka pretty much has no choice but to go to MetLife.
No, not really.
Yeah, really.
I can't wait to see when the Steelers play them, actually, and when the schedule comes out.
I swear to God.
When's that coming out? May 14th?
May 14th. If they pick it at like a really stupid time.
Like Christmas?
Well, so then you know what we'll do then? If it's Christmas, there's always an alternative to that. That's a ground out one away. We could always just take them to Hibernia Bar. The Steelers Bar. Yes. That's always a good backup option.
Yeah.
as Tyler Heineman comes up to hit. 500 hitter through 9 games.
Not happening, guys. Sorry.
It's going to
not how it
happen.
works.
No, it's gonna happen.
And you know what would be even better, Luca? And you'll actually like this. If the Steelers play the Giants in the preseason at the Meadowlands.
Oh, I'd go. I would go.
Oh, okay. All right. So Alex gonna. Okay, he don't care then. Okay.
Yeah, I'd go.
Never mind.
Yeah, done.
The 0-1 upstairs.
Okay, Lucas. So it's either you go to the Jets Steelers game or you listen to 2 Nickelback albums.
How about neither?
No,
no, it's one or the other.
No, I got the option or.
no, it's both. It's both.
It's
1-1 to Heineman. Heineman is a high fly ball in the infield. Rice comes in, makes the catch. Wynn took that almost near the dugout, out number 2.
Ugh.
So 2 outs as Luke's comes up. I almost said Tony Luke's, but we're not in Philly going to a cheesesteak place.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Nathan
Unless you're
Luke
going to
comes up
Jim's.
hit.
Jim's is pretty good.
Actually, Alex, I will tell you, me and Calvin were talking about going down to Philly again. So
For what exactly?
just to go get cheesesteaks. We've done that a few times.
A day trip ain't bad. I mean, we did it.
Yeah.
That's in there for a strike count 0-1. So if that's something that interests you, just letting you know. We obviously it's just an idea. We haven't made anything official.
Yeah, I'll give you an idea right now. So, because I was thinking about this today,
Strike 2.
right? With everything we've talked about
This
in
is
private.
scary because Alex and ideas don't exactly.
Yeah,
go
I was about
together.
to say, Sean, but you took the words out of my mouth.
All right, let's let him get his shit in. He's got 9 minutes.
Yeah. With everything that obviously we talked about behind the scenes, which I won't reveal on air because there will be a time for that.
Yeah. Outside.
One thing that me and Luca did talk about when we were in Mobile last time is going down to Mobile in October for a Greek Orthodox Church festival that they're having, and that they
you
presented
told
to
me
us.
about that.
Yeah, so I mean, if you wanted to come along just for a southern trip, obviously we don't know where we're going to be
When is
at.
it?
Sometime in October. Luca, if you want to,
I'm gonna hold out on that, just because if I do go to the Senior Bowl with you, I'd rather have the money for that. Plus, I already told you. I said regardless of said situations, I want to go to Pittsburgh regardless for a Steelers game. So.
Also, we got to think about possibly Notre Dame.
Notre Dame too, yes. So yeah, I'm gonna hold out on that one, knowing that, especially again if we do go to the Senior Bowl next year.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, you guys would probably be going under my name.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna go under Luca's name.
Huh.
Yeah, you're gonna go under gangrene. You're gonna represent under gangrene Cons.
Yes. Schmidt really just went from 0-2 to a walk.
Yeah, he's not had great control.
2 strikes.
1 on, 2 outs. Schmidt's almost thrown 40 pitches through just these first 2 innings.
Not great.
Luca, when is that? Comes up to hit.
See if they have it posted on. I mean, I don't know.
October 17th to the 20th.
Okay. All right.
I'll double check. Though.
The NFL schedule release is going to have a lot to do with a lot of decisions we make, because that's in there for a strike count 0-1.
I would. One of the last words I'll say is I would postpone that if it was Jets Steelers that week.
Oh, of course.
No, I'll fly down south. Thank you.
Go ahead, do it. We'll be waiting for you when you're there.
You bozos are going to see a pathetic game.
Yes. Luca, we've been waiting for this since 2020.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Jets are going to be like 1-5. The Steelers are going to be like fucking 6-0.
What if it's opening day though?
Still hesitant.
1-1 pitch, lined up the middle, fielded by Volpe, fires to first to end the inning. We're through an inning and a half, 1-0 Yankees.
Well, he's even more hesitant because it would cost.
Even better question is what if the Jets are good?
If the Jets are, it depends how many games in though. If they're like 2-0, I'm not going.
Oh, come on! Now you're just being a hater,
dude. I went to see the Jets at 7-4. It was a 6-4. They ended up winning against the backup Bears in a sauna in an absolute monsoon at MetLife Stadium. I go a couple weeks later when the Jets are
Jacksonville.
above 7-6, and
Well,
they shit themselves against the
I will
Jaguars.
say this: Vinny is right about one thing. I have a feeling this is going to end up being either a Thursday or a Monday game. Just because you really can't put it on any sort of Sunday primetime game because I don't see how that beats any other game unless it's really that shit of a week. And
Yeah,
also, it's Justin Fields going against the Steelers and what could be Aaron Rodgers' return to the Jets. There's going to be storylines coming from
yeah.
it. So I'm going to say it's going to be a Monday night game. Something just tells me Monday night football or Thursday night football just for the sake of terrible football. And which I will tell you this, not that I'm changing my opinion, but something tells me if it's Thursday night, Luca's going to be 100% right about the shit quality.
Yeah, it's going to be a monsoon.
That
I
would
can
be
imagine.
fitting, but you know I'd be there.
I'd rather be there in snow, but again, I don't want to go to MetLife at all.
Oh, I
You're
hate to break
going.
it to you.
No, I'm the one who could decide that. I'm the one making the decision.
No, because if one of us buys your ticket, then you pretty much have no choice but to go.
You could ask somebody else to go.
No, I will not.
Pain in the ass. I'm gonna step into work. So, gentlemen, have
fun.
a good stream, and we'll talk.
Yes, Alex, real quick before you go, I'm not doing anything later, so I don't know what time you get off. But if you want to bullshit about any sort of shit,
I'm
I can later.
probably getting out at because there's probably nothing to do once we get into the later marks and what was I say? Yeah, the later period, I should say.
Yeah.
So I'm probably leaving work at like 9:15, 9:30.
Okay. If you want to discuss things for New York next week, I'm available.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's
works
what I
for
probably
me.
want.
Talk to you tonight then.
Later, A-Royd.
And Volpe with a bloop single out into right field to lead the Yankees off with a base hit to get us started.
Nice job inside outing that pitch from Volpe.
He's had a big day, and this was after Vinny said he's not so high on him anymore.
I'm not either, technically, but
you know the Vinny jinx.
Ugh.
And it's worked so far as Jason Dominguez comes up to hit.
I might pause my game so I'm in line with you so we can do so I'm not yeah.
Well, I'll tell you where I'm at. Dominguez just hit a pop fly into left center. Nobody can get to it as that one will dunk in for a base hit and runners are on first and second with nobody out.
It was the wind. It was the wind.
The wind has been, one of the players' hats just went flying.
All right, I have JC Escara's stat line pulled up. Let me know when you got it.
Okay. So that one dunks in for a base hit. Runners are on first and second. They're showing the windy flags. Wind is gusting. As Escara steps up, they just show his stats now. Hit 143, no home runs, an RBI, 518 OPS through 8 games. I'd like to see a little more from him.
Yeah.
This pitch is low and in. This one blocked by the catcher.
Yeah, with the whole Volpe thing, I think he's overrated by a lot of Yankee fans, especially especially the whole
Jeter because he's Italian.
Well, not only that. Oh, he was born in Jersey. Oh, he's Derek Jeter. This, that, and the third. I never believe the Jeter comparisons. No. I think that is ridiculous.
My cousin said it best. Everybody's the next somebody until they're not.
Exactly, 100%. Volpe, he's not a consistent hitter. I think that's
Vinny's biggest gripe too.
And I don't think he's great as a fielder as everybody says. I think he's got an average arm at shortstop.
Not even that. He's made a lot of bonehead plays. That's in their first strike count, 2-1. But he can always prove us wrong.
Absolutely. And I think, this is year 3. He was a big pick for the Yankees. Obviously he superseded Oswald Peraza in 23 to get that starting position. The Yankees passed on a lot of free agents. This is his time to make his mark. I'm not saying he has to be the greatest shortstop of all time.
We're not asking him to be Jeter. We just want him to be
absolutely not. I think if he really lives up to his potential, he's an all-star. That's my thing. I'm just going to grab a hoodie.
Yep. So it's 2-2 count on JC Escara.
Just be an all-star.
Yes. 2 on, 2-2 count in the bottom of the second. Yankees lead 1-0. The pitch to Escara is a high fly ball drifting foul. So we'll do it again. 2-2. It's like Chris Bassett's moving from side to side of the mound just to get comfortable. As that's in the dirt, count full 3-2.
Weird to see Bassett struggle like this, but he did have a bad outing. I don't remember what he faced last time. I think he gave like 4 to 7 runs, I believe, in his last outing. But weird to see him struggle, Bassett struggle like this against the Yankees, a team that he's pretty much always owned.
Yeah. So count is full at 3-2. Here's the pitch. High fly ball in the short left center. Catch is made by Bichette for out number 1.
Nice moving action on that sinker. Was at 90 miles an hour. Just got in on the hands there for Escara.
So that'll bring up Oswaldo Cabrera. Had a pretty decent game 1. Obviously had the error, which cost them a run, but other than that, not a bad game 1. So runners on first and second, 1 out. Here's the pitch. Ground ball foul.
Looked like he fouled off his foot. Or
Yeah,
maybe
he got himself a little bit. Is it like, from what I'm seeing with the wind and everything, is it chilly in the city? Like a little nippy?
when I walked outside, it wasn't. I'll be honest.
Not really.
It's just windy.
It's just when the wind kicks in that it feels a little nippy. Well, that's the reason I kept the window shut. I didn't think y'all wanted to hear wind, but 0-1. The pitch inside, count 1-1.
Yeah, Bassett's last start. He has pitched every game he's pitched this far this year. Each one is over 5 innings. Previously pitched against Houston Astros on the 22nd. 3 strikeouts, 4 runs, 7 hits, a walk in 5 1/3 innings in a loss for Bassett. That would be his only loss of the year to date. 5-1.
Rough patch.
Yeah.
1-1. Hit in the air to right field and playable, and catch is made for out number 2.
Yeah, good. It was a hanging breaking ball there. Cabrera got a decent hold of it, but just not far enough.
So here comes Trent Grisham, man with 5 leadoff home runs this season, which leads MLB. The Yankees, I'm sorry. Yankees with 5 leadoff home runs. Grisham with 2, Wells with 1, Goldschmidt 1. There was one other I didn't get to see.
Grisham been a big surprise this year for the Yankees, not just in terms of home runs, but just overall power. Obviously, as the season progresses, I think we'll see a little bit, not a regression in terms of the negative stance, but we'll see a little back to earth.
I gotta take a phone call real quick. I'll be right back.
Gotcha, no problem. That's all right. So Grisham with a solo home run in the first inning, a leadoff home run off of Chris Bassett. He's hitting .304 with 7 home runs. I'm reading that correctly. Count is 1-0, 2 outs. The pitch is on the outside corner, strike 1, curveball, 71 on the outside edge. Bassett with 35 pitches here in the second. 2 men on, 1-1 count, 1-0 Yankees here in this second game of a doubleheader. Stretch the pitch is outside. A little frame job there by Heineman, but he could not get the call. Count is 2-1.
All right, sorry about that. I will say this, Luca, to kind of add to your point. Yeah, I said that in the spring on one of our streams. I said, if we can get Grisham to at least be able to hit decent, he'd already be much more useful than he was last year. And I'd say up to this point, he's been a little more than just decent. And you know what? Did we trade for Soto or did we trade for Grisham? I'd say we traded for Grisham, but that's just me. 3-1 count. Pitch outside, ball 4, and the bases are now loaded for, I believe it's Aaron Judge coming up. Now, in game 1, Luca, I will tell you for a good portion of the game that was a strike. I'm sorry, Ben Rice is up.
Yeah.
That's twice I mixed up Rice with Judge today. It's been a long one. We're 4.5 hours in, and we're only in the bottom of the second. This is like a work shift, Luca. Started about 1:30. Probably going to go to about 8 o'clock or so. Picking on Kevin Gausman, Michael K.
Yeah.
Pitch to Rice. It's popped up. This should end the inning. Second baseman running out to get it. Center fielder calls everybody off to end the inning. So the Yankees strand the bases loaded. We go to the top of the third. Yankees lead 1-0.
Top of the order drew up for the Blue Jays.
Hope Clark Schmidt can figure it out. I mean, he's pitching all right. He's just throwing a lot of pitches.
Yeah, he's kind of lost command a little bit.
A little bit.
He's fortunate he's getting the outs he's getting.
And that's all we're really asking for right now. If we could at least get us 5 quality innings, I think we'll be okay, especially with our bullpen well rested. Update from the minor leagues. The Rail Riders would go on to lose to the Charlotte Knights by a score of 13-12 in 12 innings. So
yeah.
That game has gone final. In Double-A, the Somerset Patriots fell to the Hartford Yard Goats by a score of 13-5. Somerset falls to 9-12. In High A ball, Hudson Valley defeated the Asheville Tourist by a score of 8-4. Hudson Valley continues their hot run at 15-6. Although I know that's going to be a little upsetting for Alex, considering they got mollywopped the game he went to.
Yeah.
And in the Low A game, the Tampa Tarpons fell to the Dunedin Blue Jays by a score of 8-5. Tampa falls to 8-13. I said this to Vinny, Luca. I said, the Rays are out in Tampa Bay. Why couldn't they let the Tarpons use the big field?
That's true.
If the Rays are on the road, why can't the Tarpons use the big field? I'd be a little irritated because actually I tried to go and watch that game earlier because it's usually the Florida State games start about 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
And they will not be broadcasting home games this year because obviously they're working on a practice field, so there's no booth.
Yeah, I don't see why they can't play there.
Yeah, right. Like if like I said, if the Rays are on the,
aren't the River Cats and the A's playing on the same field?
Yeah. The only time that the River Cats are not is when the A's are home. They're going to play in Tacoma, which I don't fully understand that one. Play them all the way up in Seattle, but actually, see, you know what I would do in that situation where if you got the River Cats who can't play at home because of the A's, that first pitch is in their first strike, I'd give them a big league opportunity. Let them play at the Giants Oracle Park for a couple days. I mean, obviously, I'm sure there'd be a schedule. You'd have to see what the Giants are doing, but give the little guys a chance to play on the big field. It'd be a new opportunity. And if you can't do that, you got the college stadiums over there. There's other minor league stadiums that the Giants have up in San Jose or whatever else. I just don't see why Tacoma was their first option. Go
it doesn't.
Up to Washington.
Just seems like a very minor league-ish area.
Yeah. 1-1 pitch to Bichette. Swung on a miss, count 1-2. I don't know. Like I said, that's just my take on it.
Yeah, that's fair.
It'll be a 1-2 pitch. Clark Schmidt sets and deals. Swung on and missed, strike 3, 1 away. And the Yankees, if you remember in this, not that you remember because you weren't alive for it, but you know your Yankee history in the 70s when they were rebuilding Yankee Stadium, they ended up having to play at Shea Stadium for
a little bit. Yeah, of course.
Fun fact that those watching may not know. I know, Luke, I think you know. My dad's first Yankee game actually was not at Yankee Stadium. It was when they were using Shea as a home field.
Oh, nice.
That was just. Oh, okay. No, that was a ball. Okay.
That was a little low. Good frame job there from Mascara.
Yeah, but yeah, that was my dad's first Yankee game when Shea Stadium was their home. Imagine what the Subway Series would have been like then. Two teams in the same stadium had they had the Subway Series then. Fouled off, count 1-1.
Definitely transformative. I mean, the Yankees also for a time, there was something going on with the Yankee Stadium in '98 where they played the Angels, I believe, at home at Shea Stadium.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember. I've seen videos of that. I forget what the reason was for it.
They were like fixing something in the stadium, I think, or.
Yeah, well, if you look at that stadium, that really was more built for. I mean, it obviously was built for the Yankees, but it just had more of a football stadium look to me.
Yeah,
that's why they should have been on Staten Island, but everybody calls me crazy. So 1-2 outside 2-2. Well, anything would have been better than the Polo Grounds. The
Oh
Polo
my
Grounds
God,
is
of
as
course.
iconic as that is.
That's like blast
That
from
was
the.
as
That's like a
goofy
blast from
as
the
it could
past.
get. 2-2. Swung on and missed strike three.
Beautiful
Caught
pitch.
Schmidt starting to get into a rhythm here. 2 away.
Beautiful pitch.
Nice. What is that? A sweeper?
Yeah, look, had some nice break on it. Just constantly moving to that outside
Going
corner.
right down the middle and just veered all the way outside. So 2 down for Santander, who walked his first time up. I still say, Luca, you know what they should do Yankee Stadium and even Citi Field because we know they can do it. Give the Giants and the Jets one home game over there. If you could have
Yeah,
the Pinstripe Bowl, give me one reason why the Giants shouldn't get one game at Yankee Stadium and the Jets can't get one at Citi Field. I mean,
I
you get the
completely
extra
agree.
home game every other year. Give us one.
At least one pinstripe,
It
as
would
you said, pinstripe
it,
bowl.
it would be an upgrade over MetLife. Let's be real.
Yeah, MetLife's a dumpster. It's a
Now I will
glorified.
say this, Luca. Had the Steelers been play, oh, that's a high fly ball in the deep
That's
right
crushed.
field, and that is in the second deck, and we are tied.
He left that up. That was, I think, a sinker or a slider. That pitch was left all the way up.
Just like that is 1-1. Third home run of the year for Santander, and he's struggled for a good portion of this month. So that might have been what he needed to break out of this slump. What I was gonna say, Lucas, you know what? Had the Steelers and Jets been playing at Citi Field, I don't think there'd be any debate over if we're going or not.
Yeah,
To tell you the truth, though, that would be a hard ticket to get. So with 2 down in the inning, up comes George Springer. He's 0 for 1. Had a hit earlier in game 1. First pitch in there for a strike. Late call there, 0-1.
I just
Like you
want.
said, Luka, just a hanging pitch right over the plate.
It was. It made it to the point. It was a no doubter home run.
0-1 pitch to Springer. Schmidt sets and deals. That is a high fly ball in the center, and that is caught to end the inning. So we've completed 2.5. The Blue Jays have tied it at 1. We go to the bottom of third in the Bronx.
Yeah, I was going to say about Springer because I was going to bring up like his first at bat. He's not been the same as a Blue Jay compared to being an Astro.
Oh, no, not even close. Now, he's been off to a solid start this season, but
Yeah,
overall, no, he has not been the same. And not all that you can't pin on him. I mean, if you remember when he first started, that was when we were going through this whole COVID stuff with the Blue Jays not having a primary home.
they
And,
played in Dunedin. I think that did they play in Dunedin or was it
yeah.
Buffalo?
Well, so 2020 was Buffalo after they played their first 3 road series in the other team's ballpark, just playing as the home team, like what we did against Philly.
Yeah,
Then they played in Buffalo in 2020. Then in 21, Canada still said, nope, no go. So they started out in Tampa till they could get Buffalo ready again. And that's why Buffalo was playing in Trenton, which that was another weird location that they picked for them. So then
I remember.
they would play in Dunedin for about a month, and then Buffalo for like 3 more months before they were allowed to come back to Toronto.
I remember we were considering going down for a Trent Thunder game when they were with the Yankees.
Yeah, I still wish we did, but unfortunately, well, for one, I didn't realize it was 2.5 hours from here, but also that didn't last very long.
Yeah, it was a matter of figuring out what to do there.
Which, look, I like the fact that, well, yeah, Trenton itself is a city. Well, the less said, the better. But I mean, look, I like that. I like Somerset. They've got a lot of history of producing major leaguers from the Atlantic League. But Trenton was a very good team for a minor league. Like, yeah, because they always drew very good crowds. They even won the championship their last year before COVID had hit.
Yeah.
So they definitely, that was not a city that deserved to lose their team, as Judge grounds to third for out number 1. But actually, I was talking with one of the workers at Scranton yesterday because I was telling him a little bit about my career with the Ferry Hawks, and even he's like, yeah, what they did to the minor leagues was just wrong because, they killed so many opportunities for young guys to get their chance. Because I mean, yeah, the minor leagues, it was getting a little out of control with. I mean, there were teams that would have what 8 to 10 minor league teams. That's a lot.
Yeah,
I would-
that is a lot.
Now, what I would have done is, well, first and foremost, with everything they did with the Staten Island Stadium, I would make that AAA ballpark. Keep that close. Same thing with Brooklyn. Make that AAA park. So at least then you need
You're
call ups
close to
while
the stadium.
they're traffic pending a short ride away. But what I
mean,
would
that's
do with
the
all
thing.
the
I was
teams,
gonna say real quick. That's the thing for like the Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs. You
yeah.
know, 2.5 hour. How many hours away from
From
Philadelphia?
Allentown, you're only talking a little over an hour because you're right on
Yeah.
the PA Turnpike. Although, and I actually think Trenton would be a good team for the Phillies too, because Trenton's only
Yeah.
about a half hour from Philly. So I actually always said Trenton would be a better location for them. But I see why. I mean, South Jersey, Eastern PA, you really can't go wrong with either.
Exactly.
But my point I'm getting at is with all the teams that got cut, which was about 30 to 40 teams that were cut, why couldn't you make a league for free agents or other minor leaguers, like the undrafted or the unsigned, or
Absolutely.
like an independent league, yes, but you succeed there, you get signed. I don't know. I mean, I hate what Major League is doing with the minor leagues. I mean, you look at most of those guys that were playing at those rookie levels, the Class A short season, they were making $600 a month. Look,
Yeah,
I think you and I both make more than that. So
we do.
2-2 pitch on Bellinger is in there, strike three, caught looking. Nice pitch there. Nice sinker.
Bellinger not
down.
happy with the call, but that looked like
That
a strike.
was a strike. And that was a lot of the gripes with the Blue Jays earlier was there were a lot of pitches that were strikes, but because they were getting bad calls, they did not agree with. But yeah,
It's a
like I
great-
said, Luca, what they've done with the minor leagues, it really is a shame. And I think a lot of that too is bias from me being petty. As Chisholm pops this one up to shallow right, catches made to end the inning. We go to the fourth, tied at 1. And part of that, like I said, for me, Luca, is pettiness because the radio station that I used to work for, WSIA, that was the radio network for the Staten Island Yankees. So
Yeah, absolutely, of course.
I'm a little petty. Luca, let me ask you this: when you were, looking at colleges and everything, would that have been a possible factor in what college you chose?
In terms of a opportunity, absolutely. Like to do like live baseball games.
For
Why the hell not?
for the Yankees, and they got to travel too. The
You got
Staten
to
Island
travel.
Yankees,
Yeah, that
the
works.
team paid for the broadcasters to travel, so it's like what could have been. That's why I'm so upset about what happened with them. But
It also like screwed with like small town economies. They made so much
well,
money.
that too. I mean, look at a team like say one of the Yankees' brand new minor league teams at that point, the Pulaski Yankees, which those of you hadn't heard of them, they played in Virginia. And yeah, they played in the ballpark that really only held about 3,000 people, but they drew 2,000 a night. They did what they wanted to do, and I'm sure that area. I mean, you look at some of your former friends, and you have people. There's a lot of Yankee fans in Virginia, a lot of New Yorkers that live in Virginia. So
Exactly.
even how we look at the rail riders here in PA, there's a lot of people that are originally from New York that live here that like to go see the minor league Yankees, and like you said, it creates jobs for,
Local economies.
locals, stadium workers or people who are getting into the business like you and I are of broadcasting
Like
journalism.
imagine wanting to be like I don't know, a sales representative or a statistician.
like that.
You start with the minor leagues. That's like a perfect
Yes,
example.
that's 30 small towns that had lost a baseball team. And and you look at like teams like say out like the Great Northwest, if you remember the Northwest League, which was the opposite
Yes.
league of the New York Penn League. Not a lot of baseball out there.
No.
In Montana and Utah and all
Arkansas,
that.
probably.
Arkansas was they have a lot of teams out of the Texas League still, so they didn't really lose a lot. But we're lucky because we're in the Northeast. We have so many teams close to us, big league and minor league. The West Coast don't have that same opportunity.
No, unfortunately not.
As that is a ground ball to second base. Chisholm fires to first, out number 1. So yeah, I mean, like I said, That's what Rob Manfred's doing. He's slowly killing baseball more and more.
Unfortunately.
Update from the Knicks Pistons game. Crew chief David Guthrie says a foul should have been called in controversial Knicks Pistons finish.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. Really don't care. I posted on Twitter too. I'm like, yeah, I don't care about that message because that game was official. Sean. I'm gonna tell you the truth. That game was officially like a football game. Like there was
It
so
tells
much.
me all I
argument
need to know.
That was so like why like and plus on that play before Hardaway had a chance to shoot that. A, Tobias Harris was out of bounds when he had the ball in his hands. B, he was holding Josh Hart, so that could have easily gone the other way.
You just gotta hope they don't pull the BS that they did last year and gift them a game like they did the Sixers to make up for it.
Yeah, you don't
You
want.
gotta hope they don't pull none of that crap again.
Absolutely not.
So 1-2 count on Will Wagner. Schmidt deals inside. I saw it was a big party outside MSG today. Big watch
Yeah, it's
party.
block party.
Did they really shut down like 8th Avenue?
Well, for their purposes, yes. I mean, I think there's like a portion of 8th Avenue that's cut off for the block party itself. Like it's music, it's people shooting hoops, it's a lot of fun shit. I mean, me and Alex passed it by when we went to the game itself.
Yeah, might be worth checking out.
Yeah, absolutely.
2-2 count on Will Wagner. I guess we'll have to see this weekend. Schmidt deals. Fouled off. So the count remains at 2-2. By the way, Luke, I will let you know too, because me and Calvin were talking about it yesterday. My friend, we're probably gonna do at least one Rail Rider game a month. So
okay,
I'll keep you guys updated on what that game is every month. So, like I said, if you guys want to make a little trip out to Music, PA,
gotcha.
do a little.
Haven't been to a Rail Rider game in a minute.
Yeah, yesterday was my first one of the year.
It's always good for like going to see a minor league baseball game.
Oh, it's always a fun atmosphere. I'll tell you what, though, I was a little disappointed. The fans could not get into the game, no matter what. Like, and at the walk, it was a very relaxed crowd, which I don't mind. But when you're the loudest one in the stadium, that's a little disappointing. But I don't know. I just, it is, Luca. We bring that New York energy, so we're used
it's
to.
Not even just the New York energy. It's just like we're fans. We know of the minor league experience and all that.
Yeah.
It's wanting to be there. We enjoy baseball. We enjoy overall long games in general. Like that's the new fan that MLB is trying to convert to, is the fan that's casual.
Yeah.
We want a time consumed game. Like the game that's not so much time consuming, which
what I respect about the minor leagues still is they're not going all out on these goofy tiramisu buckets. Like you go to a game, you got a couple options there. There's the burger spot, the chicken and pizza PA Staples. That's an ugly swing and a miss there by Heineman. Falls out of his shoes. That's a stolen base. You got a choice of burgers, chicken pizza, PA staple, which actually is very good. I will vouch for them. Their crab fries are fantastic. Your pizza spot, which I wouldn't recommend in that stadium. It's not the same pizza you guys had when you guys last came. It's $9 slices, but the slices are bigger than your heads. It's like a gimmick type of thing. I had it. It wasn't anything to talk about.
Yeah.
And there was a couple other spots too, which we didn't really look at, but unfortunately, like I said, it's not the same pizza spot which actually, if you remember, was pretty decent.
Yeah, I remember having like all those slices.
Yeah, you had like a whole pie, and we were just kind of me, my dad, and Alex were looking at you like you were crazy.
Yeah, you guys were like waiting for me to go to the bathroom before we left.
So 1-2 count on Heineman. Runner on second, one out. Schmidt sets in deals. That is a ground ball to first. Rice will field that one cleanly and touch first for out number 2. Runner advances to third.
Is there I'm kind of blind to this. Is there any like prospects down there for the Yankees?
Yeah, so there was a few. Ismael Manguia he's been their best player so far. TJ Rumfield obviously is the big one that I told you guys how much I like. You know who I was rooting for while I was there, and he didn't play good yesterday, but he played good today. Andrew Velazquez.
Uh-huh.
Had like a walk yesterday, but went 0 for 3. Pitching wise, there was a lot of good pitchers that went out there. Unfortunately, Colton Brewer, one of our bigger prospects, did not perform. He was a
Yeah.
big contributor to that 6-run inning that allowed the Charlotte Knights to come back and earn the 8-7 victory. But the kid that started, Leal, actually looked pretty good. Vivas had a nice game, 2 for 6 yesterday.
Nice.
Jesus Rodriguez had a good game. Actually, they took him from DH and put him at catcher, so they didn't.
Wow.
They didn't put in a pitcher to hit though. Minor league baseball, so I guess they can get away with that. And of course, Dom Smith played horrible yesterday. 1 for 7. They went like 0 for 6 today, so he's hitting 192. He's not been.
I'm glad I never fell for the Dom Smith hype.
Yeah.
Training.
Well, people, some people that really did believe in him, they're just going to blame the fact that he was out for 2 weeks because he was a free agent. But yeah, Dom Smith is not that guy. 2-1 pitches, upstairs 3-1. But again, really cheap experience for those who want to check it out. It was $12 for me to sit in row 4 behind home plate. $12 really can't beat. So between the 3 of us, that's 36. But that's also not including the fees, which upped it to like $50. But
yeah, if you're talking standard pricing, that's enough.
It was only 16 to sit front row, but it was either for 1 person, 2 people, or 4 people, and of course I had 3 people. So
yeah, of course,
that didn't.
Good deal. I mean, it's good enough to like just for Saturday, like.
But I'll tell you the truth: the security people were very laid back. We actually sat in the wrong section, but the section was empty, so they just kind of left us be. And they were letting people move closer. So
I mean, if the stadium's not that populated, then
no, it wasn't really a packed house yesterday. Actually, does it have the attendance for yesterday? It does not. But I'd say it was maybe about 3,000 there, so it wasn't really a big crowd.
Yeah. I mean, obviously that would never be allowed in a major league stadium.
Not unless you're playing in Tampa or Sacramento.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3,300 yesterday. So not a bad crowd, but there was really nothing crazy going. There was no promos or anything. Actually, in the second deck, there was a suite rented out by some dude having his bachelor party. So they were the rowdiest of the bunch. They were the ones yelling at the Charlotte Knights. So they actually made it pretty fun.
Nice.
3-2 pitch, fouled off. I will tell you this, Luke. I was telling Vinny this earlier. Freaking merch is not cheap. Now, I didn't bring in my hoodie because we had a downpour, so it was really humid. So I thought it was going to be hot.
Right.
Turns out it was just very windy, so I got chilly. So I'm like, all right, you know what? 6th inning, I decided I'm gonna go grab a hoodie from the team store. Now I got a cool like a Yankees like zip up kind of like this for like 70, but all the hoodies were going for 90 and up.
Oh God!
I mean, and the problem is I don't really wear a lot of Scranton Wilkes-Barre stuff, so I know I'm not gonna.
So you want to you want to try to get one.
I want to get one that I know I'm gonna wear. I don't want to wear something that's gonna be like, wore just because it's chilly. This game that's a pop fly to center. This should end the inning, and it does. Go to the bottom of the 4th, still tied at 1. So Schmidt once again getting out of trouble. And there's a little view of the Statue of Liberty just in the distance. There's my Staten, Italy.
Yes,
I miss it. Can't wait to be back. Get some real food this weekend.
Absolutely.
But yeah, no, the team merch was a little. And they're getting less and less Yankee stuff, which I also am not crazy about.
I mean, like, let's just say a kid wants to buy, or a parent of a kid, minor league experience, all that. You're kind of like pricing them out, no?
Yeah, well, I mean, between that, the concession stands are not cheap either. So that's kind of where they get you. The cheap tickets, yes, but if you want to eat, it's going to cost. I mean, my Miller Lights were $15. So I mean, yeah, that's cheaper than Yankee Stadium, but that's really not hard to accomplish. I think we spent about
exactly
about the same at
Pittsburgh.
PNC. Yeah.
The
other
Iron City
PNC
was like 15.
Oh, that shit was good too. I gotta tell you the truth. I wanted to bring a 6-pack back here. That's how good that stuff was.
It wasn't bad. But like, yeah, I think if you're really trying to cater to just like any kid or
It's
whatnot, or
primarily a family experience.
exactly that's the
So
point. But I don't know why you would price them out like $90 for a hoodie is silly.
yeah, no, well, that was the adult hoodies too, to be fair. But
That's true.
either way, yeah, I wasn't crazy about it. I really didn't even want to spend the 70 on the light jacket, but if it had the Yankee logo on it, so I knew I'd wear it, so it kind of worked out. But yeah, I mean, the other thing that helps them too, though, Luca, if you remember, there's not really much around the stadium
No.
in terms of food. Your best bet is you could drive up the street. There's like a Red Robin and like a McDonald's and
I think there's a
whatever
Johnny
else.
Rockets around. Nope, it's fucking closed. Never mind.
Oh yeah. So Anthony Volpe steps up to hit here. That's a outside call to strike. Count 0-1.
Yeah, a little
Yeah, there's
close.
really not much around the stadium, so that also is something they can take advantage of. The only good thing though is only $8 for parking. Oh,
Not
one
bad.
swung on and missed. Count 0-2. I still say again though, it's one of the better stadiums in the minor leagues. I've been to a lot of minor league stadiums. I still say PNC's up there with some of the best.
You obviously went to the Charlotte Knights Stadium.
Yeah, amazing stadium, also very cheap in terms of ticket prices. I just felt ripped off for the fact that I sat in right field only for every home run to be in left. So I still feel scammed. But honestly, if I were to rank the best stadiums I've been to, Scranton Wilkes-Barre is probably still at the top.
Yeah.
Brooklyn's not far behind. They usually put on a pretty good experience, despite the fact that the Mets. Staten Island always puts on a good show, even though that's now not technically minor leagues. Staten Island does it pretty good. Charlotte does it pretty good. Lehigh Valley's good. The people are kind of meh, but that's Philly. That's Philly Stadium. So
I was going to say for the Brooklyn one, obviously you have the scenery of Coney Island.
That is true. We still got. You've been to Somerset. I haven't been to Somerset, so I'd like to hit that stadium up at some point. Look at the lady back there. I don't know if you saw that. The lady going like this because of Volpe. I love it. 2-2 pitch, fouled off.
I can't imagine it would be a far drive from where I live.
It's about, with traffic, it's about 45 minutes from Staten Island, so.
Not bad.
No, and you know what? It's not, it's, getting out of there, I hear, is a little annoying, but you got the highway, I-9 right there, I think it is, so.
Yeah.
Not I-9, Route 9.
Route 9.
Pitch outside 3-2. Yeah, so I would like to get to Somerset at some point.
Was it? It's like It's not TD.
Yeah, it's TD Park.
Oh,
TD Ballpark. At least I think it still is. I don't think they changed it.
Let me see.
Count's still full on Volpe with Dominguez on deck. We're officially over 5 hours into this stream.
TD Bank Ballpark.
3-2 pitch. Swung on and missed strike 3. Had him fooled there for out number 1.
Nasty. Nasty, nasty, nasty.
That's what Bassett is. He is a Yankee killer. And Volpe, as you see, tried to put that one in the left field bleachers.
Yeah, great sweeper, great change of speeds there.
So up comes Dominguez. 1 for 1 so far. Didn't have a hit earlier. Swung on and missed there. Count 0-1.
Nice curveball he's showcasing.
Would like to see a little more from Dominguez. He hasn't had a terrible year. Obviously, it's still early. I know right now his big weakness has been the right side of the plate.
Now, somebody sparked this conversation on Twitter. Do you think, is it too early, as you said, or do you think he should change his stance to being just solely lefty?
It's too early. It's too early. You got to remember something, Luca, and you know this about as good as I do. We live in a cold weather climate. You can't. It's so hard to judge too early in the month of April. I mean, you saw. I mean, that last stream we did against the Giants like 2 weeks ago. How can anybody play good in that kind of weather?
No,
you can't. As that's a fly.
And when it's June, the ball is flying. June, July, August.
Yeah, so it's really hard to judge. April, even early to mid-May. The weather is not always going to be ideal, so I think it's just a matter of you got to give him time. So up comes J.C. Escara. Now I'll ask you about him, Luca. Now, he's obviously not had the best start. This is his 9th game now. Now you have two catchers in AAA that are actually hitting really well in Jesus Rodriguez and Ronaldo Hernandez. Do you think at some point if Escara can't get it going, you make a change there?
It's possible. It's definitely possible.
That's grounded to short. This should end the inning, and it does. We go to the top of the 5th, still 1-1.
I mean,
I'll pull up their numbers for you.
Who did he remind me? Who did he bat? It was Alex Jackson who he battled in spring training.
Yeah, who is on IL, by the way. So
that's what
I
thought.
He wasn't playing good anyway, but Jesus Rodriguez is hitting 325 right now, and Ronaldo Hernandez hitting 219, but he's more of a power hitter than anything else. Now, I want to just check because obviously the other factor is if they're on the 40-man. Now, if they're not, then that makes that a lot more complicated. So Hernandez is not. Rodriguez is, though. So if they wanted to bring up Rodriguez, they could.
Gotcha.
And look, you know what? Rodriguez hitting 325. I say it's worth the shot. If, like I said, if Escara can't get it going, obviously we were rooting for Escara from the start.
Yeah.
But, if he can't figure it out, the best thing you could do is send him to AAA, let him get his batting,
A little reset, yeah.
Yeah, a little reset, and give Jesus Rodriguez a shot. I still think this is where not keeping Carlos Narvaez really hurts because you lose that righty bat, which also Rodriguez is a righty, which we need on our bench.
Yeah, I think it's just about time.
Yeah, well, I say
it's just a matter of it's a matter of time.
Yeah.
Like, you'll see what happens.
Well, it's a matter if the Yankees are willing to take a gamble like that. Now, if Rodriguez stays hot, then it does have to become a serious consideration.
Yeah.
But we shall see. I think a little fatigue is starting to set in, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, a little bit.
It's been a long one. I asked Vinny, I'm like, how should we do this? Because I saw the rain out, and I was like, ugh. He's like, well, for one, he said to me, Fly's like, I cannot do both games. I said, well, no, I'm not asking you to. I'm just asking what you think. So that's why I asked you guys if you were available. And Luca, of course, I do thank you for coming on.
Yeah,
I know
of course.
that Knicks stream definitely had to take a lot of energy out of you, as I can imagine.
Yeah, it was definitely exhausting. The game was it was a great playoff game. It was definitely exhausting, but as long as we got the win.
Got that right, which I'll tell you the truth. After Brunson went down, I thought that was it. But
the injury looked bad too when I saw it. Like, he literally had his.
Now maybe you could explain, because every time I saw the play on social media, it was the live play. It was never a replay, so I couldn't really see what happened. Was it that they were tangled up and he just got? Because everybody's saying Schroeder hit him. They said Schroeder was the one that hurt him, but I wasn't. Like I said, trying to watch it, I couldn't really make it out because it just looked like a tangle up.
Schroeder's knee bended on Brunson's knee. Like, if I were to bend my leg, under Schroeder's knee was Brunson's knee.
I see. Because everybody was saying he hurt him intentionally. I couldn't tell.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think it was intentional, but Josh Hart got hit badly on a rebound.
I heard there was a little bit of a scuffle after the game, even with Hart and a few others.
Oh, I didn't even know about after the game.
Well, I heard it wasn't anything crazy, just a little yelling and.
Yeah, it was probably about the call and whatnot, or whatever the non-call, so-called, be it.
1-2 on Rodin, swung on and missed.
Nice pitch.
Nice pitch there, one away. Schmidt so far, not too bad. This will be a 78th or 79th pitch, so I would just have to assume this might be his last inning.
Probably. With
I know they want to get him more innings though. They want to try to push him more and more every start. So we'll see as Bo Bichette comes up. He's 0 for 2.
I'm used to seeing him with longer hair.
Yeah, Vinny was saying that too. It's weird the way that looks. Ooh, excuse me. The attendance they announced is 43,000. Obviously, it looks like half them left.
Yeah.
I get home Sunday dinner. Sunday sauce. Can't.
Yeah, or people just going out to the bar or whatnot.
That too. I mean, like I said to you, Luca, I think had we be going, I'd be convincing us all to stay. Especially
Me.
with now that half the crowd is gone, I'd be moving up. All right. Front 6 rows left. Come on, we're moving up.
That's
Although-
if security would allow you to.
That's the problem. We'd have to beat security.
That would be the one obstacle.
Yeah, well, because we all know how Yankee Stadium security is.
And I'm not trying to shit on the Yankees or Yankee Stadium. Just in general, like I was reading a tweet from somebody the other day, and it is so true. How come every major league ballpark can figure out how to get people into the stadium but the Yankees?
What do you mean in terms of literally like the entrance way?
The
like,
entrances and
Well, 'cause-
shit.
Yeah, I mean, what do they only got like 6 gates to work with? Like, and half of them are for suites and
I mean, look at Pittsburgh.
VIP.
Look at Pittsburgh.
Yes.
What we were doing there. Philly.
Philly was easy to get in because the parking lot's right behind it, and there's 15, and that's not even including. We didn't even see the subway entrance, so yeah, even Marlins Park wasn't like ridiculous. Like it
No.
was pretty easy to get into. I will say, Luca, when I was on Ticketmaster, when I was going through that whole debacle, it kept pulling up reviews, and the top review was a 1-star review for PNC. Do you know what it was? They called the game after this 40-minute drive, half hour before the game. They called it for rain. Such a waste of money and a ride. I won't be coming back anytime soon.
How is that on the stadium, though?
That's not their fault.
Great fucking
Nice
frame job
strikeout there. Bichette does not like the call. 2 down in the inning.
Great frame job.
I suggest this. Don't go to a game when you know it's going to rain. Yeah, that was great framework seeing the replay.
I mean, that pitch technically was not a strike, but that was close enough where you have to swing, to be fair.
The trash is now causing interference with the catcher. Vlad Jr. comes up to please throw out your trash, Yankee fans. We don't want that interfering with the game.
But I was going to actually remark, when we talked about stadiums and stuff and minor leagues, I was going to remark, like, from when I first went in 2012 to now, like most recently with the Cyclones, it's just not the same because they're beefing up the prices. The way they put it at Maimonides is
I won't even eat in there anymore because I know Alex told me how expensive it was when he went a few weeks ago.
It's expensive.
Luca, let me ask you this.
Yeah, I'm all ears.
Let's have I'm going to give us something a little fun to talk about.
Sure.
So we're not going to include Citi Field for this because only you have been. I haven't been yet.
That's fair. Yeah.
So we have been to Yankee Stadium, Citizens Bank Ballpark, PNC, and Marlins Park. Rank your experiences overall. Rank them from 1 through 4.
Yankee Stadium's a lot of games, so I'll just
Yeah, I
take
know.
that. But
Mark Leiter Jr.
Marlins Park, I'm going to be honest, is like number 4.
Yeah, that one was a little underwhelming. I mean, the stadium itself was okay. There was nothing really special about the stadium. The atmosphere is,
I mean,
is what you're going to get for a Marlins game.
The one thing that I did take note of was obviously the Jose Fernandez plaque.
Yeah, that was nice.
Yeah, but other than that, just let me try to think.
Marlins Park at 4, so now you got to choose between Yankee Stadium, PNC, and Citizens Bank. As that is grounded up the middle, this should end the inning. Chisholm fires the first, and we are officially halfway home in Game 2. Yankees and Blue Jays tied at 1.
Now, are we just talking?
Well, okay, so I got 2 categories I was going to rank. Just 1, our overall experience. How much fun did we have? What did we like? Whatever. And then the other one was going to be we were going to rank atmosphere.
Atmosphere for the Yankees is number 1.
Oh, that's always. I mean, I thought Philly was going to bring it. I gotta tell you the truth, the Philly fans were a little disappointing.
Well, they were also pretty arrogant, so
That too. I thought
so
Philly was a little disappointing in terms of atmosphere. I mean, for the Yankee fans, we had a blast,
absolutely. Once we officially took over,
but before we do that, before we jump too far ahead, experiences run through 4.
yeah,
Oh,
Marlins is 4.
Marlins is 4.
Uh,
We got that.
it's not fair for me to judge food from Philly because that's I was partially gonna bring up food
I
because I
don't think
didn't
we ate
have
in Philly. Did we eat in Philly? I know because
you
we
got
remember
like I got like a
we had
lemonade.
gyms before.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
so
that's
that's
right.
not
We were
fair.
just loading up on drinks, and I had a pretzel. That was about it. Because it was 99 friggin' degrees.
But I'll
That
tell
was
you what, and then again, nothing against the Yankees or whatnot. In terms, if you want like regular ballpark food, go to PNC Park. Their pulled pork was
mhm,
phenomenal. It's the best
yes,
pulled pork sandwich like in terms of stadiums I've ever had.
yeah.
And they made it like it comes out fresh. Like when the Yankees did the pulled pork sandwiches, like it was like pork, like a pork kind of like chop. I wouldn't say a chop, maybe, and they just dumped barbecue
Well, the
sauce on
one
it.
thing I will say about both stadiums to defend the Yankees is the Yankees, remember, they do have their own butcher shop in the stadium, so
That's
they are
true.
making that stuff fresh, which I'm assuming PNC is too. We just don't see the butcher shop
Oh yeah, absolutely.
we don't see the butcher shop like you do at the stadium. So, I mean, yeah, in terms of your ranking freshness, I mean, I would assume both are very good, but the one you had at PNC, you clearly liked a lot more.
I mean, in fairness, I do love the 99 burger.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't look. I wouldn't. For me, I mean, I'm not a big burger person to begin with. I
Yeah,
think
it's probably like a lot of toppings for you.
well that and it looks like they overdo it on the cheese way too much.
I could see where you're going with that
I
because
mean, it
there's
looks
time
like it looks like you can't even see the burger half the time because there's so
they
much
try to
cheese on
drench it
it.
with cheese like pouring down.
Oh, honey, that's not for me. Well,
Um,
I'll give you my top 4.
okay.
Let me know what you think. So, in terms of overall ballpark experience, obviously, I agree. Marlins Park at 4, maybe a little different if we still go down there for Yankees Marlins this year. As Cabrera grounds out for number 1. Number 3, I put in terms of experiences. I put it's a toss up because PNC I have at number 1 just for the overall ballpark
Yeah, I
experience.
gotta say I was
That's
gonna
the
say
best ballpark I've ever been to in
it
all of
is
sports.
like with
It's
just
hard
the
to
view
say
in the
because
background. I was gonna say the view in the background. You know, walking the
the
bridge.
people, everything about it. Like we were making friends with the whole section.
Yeah,
So I mean, between Yankee State, it comes down to Yankee Stadium in Philly for me at 2 and 3 because Yankee Stadium, obviously, the atmosphere is always great. The overall experience, I never really had a bad experience at Yankee Stadium.
no,
But the same thing with Philly. I mean, the only difference was with Philly. I mean, I don't know. It's really a toss up. I mean, the atmosphere is a little disappointing. We took over. Obviously, we still had to keep eyes in the back of our head. I think
yeah,
I'd put Philly third, New York second. That's really close though. And then 1 PNC. Now, if you're
yeah.
talking atmospheres, it's
It's
always
yeah,
Yankee Stadium number 1. I don't care where we go. Yankee Stadium's always first. Philly would probably have to be second. I think they brought it just a little more than Pittsburgh, which I don't
yeah. That's
blame
fair.
them. I don't blame them. I think if Pittsburgh's good, they're probably better than Philly. Pittsburgh 3, Miami 4.
Yeah,
Now
I agree.
I won't judge food because I get the same thing at every ballpark. So I won't. If we're gonna rank chicken tenders, Yankee Stadium 1. I didn't have any of Philly, so I can't rank them. Pittsburgh 2. Marlins Parks was kind of they weren't that great.
I
So
wasn't crazy about Marlon Sparks food.
no,
I wasn't, and I thought their
no,
like overall
they
prices were overpriced.
yeah, that was a little disappointing. And you know what? It's sad because Marlins Park, I think, has a lot of potential. I mean, you're in a very Spanish area. That's a ground out by Grisham 2 away. So you could easily go all out with the authentic Spanish food, and then of course the regular ballpark food for the casual fan or the American, as we say as Italians. Yeah, that's just. I mean, again, to be fair, Luca, when you're the Marlins, you know, but see, I don't know because Pittsburgh has a crappy team, yet they still go all out. Why
Yeah,
can't Miami?
yeah.
I mean, at least if you up the food options and the amount, maybe there's something to go with that. I don't know.
Yeah, I understand where you're going. But again, Pittsburgh was just awesome. Love to go back to even like for like just any trip or any game. PNC is just
And
like a great
and you
spot.
haven't even experienced it all because there's still Heinz Field. And from what I've been told by a few people over here, the hockey games are just as fun. So
PPG.
I will say this, Luca, in
Yeah.
terms of sports towns, now I know we tout New York as our best sports town. That Pittsburgh lives and dies off their Pittsburgh
Lives
sports.
and
And I
dies
think
black and yellow.
we learned that when we were there. I mean, I don't like to judge a lot from my first time there because we were in downtown Pittsburgh, so everything was a little more classy, a little more, up
We
the
were in
ante.
the suburbs.
Luca, I promise you, I'm not crapping on our experience. Actually, I'm giving us more,
Yeah, of
because
course.
we actually got to experience the real side of Pittsburgh, as I say. And
We
I
lived.
feel like,
We were staying in the suburbs. That's not bad.
yes, and I like I said, I mean, it was a beautiful town, beautiful city. I'll tell you the truth, Luca. I thought it was quieter over there than it was over here where I live.
Yeah.
I just like I said, I have never seen a city truly live and die off their sports the way Pittsburgh does. Like even the Pirates fans there, as upset as they are with the team, they're still out there. They were there. They packed out that house. Even that one annoying fuck standing behind us, the one with the annoying chants
God,
yelling at us. Oh, I couldn't stand him. But overall,
No, I was gonna say I would like to. There's other stadiums I like to see. I like to see Kaufman before it closes.
I just think Pittsburgh's gonna be hard to to
That's
beat.
true.
But you are right. Luca and I say this: we got to hit at least one new ballpark a year, and we have done that so far.
I would love to hit Kaufman when it, and I don't
Yeah,
know why
before
they're
that
bringing.
one shuts down, whenever that'll be, I still want to go to Wrigley. At some point, I am going to go to Dodger Stadium. I know that's a tough one, but I do have family out there, so that does give me an excuse. Probably not this year though, because
Eventually, we're gonna have to go to Fenway.
I think, look, if we're ever going to do Dodger Stadium, I don't think it can be for a Yankee game. That is not a strike.
That's not a
That
strike.
was way outside. Rice does not like the call. That's strike 3. We've completed 5. We go to 6, tied at 1. That was a bullshit call. I would say, Luke, if I'm going to rank the next. Now, Boston and Baltimore are interesting, even DC, because honestly, that's probably really only a train ride away, so we don't have to plan like a super crazy trip. If we're talking in terms of traveling, I keep saying I want to go to Wrigley next, like next year. There's Wrigley Field. That's a good option. Kaufman obviously is another good one. I think those would be my top 2 for if we were to decide for next year.
I'm trying to think of any other stadiums. I wouldn't go like Camden's a great stadium.
We'll go there, but Luca, it's got to be a day game so that we can come back same day. I'm sorry. I know that's like a 4-hour train ride, but I do not want to hang around Baltimore. I really
that's
don't.
fair. Let me see.
That's worse than Atlantic City.
Let's see. Let me think of other stadiums. I don't know that I'll be honest with you. I'm not.
We should have tried to get the Steinbrenner this year.
That's true. We could do that next year. That's fair.
Yeah, that we could do for spring training, but
and if the Yankees were
playing, what's another one? I don't even know how we missed it. The one you guys want to go to, Cleveland.
Progressive Field. Yeah, that's from the outside. It was a very nice stadium, and
that's only about 2 hours from Pittsburgh, so that's still a reasonable distance. If we
that would probably be like a 2-day trip. If we're being honest, you stop in Western Pennsylvania, then you resume your trip afterwards.
You know what? If we go if that's a weekend set, we could always do if the Pirates are playing, we could stop, go to PNC, then we go to Cleveland from there. That wouldn't because Pittsburgh's dirt cheap in terms of price. What did we spend in total for those 2 days? One person each for each game. What was it? $28 each?
Yeah, something like that.
So for both games, we spent not even $60, not including fees, obviously. But
yeah, of course, it was really cheap. But what I was going to say is what sucks was the Yankees always play Cleveland earlier in the year.
Yes, I mean we lucked out with Pittsburgh this year. I mean, yeah, the Sunday game was chilly, but new pitcher is in. I believe that is Tim Hill. Yes, it is. First pitch in there for a strike. Yeah, that's the one unfortunate part is it's always got to be ice cold.
I also know you're not like obviously you hate the Bengals one. I like to take a trip to Great American Ballpark.
We actually could this year if we wanted to, but the problem is I think it's a weekday series, so I don't think. I just know in terms of the city itself, I've heard from Steeler fans that's a horrible city to travel to because they say there's nothing to do. Like there's no nightlife. Like really, the bars are
Oof.
shitty. Like they say you're better off going to Louisville, which is only like a
Yeah, that's
short
literally
ride
right
away.
under, right
Yeah.
under. I also heard from a buddy of mine who I talked
Oh, I
to
never
recently.
had the scoreboard. Oops.
I talked to a buddy of mine recently. He said Busch Stadium's a very nice experience.
I've seen it actually when I was flying out to St. Louis about 10 years ago. 10 years ago. That's crazy. 10 years ago when I went out to Missouri to go visit my cousins, we landed in St. Louis and you could see the stadium. It looks like a gorgeous stadium from the outside. I just know St. Louis is one of those other places that
You gotta be careful.
don't want to hang around too much.
Trying to think of others. Like what I was about to say was, if did they call it Globe Life Park in Arlington? Because I'm talking about the
Globe
old
Life
Ranger
Field
Stadium.
now. The old
Globe-
stadium is still there. I think they use it for USFL now.
If it was Globe Life Park in Arlington, I would have went. I'm not a big fan
I
of their
will
new
say
stadium.
this, Luca. If there's one place we are going to try to go to next year, Philly. And I know, yes, we've already been there, but the All-Star game is there. If it is not, that's a base hit in the center. If the ticket prices aren't ungodly, I would love to go to Philly for the All-Star game, especially because the old uniforms are coming back.
Awesome.
And if we don't go to that, well, the Yankees are still there anyway. And I know we've already been there, but that's a short day trip away too. So, and actually, if
So
we're all driving, that's only a 2-hour trip. We don't have to stay in Philly.
yeah, absolutely. So it's now called Choctaw Stadium, Globe Life Park.
Oh God! Grounded a short, chance for two. Fires second for one. On the first, it's a double play. And we go to the bottom of the sixth, all tied at 1.
Yeah, it's home to North Texas SC of MLS Next Pro. And also, as you mentioned, the Arlington Renegades.
Yes.
Yeah, if it was that stadium, fine. But I'm all again. Another thing I'm not a fan of. I'm not a fan of the Astros rebranding to Daikin. I thought it was minimum.
Yeah, which I hear ain't even affiliated with Texas.
It's not. It's not. Minute Maid is a Texas brand.
Yeah, of course.
Would you ever go to Chase Stadium?
I'll tell you this, Luca. And I don't mean to be a dickhead when I answer this. I will hit up any stadium you want to go to. My goal, whether it's through broadcasting or even just as a fan, I want to hit all 30 parks, even the shitty ones. We got to give the shitty ones a chance. Maybe there's something to it that we could find. The only one that I think I will always say no to is Vegas. When that becomes a thing, I will not go to Vegas because I will not support the A's. I do not care. And I think you would agree with me on that.
It's not just at the point. You could go to Vegas for other things.
Exactly. I will not go to Vegas for a baseball game unless it's the minor league team. Well, I mean, yeah, that's kind of for the A's too. But
unless you want to go to Allegiant Stadium, go see the Raiders.
I will. I want to do that one year for Steelers Raiders. I will. That's a stadium I want to hit up.
Would you ever want to hit a T-Mobile Park? I usually call it Safeco Field.
It's still Safeco to me, but yeah, actually, that's one that Vinny and I talked about because obviously Vinny knows that area and he says he wants to go back at some point. So I said to Vinny, I said if you ever want to do a trip to Washington State, if it's not super expensive,
yeah,
I think I would take a trip out to Seattle. I'd like to see Seattle.
I also think on this, like obviously the whole Detroit thing. Comerica's a nice stadium.
Yeah. I mean, I think I've been told if you stay in downtown Detroit, it's not too bad.
Okay.
So here comes Aaron Judge. And that is a high fly ball in the deep right. This one got a chance at the wall. It is gone. A solo home run for Aaron Judge. And the Yankees take a 2-1 lead. Look out, bleacher creatures. That is a missile off the bat of the MVP, Aaron Judge. All rise. Here comes the judge. Shout out John Sterling. Yankees take a 2-1 lead. I was just about to say, Luca, we have seen next to no offense. 5 hits and 2 runs between the two teams.
It's been a pitcher's duel.
Aaron Judge puts the Yankees in front 2-1. Hey, I noticed Stanton shaved the beard. He had a full
Nice.
beard. He had a full beard like a week ago. Look at the two guys dancing behind home plate. I
Yep, I
love
see
that
them.
energy. Hey, look, shout out to the fans that did stay because obviously I'm sure they have been there already for about 6-7 hours now. That's a long day. Like I said, even us here, this is like a work shift. We're 5.5 hours in and no breaks. Though I did eat pork cutlets because I was hungry, so I couldn't help myself. I had a few drinks at the stadium. You know how that is.
Yeah, absolutely.
I had to eat something. Look at Bellinger. Oh no, that is snagged. Nice play by the second baseman. One away. Got to run that out though. Got to run that out.
Let me see other stadiums. U.S. Cellular Field is all right.
I will go, but yeah. Like I said, I would like. I know Chicago has its problems, but I just want to go to Wrigley Field.
Wrigley's fine.
I just want to go. And my cousins actually told me that have been out there. They say it's not as bad as people make it out to be. Yeah, they got their problems, but that's mostly in the bad neighborhoods. They say like downtown Chicago, all that. It's not as bad as people make it out to be. Kind of like New York. You know how New York gets a bad rap for a lot of things that a lot of times are justified, but like we always say, your good neighborhoods, your bad neighborhoods.
Yeah.
So like I said, next year I would like to do Wrigley. I really would like to do Wrigley.
Trying to think of other stadiums.
There's Milwaukee, Minnesota, which I'll do in the summertime, not in
not the cold.
Not in April. Not in April. I mean, they playing in the snow and it'd be 27 degrees. I
like Miller Park. I'm calling it Miller Park on purpose.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, then I know the Yankees. They go to Colorado this year. I would probably do that at some point, although that's probably more like a Marlins Park type of situation.
Yeah. Plus, obviously,
I will tell you this: I would go to all the California stadiums. Angel Stadium, Dodger Stadium, and Oracle Park. I think is the best one of the three.
Yeah, absolutely.
Remaining, but I think they're all nice in their own right. Just Chisholm up the middle. He has a base hit. No uppercut swing there. You like to see that.
Line drive.
But Luca, we're missing the most obvious one here. What's the other one in our city that we haven't all been to together?
City Field.
City Field. We're missing the most obvious one, the one that's right here.
I mean, would you go? Let me ask this: would you go for a non-Yankee Met game?
Yeah, I want to go to a Pirate Met game because I know. Even though I'm a Yankees fan, I know who I'm rooting for.
Let me see when the Pirates are playing the Mets.
It's sometime in May, and it's a Monday through Wednesday series. That's all I remember, but I know it's sometime in May.
May 12th to the 14th. Yeah, I'm going to be in Georgia by then. So,
damn. Yep, and I'll be recovering from surgery. So that unfortunately will not happen.
Damn. But I'd like to get back to Citi Field this year.
Actually, when does I can't believe I'm suggesting this now, but I know we were talking about a few years ago. What about Dodgers Mets? I'll go for a good matchup. Like if you get two good baseball teams in there, I'll go.
Let me see. They play May 23rd to the 25th.
Yeah, no, that's Memorial Day weekend. That's going to be a no.
What about Phillies Mets? You could chant, "You both suck."
Yeah, but you're also dealing with a lot of toxicity in one stadium if you got both. I try to think who else is going there this year. I mean, obviously you got the whole National League to work with, but
yeah,
I thought about Reds Mets because of Ellie De La Cruz for Vinny's sake, because Vinny's never been there either. But unfortunately, that's also another weekday series that won't work.
Look at their schedule.
Here's a pitch to Volpe, 0-2. Grounded foul down the line.
See, play host the Diamondbacks this week. Play the Cubs, Dodgers, Rockies, White Sox.
Yes, Mets and
Rain.
White Sox, totally. We gotta
Yes.
drag. You know what? If Vinny won't go to Steelers Jets, we gotta take him to Mets White Sox.
I would be much more
That is a
favorable.
great idea, Vinny. If you are watching, we're gonna take you to Mets and White Sox. Actually, does I'll give you a toxic matchup. Did the Mets and Red Sox play there this year? Are they in Boston this year?
The answer to that question is finding out right now.
I would say, could you imagine if we went to Boston for Mets Red Sox? I don't know that we would walk out. Or we would get a lot of shit for it.
That's in May. They're
Where
in
is it at though? I'm only joking with this one, but
They're
where is
in
it at?
Fenway.
Oh, okay, there you go. Yeah, could you imagine going to friggin' Mets Red Sox as a Yankees fan?
You both suck.
Yeah, no, we would be assassinated.
They'd be chanting "fuck the Yankees." We'd be chanting "you both suck."
Yeah.
Let me see some other destinations.
Well, here, we'll go. I'll make it easier for you.
Yeah.
We're still only in the bottom of the 6th.
Right.
5.5 hours in. Let's run through each division, okay?
Okay.
So obviously we got the AL East.
Mm-hmm.
Baltimore, Boston. We both agreed, yes, we got to get to at some point. Maybe even this year if we could. Tampa Bay.
Not this year.
No, I'm not saying. I'm not saying it has to be this year. I'm just saying.
Yeah, eventually.
Overall, Tampa Bay, like I said, not a great stadium, but it's still a trip to Florida. I wouldn't turn it down. And Toronto, I would probably give a shot too, just because
eventually
it's different. As Dominguez with another base hit into the gap, this will score one. Chisholm will score. Dominguez on his way to second. And it's an RBI double. Yankees take a 3-1 lead. Yeah, Toronto I would go to. I want to wait till they finish their. Actually, I'll tell you the truth. I'm not crazy about what they did with the renovations. I like the older.
I agree.
Center better. So that's the AL East. So we got the AL Central. Cleveland, Kansas City. We both agreed. Yes, those are stadiums we definitely got to hit up. Minnesota, Detroit.
Eventually,
it depends on what time of year. Like if you're gonna put those games in early April,
not in the cold.
I'm gonna pass on that. And of course, the other one, the south side of Chicago, I'd probably do, but I'd try to say let's it's either we go for when the Yankees are there, or we try to target the week where they're in the same schedule with the Cubs, where we could see both stadiums. AL West, you got the A's, which I already said, hell no, I will never go see a home A's game. Astros, I would do. I mean, we'd be very outnumbered. Yankee fans, they do travel there, but they don't take over.
No.
Rangers, I'd probably do, although I'd be a little, I'd give it a chance, but I know obviously
it's not Globe Life Park.
It's not the other one. And then Angels and Mariners. I would do both. Mariners, I think, would be the easiest of those five because we could just, we hook up with Vinny and go to Seattle. Now the NL East. I
forgot about Truist Park.
Yeah, which actually I think that we go there this year. I think. You got Atlanta and DC. I'd probably hit them both up, even though they're not in great areas.
Yeah.
Obviously the other three, one of us has been to. I don't know how to describe that. You've been to Citi Field, and then you've been to the other two. I've been to two. I just haven't been to Citi Field. So honestly, I would hit Philly back up again when the Yankees go down. I wouldn't mind making that like a yearly, every other year trip down there. Marlins Park, I'll only go if the Yankees go at a reasonable time. Like I'm only gonna go this. I think I'm only gonna go this year because obviously I've already got a trip planned to Florida.
Yeah, absolutely.
The NL Central, I think they're all beautiful parks that I would hit up. Cubs, Cardinals, not White Sox. Cubs, Cardinals, Brewers, Pirates. We already saw. That's a base hit for Escara. Dominguez will score, and the Yankees are up 4-1.
Tacking on some insurance runs. Great hit by Escara, who had been struggling, especially against the lefty hitter, nonetheless.
Yeah, a lefty pitcher. Yeah, that's he needed that, and maybe now he could start to get it going. Who am I missing? Pittsburgh, St. Louis, Chicago, Milwaukee. Who am I missing, Luca?
Hold on. Let me think. The Cubs, Brewers,
Cubs,
Reds.
Reds. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'd go there. And then, like I said, even the same thing with the NL West. I think
Would
they
you go
all
to
got.
Petco?
Yeah, I go to all. Oh, San Diego, I'd love to go to. Everybody says San Diego is like the most underrated part of California. And what's funny is they actually say that but meanwhile, New Yorkers call it the Staten Island of California. So if that's the case, then yeah, it must be really underrated. So that will. And oh no, it's a throwing error.
That ball
The
gets
scout
away.
is
That's
going to go to
that scare
third.
move to third.
I believe the runner held it first, however. So runners on the corners as Cabrera reaches on a throwing error.
I have a feeling that's going to be the
Fields it
second
cleanly.
E6 of the day.
Bichette.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
just a wide throw. Yeah, that's got to be another E6. Yep, E6 on
not a
Bichette.
good
Second
defensive
of the day.
shortstop. Bichette is.
No. So the Yankees have a chance to rub some salt in the wound. Oh, here's the pitch to Grisham. Swung on and missed.
Oof, wanted to
Oh,
golf that one
0-1.
into the stadium.
Oh, it'll be an 0-1 on Trent Grisham. The 0-1 in the dirt, 1-1. Nice block there by Heineman.
I think eventually we'll have this same conversation about NFL stadiums.
I was just thinking that too. I'm like, what NFL state? Now the NFL, I feel like it's not one of those sports where you have to hit every stadium. I feel like baseball you go for a stadium because they're all very unique. Whereas football, it's
Yeah.
kind of different. I mean, your job is just to not have a shitty stadium. Yet somehow you and the Giants failed at that. Well,
Right.
I can't pin that. I'll be fair, Luke. I can't pin that on the Jets. It's not your stadium. The Giants, it was theirs first. But
Yeah. We all know what happened there. Let me try to think of one NFL stadium I'd like to hit up. Not besides Heinz.
Philly. That's
It's a nice stadium. I can't lie about
it. Is a gorgeous stadium, but the people,
Would you like to hit up Bank of America Stadium?
I'll give you a better one. Let's go to Buffalo. Yes,
No.
Buffalo. It's in your state.
Not.
Oh, come on.
Absolutely
You don't want to get put through a table?
Absolutely not. And have bones broken?
Debbie Downer. We got to go to Buffalo. No, actually, if I'll give you two stadiums I really want to see, as that's ball four, Grisham works a walk, bases loaded. It's LA and Vegas. And then I guess Jerry World. I
would also say maybe Bank of America.
Yeah. But again, that's one of those we'd have to go in like September.
Yeah, that's
Paul Goldschmidt is going to pinch hit for
Ben Rice
here. Goldschmidt had a big first game. He's had a big season so far. I mean, the power's not there, but
ironically, I was not a big fan of the Goldschmidt signing when it happened, and I was more high.
Vinny's the only one who actually believed in him, and I give Vinny his credit because he's been right so far.
Yeah, it's like reverse luck because I wasn't high on Goldschmidt, but I was higher on Bellinger, and it's a flip flop because Bellinger's struggling, Goldschmidt's hitting the cover off the ball.
Yeah. So bases loaded, 2 outs. Goldschmidt gets his first at bat of the game. And it looks like we're going to make a pitching change here. Toronto is.
That didn't take long. The dude only threw 8 pitches.
Yeah. They're going to bring in Rodriguez. So we'll have to wait for this at bat.
I'm not one who thinks.
Now, Luca, I'll tell you this. You got to talk football stadiums. Actually, there's more college stadiums I think I'd rather hit than NFL,
Absolutely.
to tell you the truth. And particularly the SEC. Like literally any game in the SEC. And you know what? If certain things work out your way, it could be possible.
Tuscaloosa,
LSU, Georgia. Hell, I'd even go to Florida State. They got a pretty wild crowd. Although their fans, the only problem is the SEC. The fans are a little,
they're
rowdy.
Would you go to Ann Arbor?
If Notre Dame is there, yeah. I hate that they killed that rivalry, Notre Dame, Michigan. Those are two teams that genuinely hate each other, and they never play each other.
What about
They
Notre Dame, Ohio State?
Yeah, probably. I mean, there's that one. I mean, we talked about it ourselves. Said if Notre Dame was a little too up there in price, we could still always go to Pitt for
Yeah.
Notre Dame, Pittsburgh. So that's Pittsburgh's not really a destination spot for college, but you know how we feel about Pittsburgh. We went on gloating about it for about an hour or so.
I mean, Sean, why can't we just go to Rutgers?
You're not wrong. Although I won't lie, their blackout night was actually pretty cool. I'd probably do that. Actually, you know what's going to be a more underrated one? USC. When Notre
Yeah.
Dame goes to USC, that's one I'd like to hit up. Honestly, I don't think you could really go wrong with a college football stadium anywhere you go.
Unless you go to an Ivy League school.
Or UCLA.
Yeah, that's what do they play at the Coliseum?
UCLA, they play at the Rose Bowl.
Oh, I was about to say some old school stadium. Yeah, that's
you're close. The Rose Bowl. So here comes Goldschmidt with the bases loaded. Escara on third, Cabrera on second, and on first is Grisham. Make him pay, Goldschmidt. Make him pay. First pitch from Rodriguez. That's popped foul.
on the Seattle topic. I would like to go to
CenturyLink.
Field.
CenturyLink.
Well, what is now Lumen Field? It is. I didn't know it as CenturyLink.
Yes. I just know that's a loud stadium. 0-1 pitch on Paul Goldschmidt. Grounded to third. This should end the inning. He touches third, and that will end the inning. But the Yankees take a 4-1 lead. We go to the top of the seventh. The Yankees lead 4-1. Luca, we're almost 6 hours in. Come on, I gotta be MVP today, right? I have only stepped away once, and that was just because I was hungry. But I do need a drink. I'll hold out for the 7th inning stretch. Hey, you did too, though. I will admit, you did too. The only difference was you got a bit of a break, but I know that game one was a little draining. Yeah, I'm gonna say from now, this was a fun stream, but I don't know how many double headers I want to do.
It's true. Doesn't happen often.
No, and trust me, it's not my first doubleheader with the Ferry Hawks. Actually, my last game was a doubleheader, and that was a long, long day. Look, you know what? We missed it the first time. How about a little out-of-town scoreboard? We're supposed to do one in the fourth, and we just never got to it. We got sidetracked. You want to do an out-of-town scoreboard, or you want me to do it?
Oh, I'll do it. So, Sunday Night Baseball is a good matchup. You got the Cubs and the Phillies at Wrigley Field, nonetheless.
Yeah, by the way, Luca, I was telling Vinny, Philly fans have officially lost it up here. They are calling for trades. In April, no less. It's April, no less.
Sucks to be them.
Sucks to be them, I agree.
Regardless, the Nationals came back from a 7-0 deficit to win 8-7 over the New York Mets. The Boston Red Sox took care of the Cleveland Guardians 13-3 in Cleveland. The Detroit Tigers in Detroit at Comerica Park shut out the Baltimore Orioles 7-0. The Minnesota Twins shut out the LA Angels 5-0 in Minnesota. Also, it's Name That Yankee time. Let me see if I can name this.
1928 through 43 and 46. Good fucking luck. 313 average, 1,969 hits, and 202 home runs.
Yeah. You're going to have to really get into the diehards brain for that one.
Paul Goldschmidt takes over at first base, by the way. And Mark Leiter Jr. is pitching.
Houston, I almost said the Houston Rockets. Houston Astros beat the Kansas City Royals 7-3 at Kauffman Stadium. The Milwaukee Brewers beat the St. Louis Cardinals 7-1. Cincinnati Reds beat the Colorado Rockies 8-1. The Giants took care of the Texas Rangers 3-2 in San Francisco. The Oakland A's have evened up their record.
Hey, how dare you bring up Oakland?
The Sacramento A's are now 14-4 after a 3-2 walk-off win against the White Sox. The
They're
Dodgers
14 and 14. You said 14 and 4.
Oh, imagine if they were.
Imagine, yeah.
The LA Dodgers beat up on the Pittsburgh Pirates 9-2 in LA. The Tampa Bay Rays beat up on the Padres 4-2 in San Diego. The Arizona Diamondbacks won 6-4 over the Braves in Arizona, and the Miami Marlins lost to the Seattle Mariners in Seattle 7-6.
That was actually almost a comeback effort. Seattle was up 4-1. I said to Vinny, that's a hell of a travel for friggin' Miami. You're literally going from the tip of the southeast all the way to the great northwest.
Yeah.
If there was a single Marlin fan that went from Miami all the way to Seattle, you have my respect.
Absolutely.
If there was even one, which I'm sure there probably was. But yeah. So thank you for that, Luca. Also, not to mention, don't forget, Yankees also won game 1 11-2 over the Blue Jays. Nice strikeout by Mark Leiter. Reminder, Yankees after today, they go on the road for 3 as they take on the Baltimore Orioles. Blue Jays have an off day tomorrow before they take on the Red Sox at home. Our next live stream on this channel will be, as of now, May 10th. That could change. Me and Alex are talking about possibly a stream sooner than that. But as of now, our next stream is May 10th, which will be the WWE Backlash pay-per-view. Luca, do you have anything you would like to promote?
Well, Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. I'm still deciding on this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to make this advertisement online. I should be doing the Knicks. I almost said Knicks Sixers.
Knicks Pistons.
Flashback to last year, the Knicks Pistons game 5. Although I'm leaving myself a possibility of actually going to the arena, not for the game, but for the block party.
So you just say subject to change. That's all.
Subject to change. I'll say that.
That's what I did.
But mostly, I'm leaning towards staying home and calling game 5 because it's just great.
What time does that game start? 7:30.
7:30.
If I get home in a reasonable time, I may pop in if you don't mind.
That's fine.
If you don't, like I said, I usually get home from the gym about 8:30 or so I might be able to pop in for the second half. It's lighter 2 strikeouts to get us going. Look, actually, since we're on the topic of out of town, do you want to do an out of town NBA scoreboard?
Yes, the Knicks, we all know they won.
Yes, 94-93.
The Minnesota Timberwolves have taken a 3-1 series lead over the LA Lakers with Luka and LeBron with a 116-113 victory. The Orlando Magic are currently playing host to the Boston Celtics. The Celtics are up 2-1 in that series. Magic won the last game in Orlando, so they're trying to put up a fight. But at 9:30 tonight, it is the Indiana Pacers facing the Milwaukee Bucks in Milwaukee for Game 4 of that series.
0-2 count on Luke's. I almost said Tony Luke's again. We're not in Philadelphia, and I got to keep telling myself that.
I saw off topic, somebody tweeted who I follow, who actually is from Philly, and he's a Knicks fan, but he said both Genos and Pats suck.
Oh, yeah, no, that's very well common. By the way, I'm just going to address something really friggin' stupid, and I think you know what I'm talking about. This Angelo's bullshit with the locals complaining because the lines are too long and they're a little too loud. Get a life. Please.
Yeah, come on now.
I mean, I know Angelo's trying to be good neighbors, and I know that's out of their control. But the fact that you were upset about a local business succeeding, you are a clown. And if you have a problem with it, leave a city. You shouldn't be living in one of the biggest cities in America.
Exactly. You're not living in a small town here.
No. So if you're one of those people bitching about Angelo's, fuck you. Yes, I just stood up for Philly. You just saw a rare moment. I stood up for Philly.
Like, what do you expect, honestly?
Just for that, Luca, we should go to Angelo's. Actually, if we do that little trip, that's going to be a base hit down the line. Oh, no, they call it I thought
it was right on the line.
Yeah, I did too. Here's a replay. Oh, no. Okay. All right. We just got bad eyes. Luca, if we do that little day trip down to Philly, that might be our spot.
As long as not on a Monday or a Tuesday.
No, it would be a Saturday. It would be a Saturday we'd go. Now, I don't know how you would want to do that if we were to go to Philly. Would you just drive up here and stay up here the night, or would you rather
Yeah, probably
just
something
drive
like
down to
that.
Philly? Because Philly,
Absolutely.
unfortunately, has a very similar parking. And that's strike three. He strikes out the side.
Struck
It's
him
stretch
out.
time in the Bronx. Yankees lead 4-1. Yeah, I'm going to tell you, Luca, parking in Philly is not that much different from Brooklyn.
Oh, of course.
Hate to be the bear bad news. The King, they are right up there with the Kings of Brooklyn in terms of double parking and nowhere to park to begin with.
My absolute favorite. My absolute fucking favorite.
Oh, you know all about that. So actually, maybe you'd be more primed to drive in Philly, which I'll tell you the truth. Judging from what I've seen, I think that's worse than driving in New York. That's just my
Oh boy,
personal take.
that's
Only because of one reason. Double park people and the streets are a lot tighter in size. You don't
yeah.
have as
We
much
saw we
room to
saw
work
how
with.
narrow the streets were.
Shout out to the dude holding up with the flag with the Knicks hoodie.
Yes, go Knicks. Let me just. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna put something away.
You got it. So in this seventh inning stretch, Yankees holding on to a 4-1 lead. Judge will be coming up first to hit, according to MLB.com. And thank all those for tuning in on this Sunday afternoon. As a reminder, our next live stream as of now is May 10th for the WWE Backlash pay-per-view. Our next Yankees stream as of right now will be May 16th when the Yankees take on the Mets in the return for Juan Soto back to the Bronx. We'll see how that one goes. Obviously, going to be a lot of tensions that night. A lot of bragging rights will be on the line and so much more. You'll get to see our reaction to it here on the Pinstripes and Pod Drivers podcast. Of course, between then, we will, of course, have some wrestling videos up and some Yankee videos as well. Yankees, of course, playing the final game of this homestand before they take a little road trip down to Baltimore for 3 games when they take on the Orioles down in Baltimore. All 3 games set to start 6:30. 2 of the 3 will be on Yes. The last one will be on Amazon Prime before they come home for 6 next week when they take on the Rays and the Padres. So if you are just joining us, Yankees took game 1 by a score of 11-2. Blowout win. Max Fried earned his 5th win of the year. Kevin Gausman suffered the loss in that one. And so far in this one, Yankees up 4-1, as you can see. Aaron Judge with a home run in this one. So we're back from break in the Bronx. See everybody going through this long, tedious day. We are approaching 6 hours on stream here. Yankees just 6 outs away from taking the series win and sweeping the doubleheader today. Clark Schmidt on the day went 5 innings, gave up a hit and a run, 4 walks, 6 strikeouts. Chris Bassett, 5 2/3, 6 hits, 4 runs, a walk, and 5 strikeouts. Judge and Grisham both have home runs. Anthony Santander with a solo home run. That's been pretty much the entire offense for the Toronto Blue Jays. As Aaron Judge will lead it off for the New York Yankees here in the bottom of the 7th. Here's the first pitch. In their first strike, count 0-1. Judge 1 for 3, reached on error. Also has that solo home run. It'll be an 0-1. Rodriguez deals to Judge. That is caught on a missed big swing there. Count 0-2. Darkness is officially starting to take over Yankee Stadium. It'll be an 0-2. Rodriguez deals. That is a high fly ball in the right center, but playable. Catch is made for out number 1. So 1 out in the inning as Cody Bellinger will step up.
You know what? As you brought up to me earlier, as I'm obviously back, what did you think of the Steelers draft? Because I was talking with a coworker of mine who's actually, I think he's actually from Pittsburgh. He's a
Mhm.
Steelers, Penguins, Pirates fan.
Well, I'll answer that 1 second. First pitch is in there for a strike. Once again, an outside call on Bellinger. He's not been able to get that call all day. You know what? I know I was very harsh on it, but you know what? With everything that happened with Sanders, I truly think there had to be a reason for it. There's obviously
Yeah.
a lot of theories. Honestly, now I'm rooting. Look, I wasn't gonna not root for the kid who was drafted in the first round, especially now that his mother died and everything.
that's
I
tragic.
would love to see him succeed. I wouldn't say it was a horrible, horrible draft. I mean, we got a running back, which we needed.
Caleb
We
Johnson's nice.
finally did get a quarterback, which, I mean, I like Will Howard. I don't know what to expect, but we'll see.
To me, like, he should have never been picked in the 6th round. He was a 3rd round quarterback. I'm not
You
gonna
think
say
he could be a steal?
Yeah, that's a steal in terms of value. Fernando Cruz is up in the bullpen.
I was also shocked that McCord fell the way he did. I
Yeah.
thought he was a lot better. I
I
thought
say
he was
McCord-
more of a 4th round pick.
I think they're two apples of from the same tree, both McCord and Howard.
Well, and
But-
they both ended up in Pennsylvania, poor bastards.
If you
but-
somehow don't get Rodgers, I'm not gonna lie to you.
I think we're okay with that. But the Steelers did say they want every preseason we have to have 4 quarterbacks, which has been the case for the last several years. They are going to bring in one more, whoever that may be. I hope it's not Rodgers, but we will see. I know they probably want that veteran element for Will Howard now, but
I mean, listen,
all in all, I don't hate the draft. I mean, like I said, I hated the first pick at first, but you know what? We got a halfway decent roster. The big thing that pisses me off is that this team really thinks they're just a quarterback away from being a Super Bowl contender. That's just who they've been.
They're not.
No,
What
they're
I
not.
was what I was gonna say was, like, anything you throw, I would honestly, if you don't sign Rodgers, that's probably the best move. I'll be honest.
Mhm.
If you just leave it as is and, like, you sign some,
Yeah, I think we're fine. And
Yeah,
you look
I
at
know.
the way they do preseason anyway, there's not as many reps to be played anyway. As that's in their first strike count, 0-1 on Chisholm. I've been saying, you know what, Luca? I don't know if you read the proposal for the 18-game schedule that's out there.
Right.
We'll cut another preseason game. Luca, how many times have we ranted on this in the early days of the Big Blue in the Bronx? Too many. Way too many. I'm sorry. Is it wrong that I only want 16 games if it means we can get 4 preseason games? I mean, look, I get it. Preseason football is never going to be the most exciting football you can watch. I get
It means
that.
something to the players trying to break the roster.
Thank you, Luca. I mean, look at how many stars we have had that were not that broke out in the preseason that you wouldn't have known about. Victor Cruz, James Harrison, Joe Flacco. I mean, Luca, have we ever heard of these guys if they didn't get a chance in the preseason?
No.
I mean, Luca, I'm sure you have a few players that, from the Jets that, broke out in the preseason, earned their roster spot. It's just, I mean, why are we trying to take that away? I mean, obviously it's money. I mean, in the end, we can argue, as Chisholm takes a ball 3-1. We can argue about this all we want. We know what's more profitable. I don't see how it benefits anybody, especially the players. I mean, yeah, you get 2 bye weeks, but 18 games is still 18 games. Chisholm fouls that one off into the Blue Jays dugout.
Yeah, the available QB market looks like this: Carson Wentz, Aaron Rodgers, Teddy Bridgewater, C.J. Beathard, Tyler Huntley, Brett Ripien, Jeff Driscoll, Desmond Ridder, and Jake Fromm.
I actually wouldn't hate what's his face, Teddy Bridgewater.
Or I would say Tyler Huntley as well. I don't know if you're like the.
I'm not crazy about him.
But again, as I said,
imagine Carson Wentz reviving his career in Pittsburgh. How upset do you think Philly would be if Carson Wentz was able to turn it back on?
I don't think they'd be that upset considering they won a Super Bowl with Jalen Hurts.
Well,
but
unfortunately, the way he looked in that Chiefs game last year, not even being able to put up a point, as Chisholm strikes out to end the inning. We go to the 8th. Fernando Cruz comes in and a 3-run Yankee lead. I mean, after that Chiefs game when I think it was shut out by Denver with Carson Wentz starting. I think that told us everything we needed to about where Wentz is at in his career.
Yeah.
And it's
What
funny when you consider if you remember Luka, you remember the 34-3 game, right, with the Steelers
Yeah.
and the Eagles. Do you remember what one of the first graphics of that game was?
No.
How Carson Wentz is similar to Ben Roethlisberger. Height, stature, weight.
Not even the same play style.
No, but because he was a big quarterback, you know.
What I was going to say was, in terms of the quarterbacks, let's just say you sign like Bridgewater or Huntley, I would be fully open with like a completely open competition for quarterback.
Yeah.
Even
like
again,
I said, if you really need that veteran QB element, Teddy Bridgewater is not a bad way to go. I mean, the poor man has obviously lived through some horrible things, but
yeah,
I wouldn't hate bringing him in. And you know what? If there's somebody that can max out somebody who's trying to just revive his career, that's somebody who could do it.
What would suck though is you have, if you have like less than average quarterback play, you still like you're trying out. But
You know what I want to know?
George Pickens and
I have an idea for you.
yeah.
So Cleveland has 5 quarterbacks on their roster. Does Cleveland know what the hell they're doing? No, absolutely not.
I was literally talking about that with my colleague yesterday. I'm like,
what are the odds we get a Kenny Pickett reunion?
I don't think that's happening.
What are the odds of a Kenny Pickett reunion?
Was it Pickett, Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders?
Well, technically Deshaun Watson, but he's obviously not playing this year. So they show the bullpen budget. Everybody is pretty much good to go, except for Yuri De Los Santos and Tyler Matzik. They were the only 2 pitchers that pitched out of the bullpen game 1. Obviously, nobody played Saturday. So Fernando Cruz comes in through 12 games, has a 1.93 average. So he's had a solid season up to this point. That's in there for a strike count, 0-1.
Nice frame job there.
You know why, Luca? I don't know if you know this. I saw this. I saw it through a Ravens page. It was a suggestion of mine. Do you know why Joe Flacco went to the Browns? As that is a grounder to first, flips to Cruz for out number 1. Do you know why he went to the Browns?
I'm going to say for starting opportunity.
No. Nope. As Chad Green is warming up. No, actually, the Ravens had called saying that they were interested in bringing him in as a backup. And because the Ravens took too long to get back to him, because they signed, there was who the hell did they sign?
Look it up, Ravens.
They signed a backup QB, so he got a little upset, so he went back to Cleveland. Thank you. They signed Cooper Rush, and Joe Flacco was a little offended by that, so within like days later, he went to Cleveland.
So it was a matter of revenge.
A little bit of pettiness, yes. Could you imagine if Flacco had gone to the Steelers? I mean, obviously we would hate it, but I think Ravens fans would hate it even more. Unless he's going to sabotage us, then they'd love him. But
what if again? Maybe he's sabotaging the Ravens. Who knows?
Well, I mean, I think you and I both know he's probably not starting. I mean, okay, all right. If you're Cleveland, let's say there's no preseason, right? And opening week was next week. Who are you keeping? Obviously, I don't see a situation where Kenny Pickett stays, right?
No.
I mean, at that point, then. I mean, you got 5. Obviously, Deshaun Watson's not playing this year, so in reality, you only have 4 quarterbacks. That's a swing and a miss, 2 down.
Oof, nice splitter.
You got Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders. Now, that's 4 quarterbacks. You're only going to keep 3. Who's the odd man out?
Right.
Now, you have a choice. Either Kenny Pickett, who's really not that experienced, only been in the league a couple years, or Joe Flacco, who has a ton of experience, but you're not going to win anything. At least with Kenny Pickett, they give you that 4th quarter, 1 drive of the game type of shit. But I say Kenny Pickett would be the odd man out, no?
It's possible.
Yo, no. Did you see the way they're dancing behind home plate?
I saw for like a second.
They were doing stance of a certain not so liked president by half the
Oh,
country.
yeah, yeah.
That was funny. We're not talking that for political purposes. We just
Yeah,
found
yeah.
it. I find it
for the
funny. I find it funny. Yankee fans just having fun at this. I mean, come on now. How many beers do you think they're in by now?
6.
Yeah, I mean they had to have been in the stadium since at least 12:30. It is almost 8 o'clock.
I mean, the thing was with the quarterback position, you keep Flacco, obviously. Pickett, again, who's your veteran backup? Let's just say Flacco goes down. Then your season's screwed. You're essentially putting yourself in a DTR situation.
Yeah, yeah, and you got to put your hope into that Gabriel and Shador
If you keep
can succeed. Guerrero with a line drive in the left. Dominguez will field that on a hop.
the thing is with Gabriel, I think he's been around the league as in college for like years upon years.
Well, and you
Yeah.
ask me, I know obviously there was a lot of questions as to why Shador fell behind the quarterbacks he fell behind. I actually don't think Dylan Gabriel's as bad as people are making him out to be. He was a very
He's
successful
short.
I get that, but he was a very successful quarterback in Oregon. Obviously, they didn't really deliver in the big spotlight, but that's more than Shador can say. But
Yeah. And you know what the thing is, though, with Gabriel? He's also played at UCF. He's also played at Oklahoma. He's played in the Big 12.
yeah, one count on Santander. But no, the Louisville quarterback, he was lucky if he was a fucking 7th rounder. The fact that he got taken that high,
I was never a big fan of Shuck.
that was a joke.
And the Saints now are having an open competition between him and Rattler.
Oh boy, yeah, good luck to them.
I want to see Rattler win that.
Outside 3-0. It has to be Rattler. Rattler's got more experience. I mean, did you I obviously you did. But even just watching his pro day and his combine work, he looked fucking terrible.
He's a really old, I don't know how to
In
describe it
retrospect.
because he's an older quarterback, and he was never let me see because I actually did a scouting report on Shuck.
3-1
There's
count
nothing
on
that really
Santander.
stands out, if you want my honest opinion.
No. That is a high fly ball behind the plate and out of play.
Let me see. Tyler Shuck. That was Show originally, but
I thought it was show.
23 passing touchdowns to 6 interceptions.
See, that's what I like to see. Luke Weaver is going to warm up in the bullpen to come in and possibly close this out in the 9th.
I graded him as a UDFA, and I had a lot of weaknesses.
Nice.
He does throw with anticipation. Throws in with anticipation, puts good zip on his passes, good feel for the pocket. Weaknesses: inconsistent deep accuracy, too risk averse, doesn't take enough risks. He's old at 25 years old. He spent 7 years in college. Better pocket passer than on the move, and RPOs are an integral part of the offense. See what happens along developing plays. I was not really impressed.
No. So 3-2 count on Santander here in the top of the 8th. Tying run on deck if he were to get on here. Guerrero will be going from first. 3-2 pitch from Cruz. He eventually will deal. He deals. Swung on and missed. Strike 3.
They're going to call a foul.
Oh. And here comes Boone out of the dugout. Escara's complaining. Boone does not like the call. I need a replay first before I could say.
They're saying it was a foul ball, but it's just that he didn't catch it. The answer would be, I don't think he caught it. I don't think he caught it.
No, he did not. He trapped that. All right.
The umpire's got something right for once.
I don't know. I don't think he made contact with that.
I'll have to. Yeah, this is going to.
I don't think he. I mean, obviously they got to slow it up, but you ask me, I don't even think he made contact with it. But Escara held it up as if it was a foul tip. So,
well, we'll do this again.
Once again, the 3-2. Oh boy, if the Blue Jays do something here. The 3-2 pitch. Cruz sets and deals. Swung on and missed, strike three. They got him anyway. We go to the bottom of the eighth. The Yankees still lead 4-1.
Can we talk about how the Browns have absolutely no weapons?
Oh, yes. But they got Myles Garrett. That's clearly all they cared about. So
They only have two offensive weapons, maybe three. Because
and
their
that's
wide
why
receiver
any
room is
Browns fan talking shit on the Steelers needs to look in the mirror.
their receivers are Cedric Tillman, Jamari Thrash, and Jerry Jeudy. Tight end room is David Njoku and Harold Fannin Jr., who I really like. But their wide receiver room is pretty pedestrian, unless
I'm
there's
going to
something I don't
interrupt
know.
to get back to baseball for a minute. So after the fan yelled at Jaron Duran about killing himself, he literally yelled, "Go fuck yourself," and then he tried to sort of storm into the crowd, but they did not let him.
Yeah.
Also, that
they
Giants win was a walk-off Little League home run. This play is mind-numbingly stupid. I'm just going to let you watch it for yourself.
Okay.
Oh, this is bad. 2 throwing errors in one play. That's how the Giants won. Wow. Luca, you got to take a look.
I'm going to look. Helio Ramos, Little League walk-off home run. All right, I'm going to watch this. Jesus Christ, what a throw to first.
Oh, wait till you see the throw at the third at third. I'm sorry, I'm tired.
Oof. That's awful. Bruce Bochy's probably kicking something right now.
Also, Foul Territory TV posted this on Twitter. Oh, real quick, here's the player. Name that Yankee. I'm going to just throw out a name. Lou Gehrig. Nope,
No.
Bill Dickey. Okay. I just threw out a name. Foul Territory TV on Twitter posted, Roki Sasaki told the Dodgers that if they installed the Bidit-equipped Japanese-style toilets in the clubhouse, that would influence his decision to sign with them in the offseason.
If who did that? I'm sorry.
If the Dodgers did that, and that's eventually when Roki Sasaki signed. That's interesting. Yeah, I agree, Luca. I don't know what to say. Pitches outside 101 on Anthony Volpe. Sorry. The 1-1 outside 2-1. A fan sitting behind home plate in the Detroit game rolled her ankle, and to make it worse, she lost her beer.
Rolling your ankle and losing a beer, that's certainly an L.
And you're on TV. Which, by the way, Luca, if you were wondering where we were sat in the Rail Rider game, we were just a little too far to the left. But that's also our fault because we sat in the wrong seats and we didn't bother moving because we already got comfortable.
Gotcha.
So we probably would have been, but it was whatever. Like I said, security really didn't give a shit. 2-2 pitch from Chad Green is fouled off.
Chad Green, what a name.
So it'll be a 2-2 to Anthony Volpe. We're already in the late Sunday night baseball conversation here.
Yeah.
Well, see, part of this I think is a bit of the MLB's fault and the Yankees' fault because 135 start time is a little ridiculous. You have a single mission doubleheader. Why can't you move it up to 105?
Exactly.
There's a base hit for Volpe. 2 for 4 on the day.
I always like the 105 game.
I do too. I know why they did it because Peacock had that short little stint with the 11 a.m. games. They want to give that as much spotlight as possible, but you're not going to do it anymore. Can we go back to the 1 o'clock games?
Exactly.
At least had that football feel of you wake up 1 o'clock, you got, baseball to watch, whatever. Because had they started this at 1, we probably would have been done about a half hour ago.
Yeah.
Pitch upstairs on Dominguez.
Honestly,
this literally turned into a day-night doubleheader anyway.
Literally. I don't know if this would be possible. Like, couldn't they do like, okay, one game is at 1:00 and then one game is maybe like at 6 or 7?
Well, yeah, that would be a day-night doubleheader. But I think, well, for one, the Yankees, it's a travel day, so they wanted to get out as soon as possible.
That's true.
And two, just what the problem with the day-night doubleheader is? You have your fans from the first game, then you got to get them all out, then you got to get the stadium all cleaned up again, and then get them ready for game 2, and then have to do the process all over again. From a stadium standpoint, that's a pain in the ass
Not
type
ideal.
of day. Single mission doubleheader, at least you get everybody in, you got your 8 hours, 6 hours, whatever. Do whatever. 2-1 on Dominguez. That's up and away. Stolen a base attempt is in time. They get Anthony Volpe stealing for out number 1.
Throw was on a hop that time.
Good throw there by Heineman.
Good pick by Bichette too.
Volpe just didn't look like not have it coming out of the he did his speed.
He didn't. He had a running lead. He didn't
Yeah.
He wasn't as far as off the bag as he should have, but that clearly was. He was clearly.
But you
out.
can see too, he's not running full speed. When you're, I think just exhaustion. I don't know that was such a smart play. 3-1 pitch, and Dominguez grounds this one to first, and it'll touch first is Vlad for out number 2. So 2 down in the inning. Look, I think we're both sleeping good after these streams.
Yeah.
Once we're done here, I'm going to go make my steak. My mother's probably trying to figure out why I'd be eating so late. I don't know. I was too invested in the Yankees. First pitch is low and in. Count 1-0. Yeah, my mother's almost done with work. That's how long we've been going today. She started at 12. She gets done in 10 minutes. It'll be a 1-0. It'd
also be better if what's his name? MLB made it, and the Yankees made a better assessment of the weather yesterday, because in my area,
yeah. I mean, like I said, in my area, it was completely clear by 4:30. I don't know what why they called it so early. Because I got that alert at I think it was 12 o'clock or something. I mean, they could have. It's very easily just said rescheduling for 7 o'clock. Come back later. That is a high fly ball in the deep right field. There it goes. See ya into the bleachers. J.C. Escara with a home run, and the Yankees have blown it open at 5-1.
That's his first big league home run, I think, right?
First ever home run. 415, 105 off the bat. Look out, 203. That is a missile off the bat of J.C. Escara. And the Yankees take a 5-1 lead. He knew it was gone the moment that hit the bat. Well, it shouldn't be too hard to track who has the home run ball, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
There's maybe 15 people out there, so no need for that Uber anymore. You got that right, Paul. So that'll bring up Cabrera as he fouls that one off.
That was literally a hanging breaking ball, no doubt. Once the ball,
he knew it was gone, and he stylized that swing. Okay, maybe a little more than 15 people, but I found him. It was the guy with the khaki pants.
Yes.
That's inside count 1-1. Put me in stadium investigation. I figured out who it was. Look at that smile. So you love to see that. That's why you stick around. I said to Vinny, Luca, as that's fouled off 1 and 2. You know how I should have started this whole stream? 6 hours of commercial-free baseball starts now, and I did not. Literally. I was so upset about it.
Actually, literally 6 hours of commercial-free baseball.
Actually, now we're up to 7, but as Cabrera swings and misses in the dirt, fires to first, that will end the inning. Luca, please let this be the last half inning. As Luke Weaver comes in, I swear to God, if we have to go any further, I may have gray hair by the end of this. And I know you do too. Obviously you had the Knicks stream, so
yeah.
Please, Weaver, please don't be Devin Williams.
Easy 1, 2, 3.
Luka, just because we want this, you know how this is gonna go, right?
Yeah, there's
You're gonna walk in 2 runs. You're gonna have a bases loaded situation, and it's gonna be the most long and painful inning ever.
this is gonna just be quick. Just be quick.
Please, you know what I'm gonna do after this, Luka? I'm gonna have a nice steak dinner. I gotta watch a movie. I gotta relax. This was a long, tedious. I don't want to say tedious because this was a fun stream, but it's been a long stream. I gotta give me some food and I'm gonna watch a good movie. What am I gonna watch? I have no idea. Or maybe I'll just watch Sopranos. I could do that too.
Yeah, I gotta finish an assignment.
Damn, so you got schoolwork after this? What do you got, like a week left of classes?
This is really my last week of classes.
Congratulations. By the way, congratulations on graduating.
Well, I haven't graduated yet, but thank you.
Well, Luka, that would take a miracle for you to fuck up, right?
No, I quite possibly could not fuck this up.
Like it's literally impossible to fuck up, or
I would be on the dean's. I'm right now. I would probably be on the dean's list with all my grades.
nice. Nice. Well, congratulations to you and your brother.
Thank you, sir. All right, come on, Luke. Easy.
Please. I think, Luka, the only thing this is more tedious than was that 3 a.m. game against the Rangers back in, like, what was it, 2015, where they were in the delay.
2016 after the rain delay when Kirby
Yeah,
blew
they
it.
literally resumed it at like 2:30 in the morning. I'll never forget my dad's face when he walked out of the bedroom. He's like, "Why the fuck are you still awake?" I said, "Yankees are on." And he didn't believe me. I said, "Look, they've been in a rain delay for 4 hours. They just got it going."
How they continue that game, I have no clue.
They claim it was because they had to finish it because of I don't know. The Rangers needed an opportunity or so. I don't remember. I just remember we shit the bed that last
We
inning.
lost. We were up like 5-1. We lost 8-5 or some shit.
That was horrible. My dad was not happy with me though. Anytime he ever, because remember, guys, he had to wake up at 3 a.m. So if he had to wake up at, if he was waking up at 3 a.m. and he saw me awake, he was not happy. All right, so 1-1 count for Weaver. He last pitched on Wednesday, so hopefully there's no rust here. Springer is up as that's fouled off. Count 1-2. So, reminder, the upcoming schedule for the Yankees. Next 3 nights, they'll be in Baltimore. And then Friday through Sunday, they'll be home against the Rays. And then they'll get the Padres also at home before they head out to Sacramento for their first of 2 West Coast trips in the month of May. And that is a high fly ball in the deep left field. Dominguez has room for out number 1. I'm not going to lie, I did not think good things when he hit that.
Yeah, me too. It was a little bit hanger, but he got a little under it.
You know what's crazy, Luke? I just thought of it now. Alex said he might get off by 9. That means he'd only have an hour left in his shift.
Yes.
That's how long this has been going. What are we at? We're at 6:27, so I don't think we're going to quite hit 7 hours. I hope. Knock on wood. So up now is Jimenez. That's in there for a strike count, 0-1. Jimenez 0 for 3 in this one. Again, shout out to all the Yankee fans that stuck it around. Y'all are the true soul of, y'all are the true ones for this one. It's cut on and missed. Count 0-2. But like I said, Luka, you know we would be there too.
Yes.
You'd have to drag me out of the stadium to get me to leave. They said the announced attendance was about 43,000. I'd say there's maybe about 10,000 still there. 0-2. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Foul tip into the glove. No dispute about that here. And the Yankees are an out away from sweeping the doubleheader. Damn, we really, Luka, if you think about it, we start 135 with everybody else. Everybody else is done except for the Phillies and Cubs.
Exactly.
Still up to bat now, Will Wagner. And here's the pitch. Oh, that was a strike. Come on,
Hit the
Blue.
bottom of the zone.
That was there. We want to go to. Oh, God. Still see a couple of Blue Jays fans. Actually, Luca, I had a dream last night that we were at this today. That's outside 2-0.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. I had one of those nights where I don't know if this happens to you. You sleep, you have a dream, you wake up. You sleep, you have another dream, you wake up. I had
Yeah,
about
it
4
tends to
different
happen to me
dreams
too.
last night. And one of them is that we were there. For whatever reason, booing the Canadian national anthem, if that helps. And we were there. I remember it was me, you, Alex, and Joe. And then a former friend of ours.
Oh boy.
You could probably guess which one.
Yep.
2-1. And has a high fly ball to center. This should do it. Trent Grisham makes the play. Luca, we made it. Ball game
Yeah.
over. Yankees win by a score of 5-1. They sweep the doubleheader and take the series from the Toronto Blue Jays as the Yankees win 5-1. Big day for the Yankees. Got to give them credit. 16-3, they outscored Toronto today. I'd say that's a pretty solid day, Luca. What do you think?
I think so too. Do you sweep a doubleheader? You take the series?
And the Knicks won today?
Yes.
What a good day to be a New York sports fan.
Yes.
Unless you're a Mets fan, but you know. By the way, real quick, before we do head off, did you hear what Jason Worth had to say about Mets fans?
I did. I read up on it.
I don't normally agree with his takes. Jason Worth was spot on with that one. So, Luca, any last things you want to say before we get on out of here?
Final thoughts. Subscribe to Pinstripe and Power Drivers.
Thank you, Luca.
Sean and Vinny do a great job what they do. Wrestling, Yankees. Obviously, in the headlines, you'll see when they're streaming. If you want to check out my channel, it's Knicks Cast. Tuesday, I'll be streaming Knicks versus Pistons, Game 5. Knicks have a chance to close out. What's that?
I said I may pop on. So
all right, gotcha. I was going to say the Knicks have a chance to close out a postseason series at home for the first time since the 90s. But overall, great stream. Sean, give the real credit to Sean. He had 6.5 hours.
Hold on, Luca. I got the Roman Reigns thing. Acknowledge me.
Acknowledge me. But
no, shout out to you too, though, Luca, because you did do that Knicks stream, which was a great stream. So you did your part too today. So you deserve some credit too for this long day. We started about 7 hours ago. So with that being said, thank you everybody for those who did tune in. Had a decent interaction today. We had Brad popping in, we had Alex popping in, of course Luca popping in here for a while too. So very happy with this one. Remember, our next live stream that is scheduled is for May 10th, Backlash, the pay-per-view. We also might do a Yankee stream with the Big Blue Crew, or Big Blue in the Bronx. I think actually Big Blue Crew is another YouTube channel. So let me not start any trouble there. But the Big Blue in the Bronx crew. We'll try to get another Yankee stream somewhere between now and then. Until then, have a great night, everybody. We'll see you all in the next one.
Peace.